your online business. Express your online business.
Mabahong ref?
Ang baho!
Bumili ng Everest refrigerators with odor control filter that absorbs impurities and helps eliminate food odors. Everest refrigerators with odor control filter. Fresh smelling food always.
Sa labas, double protection, mask at face shield.
Sa loob ng bahay, double protection pa rin.
Everest Aircon Breathe Series. Double protection with healthy air filter and breakthrough UVC sterilizer. Deep cleanses, sanitizes the air. Everest Aircon. Safe, clean, healthy air.
Mission completed! Valkyrie power reinforced with modernized gear. Not a bad idea, is it? Wherever they run, Saber will hunt them down. Forge a lock on! Nice job, girl.
Legendary!
Ito na ang tamang panahon upang matutunan nyo ang ipinagbabawal na teknik.
Sigurado ka ba dito?
Ako nang bahala dito. Pinagandaan ko to eh. Matilok ka ha? Imposible! Hindi pang karaniwang nilalang! Hindi talaga susuko eh, no? Sabi so, bibigyan kita ng malupit na laban.
Oras na para ang pinakamagagaling ng Mobile Legends Bang Bang teams mula sa tropical region of Southeast Asia ay maghaharap. The MLB Southeast Asia Cup o MSC 2022. Sino ang magwawagi at sino ang uuwing talunan? Which team will fly over the cloud at pababansagan Kings of Sea? Parang Zodiac, 12 koponan ng Southeast Asia ang makikipagsiklaban sa dalawang level, ang group stage at ang playoffs. 3 team sa bawat bracket ang maglalaban-laban sa best of 3 match, kung saan ang pinakamahina sa bawat grupo ay matatanggap. Ang matitirang 8 ay pagpapatuloy ng laban para sa tagumpay. To facilitate the epic battles between the giants, ang MSC 2022 Arena ay tatanghal sa City of Contrast and Diversity, Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. Witness the clash of titans from the Supreme MLB region from June 11 until June 19. Follow #SupremeC for more updates. Mobile Legends Bang Bang, where heroes make history.
Mga Lods, nakinig mo na ba yung latest? Hindi pa? Catch us every Thursday as we give you the rundown of the epic plays that happen every week sa MPL. At syempre, hindi din papahuli yung mga happening sa MLBB community. So like, follow, and subscribe to our Facebook and YouTube channels. Kita-kits tayo next week dito lang sa The Bang Bang Report.
Awesome's what I'm doing. Awesome screen. Awesome camera. What are you doing? Awesome's what we're doing. What are you doing? Awesome's what I'm doing. Awesome screen. Awesome camera. Long-lasting battery life. Awesome screen. Awesome camera. Long-lasting battery life. Awesome screen. Awesome camera. Awesome is for everyone.
Pag sinabing e-wallet, ano ang naiisip mo? Dapat PayMaya, cause we have over 1,500 billers and load items. PayMaya, too good to be number 2. Want an e-wallet with free cash in? Try PayMaya. PayMaya, too good to be number 2. Pag sinabing e-wallet, ano ang naiisip mo? Dapat PayMaya, cause we have 99.9% uptime. PayMaya, too good to be number 2.
Everyone has the chance to discover and be discovered on TikTok. Powerful voices, rising stars, unique creativity, insightful educators. We're welcoming a new generation of TikTok creators. You've heard our stories. It's time to start yours. Create, share, be discovered on TikTok.
Oh, bagong drop! Your new tablet is ready for unboxing.
Uy, kamusta po? Test muna bago checkout. Para sigurado. Ingat!
Free advice anytime. Hello po, tingin lang po kayo.
Yes, warranty po. We make sure you have it.
Everything's legit here.
Tech support, tawag, text, chat, bisita lang po.
Uy, sakto! May promo po today! At your service sa Cyberzone.
For tech essentials and the latest gadgets, the tech is sure.
Ano, tara! Check Cyberzone!
Egg face, heart face, round face, diamond face. No matter what face shape you have, there will always be mishair from shaving. Introducing new Gillette Mach 3 Turbo with innovative 3D ball that helps move and adapt seamlessly over every face contour for virtually no mishair on any face shape. So no matter what your face shape is, you won't have any mishair. New Gillette Mach 3 Turbo.
Express your online business. Express your online business.
Mabahong ref?
Ang baho!
Bumili ng Everest refrigerators with odor control filter that absorbs impurities and helps eliminate food odors. Everest refrigerators with odor control filter. Fresh smelling food always.
Sa labas, double protection, mask at face shield.
Sa loob ng bahay, double protection pa rin.
Everest Aircon Breathe Series. Double protection with healthy air filter and breakthrough UVC sterilizer. Deep cleanses, sanitizes the air. Everest Aircon. Safe, clean, healthy air.
Mission completed! Valkyrie power reinforced with modernized gear. Not a bad idea, is it? Wherever they run, Saber will hunt them down. Nice job, girl.
Ito na ang tamang panahon upang matutunan nyo ang ipinagbabawal na teknik.
Sigurado ka ba dito?
Ako nang bahala dito.
Pinagandaan ko to eh.
Matilok ka, ha? Imposible! Hindi pang karaniwang nilalang.
Hindi talaga susuko eh, no?
Sabi so, bibigyan kita ng malupit na laban.
Oras na para ang pinakamagagaling ng Mobile Legends Bang Bang teams mula sa tropical region of Southeast Asia ay maghaharap. The MLBB Southeast Asia Cup o MSC 2022. Sino ang magwawagi at sino ang uuwing talunan? Which team will fly over the cloud at pababansagan Kings of Sea?
The Philippines' fastest 5G mobile network based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q1, Q2 2021. Ookla trademarks used under license with permission. Our official sponsor is Samsung. Speed up your awesome. Paymaya, too good to be number 2. Our official content partner, TikTok, and our partner in esports, Secret Lab, SM Supermalls, Gillette, Alaxan FR, and Enervon Active. Plus, sama pa natin JNT Express and Everest Appliances. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, this tournament is under the supervision of the Games and Amusement Board. Also, you can show your care as MPL Cares opens a jersey bidding. For the first week of the playoffs, we will feature the regular season MVP's jersey to be announced at a later date. We will also be opening a bid for a gaming chair. So, kailangan talaga abangan yan. All proceeds will go to Child Hope's Calle Escuela program. For more details, please go to Child Hope's Facebook page, fb.com/childhopeph. Catch the MPL Season 9 on these SM Cinemas, guys. SM City San Lazaro, SM City Santa Mesa, SM City Bikutan on April 29. Ngayon, nandito na ngayon. Get your tickets now at www.smcinema.com or from the designated SM Cinema ticket booths. And, syempre, hindi din kayo dapat mawalan. Meron din pala tayong giveaways para sa inyo. Katulad nito, Smart Share Mo, Skin Mo. Just share the live stream with the hashtag lakas ng Smart MPL at manalo ng Starlight at Elite Skins. Natatawa na sila dito. At meron pa tayong Smart, meron o wala. Habang game or habang tuloy-tuloy ang mga laro, meron tayong questions that will be flashed sa screen. Comment lang kung meron, kung yes, at wala, kung wala, no naman. Simple lang, di ba? At mananalo ka na ng epic skin. Mag-comment ka lang ng yes or no, meron ka ng skin. For the other part of this, ladies and gentlemen, ang hirap na ginagawa ni Mara Aquino. Saludo sa'yo. Siyempre, pasalamatan din natin ang Samsung Galaxy A series. For MLBB fans, there is an exclusive MLBB bundle in select Samsung Experience stores and Samsung.com starting May 1. When you buy the Galaxy A73 5G, you will be getting the exclusive legendary Galaxy Treasure Chest with freebies worth up to 8,300 pesos. Here it is. It comes with freebies like an exclusive MLBB strap and silicone cover with strap, MLBB box sleeve, 5,000 MLBB diamonds, and surprise MLBB merch. The Galaxy A73 5G starts at 26,990 pesos SRP. At meron din tayong promo para sa inyo. For Galaxy A53 5G, Mobile Legends fans who purchased the A53 5G starting May 1 in select Samsung Experience stores and Samsung.com can also buy the legendary bundle with freebies worth up to 6,200 pesos. So guys, ayan nga, it comes with a free Mobile Legends strap and silicone cover and 3,000 Mobile Legends diamonds. And nag-start yan sa 22,990 pesos SRP. So what are you waiting for? Grab yours now. At syempre, hindi papauli ang Secret Lab. Show us your hashtag lakas ng Pinas viewing reaction from MPL-PH Season 9 playoffs wherever you are watching it from and get a chance to win a Secret Lab Titan Evo 2022 MPL edition. Yung nakikita nyo na inuupuan nila, yun yun. Post your entry on your Facebook wall from April 29, 5 p.m. to May 1, 12 a.m. and use the hashtag lakas ng Secret Lab and tag at MPL Philippines and at Secret Lab. One winner will be announced on May 1st. At guys, ang haba nun. Pero ngayon, it's time to introduce ang kasama ko ngayon, yung my co-host na si Chantel and our guest panelist, si Payne at si Yuji. Guys, long time no see. It's great to have you back here. Kamusta?
Ayos lang.
All goods.
Parang na-miss ko sila makita sa MPL talaga.
Kung hindi nyo alam, these are the inaugural MPL champions dito sa bansang ito. Either main, tama?
Yes.
Anong feeling na nakabalik na kayo dito? Kailan ba kayo last na nakapaglaro sa MPL? Ikaw, Pain?
Season 3? Season 3 ba? Season 4? Season 4?
Season 5.
Last na,
Season 5. Ay, tama.
Oh, pero parang sa
Season
kanila din
4 ba?
nanggaling yung... Tama ba? Sa
Oo.
inyo nagsimula yung either lang malakas, sa Bren lang malakas.
Sa
amin lang
Oh,
talaga.
di ba?
Sa kanila nagsimula yon. And tatandaan natin na dahil nga may kasama tayong dito na medyo sabihin natin mga veterans na, pag-usapan naman natin yung bago ngayon. How is Season 9 so far for you guys? Alam ko nanonood kayong dalawa.
Mas exciting yung mga meta.
Mas exciting.
Compare ko before, dati sa time namin. Pero yung mas exciting naman na nagpe-perform kami dati way back our season. Kasi iba yung live audience dati. Mas maraming live audience yun.
Tsaka mas maganda kasi ngayon, mas marami na ding heroes eh. So, kumbaga, mas ma-explore natin yung meta. Compare before, sobrang limited lang ng heroes.
Parang before, may mga pagka ito yung hero na open, automatic, dalawa lang yung option.
Oo.
Tanda ko pa nun, parang kayo ni Pakbet, parang nag-a-agoin kayo lagi sa mga heroes na pwede niyong gamitin.
Tapos mga hero ko, puro ban lagi.
Actually, naalala ko sa'yo yung Lancelot mo eh.
Lancelot.
Tsaka yung mga Harley.
Lancelot, Franco, tsaka yung Mincetar mo.
Ah!
Tapos may ban sa akin laging hero eh.
Hindi kasi dati talaga, templated talaga yung mga bagay-bagay. Pero ngayon kasi, kapag napapansin nyo, kahit ano ata, pwede na eh.
Oh.
Parang basta mag-make sense lang at kaya mo ipalag, pwede mo siya gamitin. Now, guys, since meron nga kayong isang teammate naman na naglalaro pa hanggang ngayon, si El Hayes, na nasa NXPE, ano yung feeling yung nakikita niyo pa siyang active pa siya habang kayo ay nag-take, alam mo yon, umalis na kayo sa
Pumahinga
limelight
na.
ng MPL, pumahinga muna kayo sa MPL.
Ako syempre, support pa rin kasi since yung nung season 1 pa lang, alam ko talagang siya yung focus sa goal kahit may baby siya. Pero pa rin, focus lang sa goal.
Focus sa goal.
So, masaya ako para sa support pa rin.
Well, alam mo, nakikita ko nga na parang hindi pa rin nawawala yung galing ni Hayes eh, no? Anong tingin mo?
Oo, andun pa rin talaga. Way back season 1 hanggang season 9 ngayon. Andun yung mechanical skills niya, andun yung talino niya sa game.
Pero pagka on a normal day, nag-uusap-usap pa rin ba kayo nila Hayes na, o tara, laro tayo, labas naman tayo. Habang ngayon na parang nakafocus na kayo on content creation. Si Hayes naman tournaments, may time pa ba na magkita-kita kayo?
Siguro online na lang. Pero more on, minsan may time na nakapaglaro pa rin kami sa ML na tamang rank game na. Kumbaga, banding. Tulad ng one last ride. Ayan.
Naalala ko yung one last rin pero mamaya natin pag-usapan dahil meron tayong itatanong sa inyo na importante. Nasa playoffs tayo ngayon. Kailangan natin itanong sa dalawang to, sa mga legends na ito, ano ang playoffs prediction nyo? Magbigay lang kayo sa akin ng isang magcha-champion or sabihin na natin parang mas madali, sino yung mag-grand finals at magrepresenta sa MSC sa atin para sa inyo.
Mahirap pa, grand
Start tayo
finals
with,
agad.
start tayo with Pain, sino
Kaya mo yan.
ang grand finalists mo?
Para sa akin, Onyx talaga ako.
Oo.
Kasi ang bet ko dati, blacklist. Since wala yung blacklist na nabigyan na sila. Onyx na.
Onyx.
Kasi nandun yung
Sino pa yung isa? Sino pa yung
Onyx
isa?
and...
Nila.
Sino yung kalaban ng Onyx?
Ayan na.
Gusto ko Omega last one.
Oh.
Gusto ko Omega last one.
Onyx, Omega. Yun yung
Laban ng mga O's.
mga O's. Ikaw naman, Yuji.
Saan RSG fanboy talaga.
RSG. Bakit ka RSG fanboy?
Sila yung team na parang para sa akin pinakagutom. As in, lahat sila wala po masyadong achievement. And nakita ko last season yung yung sobrang tindi ng dedication nila into the game.
Okay, so RSG, yung isa pa.
TNC.
Alam naman natin yan, mainit yung dalawang team na yan ngayon. Maraming salamat, Pain at Yuji. And of course, kay AMC, Ate mo Chantel, sa pagbabalik ng day number 2 ng playoffs, itutuloy ang pagkamit para sa corona ng MPL Season 9. Sino ang magpakapagpakita ng lakas ng Pinas? Tingnan natin, magbabalik kami pagkatapos lang ng ilang patalastas.
Awesome's what I'm doing. Awesome screen. Awesome camera. What are you doing? Awesome's what we're doing. What are you doing? Awesome's what I'm doing. Awesome screen. Awesome camera. Long-lasting battery life. Awesome screen. Awesome camera. Long-lasting battery life. Awesome screen. Awesome camera. Awesome is for everyone.
Pag sinabing e-wallet, ano ang naiisip mo? Dapat PayMaya, cause we have over 1,500 billers and load items. PayMaya, too good to be number 2. Want an e-wallet with free cash in? Try PayMaya. PayMaya, too good to be number 2.
Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas, kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas, face the golden sun and rip it for the 3 stars. Look at us to the top, no ifs, no buts, winning any game. Para to sa PIN na yes. Di mo matitin ang aming boses sa new level. Nasa kalye man o mobile, you know I become a legend. Open fire, we unite, we winners. Built with pressure, the diamonds are made of. Switch na lane na parang gera, HP racing, way reset up, built na kitang buhat ni hit.
Lakas ng Pinas!
Kalisa si Lordy! And here comes Oni! Wait for the face! And pinakita ang outside! Sa nanahin na nasa kita may reward manipulation pa! And that is...
Lakas ng Pinas!
Pwede bumawi dito next na Imon! Katenda! With a fatal link! Boom! May talo ang presa! Ang Makikita delay ka Lord para hindi na...
fans! Welcome to the second day of MPL Philippines Season 9 playoffs. I'm Mara Aquino, your host. Yesterday, we saw intense action. We witnessed a savage, a surprise sweep, and a series going to Game 5. 2 teams were eliminated, and 2 teams have survived. And now, only 4 teams remain to take a chance at the throne. Now for our first match, we have the TNC, New Kids on the Block, first time in the playoffs, going up against the Kings of Southeast Asia, undefeated in their run yesterday. And for our second match, we have our top 1 seed RSG Philippines going up against the M3 runner-ups, Onyx Philippines. The question is, which team will move on to the upper bracket finals? It's time to find out. This is day 2 of MPL Philippines Season 9 playoffs. To get a better picture, let's move on over to our panel. Panel, pasok.
We are down to our top 4 teams. Sila na lang ang natitira dito as meron na natanggal na 2 kagabi. But right now, let's focus on our first match. This is going to be TNC versus OMG. And alongside me is Rockhart and Omi.
Grabe.
Ang galing mo dun ah.
Bro, get a better
Rock
picture
battle
daw.
gods ka talaga, no?
Get a better picture.
Paano ba yung paano yung get a picture? Ano yan?
Get a
Saan mo
better
napulot
picture.
yan?
Get a better picture.
But before we get a better picture dito, let's get a better picture of our bracket at kung ano man ang mga matches natin today. Pakita natin yung bracket. Let's see kung ano nga ba yung mismo nangyayari ngayon dito sa ating playoffs. Now, looking at things, alam naman natin na Echo and NXPE, they were eliminated yesterday. And with things looking, alam mo yon, with things looking a bit stronger for OMG and Onyx dito, securing their spot against RSG, oras na ngayon para 2 buhay na. 2 lives na dito sa pwestong ito.
So medyo may konting like freedom, may konting like makakahinga ka ng konti after a match. The pressure might be a little lower, pero that doesn't mean that you have to let go. Like you really have to give it all in. Una pa lang para mag-set ka ng statement mo.
Mas lalo tong Omega, no? Yung Omega kasi 3-0 kahapon. Who would have expected that the Super Team Echo would be defeated in a way na wala talaga? 3-0 Omega. And yung momentum na yun, madadala nila today.
You know what? Gusto ko yung point na sinabi ni Rockhart dito na it's not only about putting yourself in a comfortable position, na less yung pressure. Galing na yung Onyx at yung OMG dito sa isang pwesto na do or die Na set up na nila yung intensity nila, yung pagiging aggressive nila yung gigil nila nandun na Kailangan, ang sinasabi mo, Rocker, dito, ituloy na nila to.
Oo, kasi kailangan mong ipakita mo ang tunay na lakas ng Pinas, kumbaga, di ba? And pag pinakita mo yon, parang may konting nginig factor yun sa kalaban mo.
Paano nginig?
Paano yun, Rocker? Ay!
Ikaw, Omi.
Paano yung nginig, gano'n?
Omi.
Paano yung nginig, gano'n?
Ang hirap ni Omi sa panel, di makontrol. Pero, Omi, with that bracket being shown, do you think na may mas magandang pagpapwestuhan yung ating mga teams? Or tingin mo ito na talaga yung one and only path na pwede i-take ng mga teams natin?
Ito yung one and only path. Mainly because meron ka namang second life. Kumbaga, kung ano yung mangyayari today, dito na natin makikita kung anong bang timeline yung mapupuntahan natin. But of course, I would say na mas okay pa rin yung nadaanan mo na yung near-death experience ng first day.
Yes or no? Would you have it any other way, yung bracket? Yes or no lang?
No. Ay, wait lang. Ano yung tanong? Sorry.
Would you have
Pinas
the bracket
questions mo naman masyado
in any other way?
Hindi, okay na to. Ganito
No.
na.
Okay.
Okay.
But before we go to the match, after 9 seasons of the MPL, may mga players na nag-stand out at kinikilala ng kanilang kapwa pro player. So panoorin natin itong special content na to where we ask the players of the league who they think are the strongest in the MPL. Ayun, panoorin natin. Well, actually,
mamaya pa.
Sobrang lakas ng TNC. Sobrang lakas.
Alam, sigaw nila.
Narinig na natin.
Pag-usapan natin kung ano yung nadaman nyo dun sa sinigaw ng TNC?
Always rise. Yun ang lagi yung sigaw since regular season pa, no? And feeling ko yung post nila na ganun, sana hindi ko natamaan yung lapil ko dun.
Actually, nandun sa kabila.
Naiwasan ko, no? Pero yun, always rise. Parang naging motto na talaga, no? Kasi sa simula, medyo napaisip tayo, nilalagay natin yung power rankings natin sa TNC na 8th, ganun. Tapos ngayon, napakalakas nila. One of the tournament favorites na pwedeng manalo ng championship.
And actually, now, guys, it's time to know MPL strongest.
Tingin ko pinakamahirap na nakatapat ko na roamer siguro si Baloyski.
Baloy. Lakas niya mama eh. Lakas niya mag-control ng map. Parang ang hirap gumalaw pa minsan.
Ano yun, parang kabisado niya lagi yung ikot ng jungler eh. Lagi niya sinusundan, tapos lagi niya nagugulo.
Mahirap mag-bush pag siya yung kalaban.
Kaya piling ko siya yung magiging threat sa akin as a post 5.
Para sa akin, ang nagalingan ako na roamer ay si Yawid. Si Yawi. Yawi.
Si Yawi.
Yawi.
Si Yawi.
Yawi.
Si Yawi.
Yawi.
Si Yawi.
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 Puro TikTok eh.
Napakalapit niya lalo na paggamit yung Chu.
Ang galing niyang gumawa ng play. Bago magka-objective, ganun, bago magka-lord.
Sobrang aggressive ng gameplay nila.
Pag may flicker siya, lagi niyang ginagamit talaga.
Oo, yung mga huli niya ngayon parang on point.
Sobrang ganda ng connection nila ni Kurt.
Magkasama lagi sila ni Kurt. Pag hindi para patabayin yung gold lane, babawin nila yung mid lane.
Talaga nakahuli yung kung sinong target nila. Silang dalawa yung bubuhay nung early game ng Echo.
Kaya mahirap kalaban yung dalawa na yun.
Laging may kasama, laging may follow-up.
Magaling siya mag-gank tsaka mang baby sa laning.
Yung pag-catch niya ng mga hero, ganun. Magaling siya mag-hero lock.
Malakas siya pumiko.
Tsaka maghanap ng mga butas ng pagkakamali ng kalaban.
Batak na batak. On point lagi.
Sa mga nakatapat kong tank this season, ang pinaka-naangasan ako ay si Bentings.
Si Bentings.
Si Bentings. Bentings.
Bentings.
Bentings.
Bentings.
Si Bentings.
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 Bentings. Bentings. Sobrang nakakaboset yung pranko niya.
Siya yung pinakamagaling manghuli ngayon. Magaling siya pumick off.
Mahirap siya i-predict kung manggugulo ba siya o hindi.
Mapa-utility or set hero, sobrang hirap niya talaga katapat.
Kaya pinagbaban namin yung mga Franco, yung mga heroes niya, tapos
Tansyado niya talaga if mag-invade siya or hindi.
given na lagi siyang nanggugulo sa jungler namin, galing din niya mag-set tsaka humuli ng core.
Nakakatakot siya pag nakapwesto na. Ang galing niya sumit.
Maganda yung mga nagagawa niya mga plays and sets.
Grabe siya mag-tank yung mga may set na tank. Laging nakaka-follow up yung mga kampi niya.
Binakasan namin lahat ng comfort hero niya kasi alam namin pag di nakakaset si Bentings, walang mangyayari sa kanila.
Most improved this season 9. Halos lahat minamalit siya, tas sobrang ganda ng pinakita niya ngayon season.
Biliglaan niya kami lahat.
Sobrang nag-improve yung laro niya from last season ngayong season.
Siya yung nag-enable sa TNC.
Dati, 6 man lang siya, tapos ngayon naging main 5 siya. Pinakita niya talaga kung gaano siya kagaling mag-tank. Kaya niya makipagsabayan sa mga veteran.
Yung mga plays niya, kaya magbaliktad ng game kahit lamang ka na.
Mga tunay na nagpapakita ng lakas ng Pinas ang mga roamer na ito. Ang daming names na binato doon sa may listahan. Pero I would have to ask the panelists, sino nga ba yung tingin yung tumatak na roamer ngayon para sa inyo?
Looks like Bentings. Bentings.
Bentings ka din?
Bentings. Definitely.
It's,
sige, go muna. Go for it.
Kasi, yung alam mo, sabi nila, lakas daw mag-hero lock. Natutunan ko yun sa Bentips eh.
Bentips?
Bentips sa TikTok. Sabi nga ni Manji, di ba, real talk,
Oo.
manood ng Bentips sa TikTok. But yung isang gusto ko ring banggitin is, Season 8, medyo hindi talaga natin naramdaman si Bentings. But Season 9, such a breakout season for this player.
Literal na ito yung mga klase ng player na nag-define ng roamer role into another level. In-elevate nila. And right now, nakita din natin doon, narinig din natin yung pangalan ni Chaknu.
Oo.
Exactly.
OG.
Wala, magic talaga eh. Ang dami ng nickname ni Chakmo, hindi ko na mabilang eh. Chak Mamba!
Ang dami na. And
Diba?
hindi lang yung mga nicknames, kundi yung mga unforgettable plays sa mga clutch na situations. Lagi mong maaasahan si Chaknu sa mga ganong klaseng laruan.
Tanong lang natin why do you think Chaknu is a name na talagang kapag ka best roamer ang usapan, talagang laging napapasok? Parang hindi mo pwedeng tanggalin yung pangalan na Chaknu eh.
yung kamandag kasi, yung X factor na out of nowhere, parang bigla na lang susulpot sa'yo. Signature niya yun since pumasok siya dito sa liga. And I think he's been keeping that up and really doing well on it.
And sige. And apart from the great plays na nabanggit nga ni Rockhart is yung character din kasi ni Chuck, no? Yung medyo mahiyain sa interview. So of course, yung mga content din na nalalabas ng Omega. Kaya imposible talagang makalimutan si Chuck.
Huwag natin din kalimutan ang pagpasok ng ating mga teams. And it's now time to introduce them. Let's welcome on stage TNC at OMG.
This is our first match of playoffs, day number 2. Welcome to the stage, TNC Pro Team! And their opponents, Smart Omega!
And that is TNC and OMG. Gusto ko lang sabihin, no, yung sigawan ng mga tao. Sa TNC talagang sigaw.
Paano?
Yung sa OMG, parang may vocalization. Ganun sumigaw yung fans ng OMG. And these two teams, sabihin na lang natin, they came from very unexpected positions. And nakikita naman natin doon na parang itong TNC, they were actually known to be, sabihin na lang natin, a team na dark horses daw. Pero kung makikita mo, hindi gaano ka dark horse yung ganitong performance in the regular season eh.
Yeah. Actually for TNC, whenever I think of TNC, consistency. TNC, consistency. Kasi they just do the work. Walang masyadong sigaw, wala masyadong ingay.
Honest work.
Trabaho lang.
Parang Spurs lang, di ba? Yung tahimik lang pag nananalo at ang dalas nila manalo ng regular season. And when they did get wins, medyo may celebration pero humble lang.
And for OMG, alam naman natin, talagang literal started from the bottom, umakyat sila hanggang dito sa pwestong ito. Let's see the lineups for our teams. Well, these lineups na pinakita nila, hindi naman nagbago linol eh. Ito pa rin yung main 5 nila. And these are the lineups that really brought them success.
That's true. Especially for Omega, ito yung lineup na tried and tested ng panahon. Diba? Lumipas na ang lahat, MSC champs pa rin, yan pa rin yan. And I think yung strength yun eh, diba? Ang lakas nun kasi imagine mo, ang dami yung pinagdaanan, yung experience nyo, parang maraming senaryo na kayang-kaya nyong i-deal with kasi magkasama kayo tropa kayo
Ito, regular season stats ata yung nakikita natin on the matchups here sa team statistics. Pero pag Omega kasi minsan hindi mo na kailangan tignan.
Walang stats, no?
Wait.
Ano
Tama ba ito nakikita ko?
Ano
Ang
yun?
turtle rate ni SDZYC is 172%.
Nako, napakalupit naman. Mas mataas pa sa 100% yan, Butters. Patay tayo dyan.
Oo.
Nagsasabi sa inyo.
Pero
Hindi, pero legit naman kasi yung stat na retry god talaga si SDZYZ during the regular season.
I think official yun, no?
Official yun
Pinost yun eh.
Top 1 retry god si SD.
So guys, magaling mag-retry si SD.
Sobrang lupit mo mag-retry, lampas 100%.
Ingat kayo, baby girls.
Alam naman natin na talagang objective-oriented ang side ng TNC while yung OMG, sila ay nasa gitna. Let's focus on our future match or matchup pagdating sa ating mga players. Ang ating dalawang roamers na si Ben Things at si Chak Nu. The Greats, pinag-usapan na natin to kanina, guys. Ben Things, Chak Nu. What do you think are the advantages or disadvantages of these two players are? Ano nga ba yung mga nakikita nyong mas malakas sila? Let's start with Ben Things. What do you think Ben Things has na hindi kayang gawin ni Chak Nu all in all?
Mahirap yun
Ay, mahirap nga tanungin. Grabe ka naman, Butters.
Ano na tayo dito? Tayo agad dito. Ng intro.
Ben Things mas mas systematic maglaro, in my opinion. Kasi parang halata mo pag may play siya na mangyari. Si Chak Nu,
Hindi mo mahalata eh.
out of nowhere.
Unpredictable.
Parang clothesline out of nowhere talaga.
Yung on the side of Chak No naman, nasabi mo na rin, medyo unpredictable taga si Chak. And yun yung isa sa mga kamandag ng Omega. Minsan hindi mo alam kung kailan susugod. Di na lason kamandag na.
Tingin ko yung pangalan din yung pangalan na Chak Nu.
May number eh.
Kapag ka nakita mo yun sa mapa, parang ayaw mo na lumabas ng base. Yun yung dala talaga ng pangalan ni Chak Nu. Pag sinabing Chak Nu,
Di tago na lang.
Ingat
Paano tago na lang.
tago ka muna. Now, guys, etong dalawang players na to will be battling it out. Pinalanganan or nilagyan nila.
Okay lang yan, Butters.
Reset, guys. Nilagay sila doon sa MPL Strongest na talagang sila yung dalawang mga players na inaabangan. But now, they will face off against each other. Now, for the team matchups, let's look at the keys to victory. Let's start with TNC. Give SDZYZ early proactive heroes. Join pickups and team fights already. Agad-agad. For the second one, it's Cram will distract or deceive opponents with self-sustain. Don't let side laners get a comfortable game. They 3-0'd Echo, the super team. TikTok moves, Nina Ben thinks.
Yeah, sobrang agree ako sa second point, especially dahil naalala ko yung nag-clip ako noon, si Cram nakikipag 1v4, 1v5 yata with the Tams, tapos bumabalik yung buhay lang. Like, sobrang deceptive and it buys a lot of time for your team, di ba? And syempre, the 3-0 and Ben thinks.
And parang may nakuha na ng bagong nickname si Renzo kahapon, Showstopper daw.
Showstopper!
2 games na napakalala ng kanyang performance.
Let's head on sa keys to victory ng OMG. Makikita mo dito yung keys to victory ng OMG. Momentum on Renzo and Kelra's side. Take advantage. Prioritize Chak Nu's initiators above all else. Phaeton Links won the crucial Lord fight. Number 3, beware of Escalera and Ben Thing's tactics. Anything is possible. Then number 4, may buff si Kelra kahapon galing sa audience. Good luck, charm ba siya?
Alam mo, agree ako sa third point dito. Kailangan talaga mag-ingat ng Omega. Mainly because you have Escalera and Bentings na mahilig talagang mang-choke out ng side laners. And yung mga turret dives nila sobrang linis din. And if Omega could clean up their rotations or sabayan ang rotations ng TNC, I feel like Omega could actually get all of the points na meron dito sa keys to victory.
Rockart.
Sobrang importante ng buffs. So, cameraman, galingan nyo. Spot out may kompetensya tayo sa sa Indonesia. Baka naman.
Yung the true sniper.
The true sniper.
The true snipers.
The
are
Filipino
cameramen.
sniper ng playoffs.
PH, huwag kayo papatalo.
Guys, Pinoy pride.
Any final thoughts before we throw it to the match? Ano yung ine-expect nyo dito sa dalawang team na ito?
Natatakot yung mga team lumaban sa Omega for a reason. I think TNC should be very careful of this team kasi you can never really know what they're gonna pull off. At hanggat may base ang Omega lalaban yan, be aware, huwag kayong kakampante kahit lumamang kayo.
Feeling ko 5 games ulit ito eh. Katulad lang ng kahapon na inabot na tayo ng day 1.5, feeling ko 5 games ulit tong first series natin.
And alam mo, looking at the player head-to-head right now, these are things to consider, lalo na dun sa matchup na ginawa natin kanina between the players, Ben Things and Chaknu. KDA ni Chaknu is at 10. 608 ang GPM ni Chaknu dito. Pero in terms of kill participation, Ben Things ang may hawak nung lamang.
Sinusuportahan niya yung sinabi ko kanina, right, na Bendings goes with the team. Pero si Chaknu yung panggulat factor na hindi mo, wala namang kasama to eh. Ba't lumalaban to? Ba't nakakahuli to? At yun yung nagpapanalo minsan sa Omega when you least expect it.
Man, hindi talaga natin may expect kung ano yung mangyayari dito sa ating first series. And as we said earlier, and kahapon na rin, actually yung earlier natin, kahapon na rin talaga yun, day 1.5. Unpredictable talaga ang playoffs ngayon.
It's playoffs time, fans. Tignan natin kung sino ang makakasecure ng top 3 between TNC and OMG. At pinapractice ko talaga lagi ito.
Here we
kasi
go.
importante ito. Casters, pasok!
Hey!
Nailed it!
The crashing waves of the sea. The phoenixes burning fires. Swim or drown, burn or rise. Tonight, one of these teams are dropping to the lower bracket. Welcome in Mabuhay at your service. My name is Leo, joined here by Naisu and Renmar Santa Cruz. It's us, Weber Bros, bringing you TNC versus Omega. Gentlemen, how are we doing?
I'm feeling great, and as always, the sound effects.
Yeah, it's me now. I accept it. I am the sound effects guy. I'm the one who does it. But I'm happy. We're opening up second day of the playoffs. Not elimination just yet. Lower bracket life is there, but it's going to be a good one. TNC and Omega.
Both of these teams actually earned the right to go 2 lives in the playoffs. Again, y'all saw yesterday. If you haven't yet, you're missing out. 3-0. Omega dropped Echo, and TNC, well, they had one hell of a regular season.
Man, we talked about this throughout the entire week. I mean, on the different shows that we've had, even as casters alone, the journey of TNC, right? From the pre-power rankings to where they are now. There's, as you said, Renmar, you know, today's a little bit, I feel like a little bit more calmer than yesterday. There's not as much pressure there at stake. But again, they still want to take this game the distance. But because I don't see anyone getting swept here, man. I'm going to be honest. I don't see either team getting swept.
I will be very surprised if any of the series today becomes a sweep. Because, yes, it's less pressure because losing this means you go to the lower bracket, you're not going to get eliminated. But in terms of going into the lower bracket, if you go to the lower bracket after getting swept, it hurts your momentum. It hurts your mindset. But if you can at least just take a game, maybe even force game 5, then you'll be happy. You'll be able to be proud of yourself and your effort.
Speaking of games, here we are. Game number 1 in a best of 5. Omega on the play. TNC answering back. Omega taking out the Franco and the Angela. TNC, the Ling, and the Wanwan.
Man, can I just say, you know, from what we saw yesterday, the opening day of the playoffs, we saw some surprises, right? Because a big question was, what did the teams do the past like 2.5 weeks during the break to prepare for playoffs? And we've seen some of the stuff that was under the sleeves of these teams or that they probably brought to the table through that break. Now, the question is, what did TNC do in that time of preparation, right? Because we saw them, honestly, TNC is like a textbook team from the regular season. They didn't do a lot of crazy stuff, but they did it dang well. And I don't know if that's going to be the same story here for the playoffs, but I can't wait to find out, man.
Yeah, and they're one of the teams, or especially SDZYZ, is the player that wrote the textbook for using Demon Slayer. Although it was being used in the preseason by players such as Wise, it was SDZYZ's name. Using it here in MPL Philippines Season 9 consistently. If I'm not mistaken, as a jungler, it's probably the only emblem he's used. I don't recall him using Killing Spree. Now, going into the picks, Omega first picking the Grok right away, going to be going onto the hands of Chaknu. With TNC, let's see if they're going to go ahead and pick that Karina, one of their main comfort picks. Lancelot coming out this early will be a surprise, but then at the same time, it's TNC. It's one of their favorite picks. SDZYZ loves that. Cho is open here for Ben Things to pick.
I'm thinking Lilia.
Lolita.
And Lolita.
Lilia.
Nasty. Or Lilia Karina.
Oh, okay, they don't.
All right. Speaking of the devil, like I was just thinking, because you have to at least confirm one of those heroes. Preseason, or at least pre-playoffs, Lilia and Lolita, this mean mid-lane combo from TNC was just responsible for taking so many sweeps for them.
Yeah, and I think they could still technically take that if they want to, because I don't see Omega obviously doing that, right? They have already got the Grok. Now they lock in the Claude. We've actually seen quite a lot of success so far from Claude picks, right? We've seen just the weight alone of a Blazing Duet placed properly do a lot for whatever team decides to draft that. But Redmar, what do you feel like their last pick's going to be here?
Oh, they can go for their fighter or for their mid laner. They picked up the Cho. Now, they can actually flex this. Good room for flex. The Grok can go into the hands of Renjo. Meanwhile, Chaknu gets the Cho. However, they can turn that around. Renjo can actually play a concussive blast XP laner Cho. Meanwhile, Grok gets his Chaknu. TNC might want to pick up the roamer here now, considering that Grok and Cho were taken by Omega. They took away the Franco and the Angela. OMG are targeting Ben Things with their bans and with their picks. TNC, Ben Things, are you going to get that combo of the Lolita Lilia? Will he go back and try to pick up the Jawhead, one of the favorite picks of Ben Things in the regular season? Those are my biggest questions going to the last pick.
Yeah, no, the Jawhead feels a little too soon and too little. Doesn't do much. We haven't seen him at all. So
there it is, buddy.
Perfect.
There's the combo.
Let's go. Coach Scholar on point here as well. Coach V is in the building. TNC's head coach is already here as well. He's recovered from his ailments from Season 9, the regular season. Glad to have him here, and they are in full force. Going into the second phase of banning, TNC, it's clear that they're just covering their bases. What else might they take away? Maybe another jungler, but at this point, Omega is just, junglers are everywhere for them. They played Akai jungle, they played Cho jungle.
Dude, honestly, I wouldn't be surprised. Like, if they actually go with an Akai jungle again, I feel like we had this kind of reoccurring theme yesterday of let's go with the beefy boys, right? That nice beefy front line, but I'm not sure if they're going to go with that. The one thing I did want to ask, though, is just as a fact checked here, Renmar, the Lolita for Ben Things. If I remember right, this combination that they've taken, the Lilia-Lolita combination, I don't think they've had a loss on it yet.
The Lolita Lilia is not undefeated.
Okay.
But in terms of the picks for them, they do have pretty good records. Lolita, of course, for Ben Things, went 6-2. Meanwhile, Lilia went 4-3 onto the hands of Escalera. Now, going to the bans, CNC, they're taking away the supports. One for great objective control, the other for strong pick-off, individual pick-off burst. Omega, on the other hand, are focusing on the heroes of Cram here. They take away the Esmeralda. Let's see if they'll take away the D-Roth or the Uranus. But if you take away any of those, Cram has just way more picks available for him. He could even go Glue if Omega decide to go for a 3 tanky frontliner lineup with just a marksman and then a high damage dealing mage. That'll be a backline heavy composition, meaning TNC would want to pick up something like the Glue. If Omega bans the Glue here, that's a big sign for TNC that, yes, that's what Omega are going to be going for.
What's interesting here is Coach Bakbet and Coach Scholar are taking their time.
The times.
They're literally just rounding, taking all of the seconds in the draft. So that means they're thinking about this very, very well, very, very carefully. And of course, it's the times. Are TNC starving for Cram picks right now? Do they give it to Cram right here? Because the pool is shrinking.
Yeah, they don't need to. They don't need to panic. They can put their XP laner as their last pick. I think also TNC, that would go well for them because, again, this Grok and Cho can be flexed into certain things. What if you pick it here and then suddenly the matchup won't be favorable? So TNC don't pick up the XP laner yet. They go ahead and pick up the Karina for SDZYZ, which I'm very surprised that Omega let that through for SD.
Yeah, he started the trend here on this Karina with that jungle emblem, right, throughout what we've seen through the season and now. So I feel like, again, this is TNC still following that whole textbook theory, right?
Yeah.
They're not really changing much. I mean, we've seen iterations of this, and it's just going to come down to execution, whereas Omega, they're riding on a huge sweep yesterday on a team that was not, no one was really expecting that kind of outcome. And they're bringing something to the table that kind of speaks with them too, and they lock in the Xavier.
How?
This is amazing.
How did we get blindsided by the Xavier? Etomax's specialty right now, one of possibly just a handful of players in the league right now to have mastered this global threat, as well as the Dairoth. So this is what I was talking about. Picking up the Dairoth here for Omega just answers so many things that TNC may bring, but here's Kramen the Paquito. Last pick.
Ooh, interesting pickup there. I wonder if they're going to do their switcheroo. Seems like they're not going to be changing things up, so it will be XP laner Paquito onto the hands of Cram. Now, I like that, again, that TNC saved their XP laner for last, because now it just allows you to really round off your draft well enough. XP laners for both of these teams will be very important. Renjo and Cram actually play somewhat the same way. Yes, they're known for the two teams that they're with are actually known for really well-executed team fights. Omega a little bit more scrappier, but Renjo and Cram actually play the same way in the sense of they just really love holding onto the lanes and sustaining lanes. But with Renjo now playing the Dairoth, he's going to be more of the aggressive, scrappy fighter. You know, the Dairoth that we saw yesterday up against Echo that really helped Omega come back. Cram, on the other hand, also will have a great chance of being able to pull off his own pickoffs in place, because it's going to be his job to look for the Savior.
I love the spotlight we put on the XP lane. That definitely is something you folks should watch out for. Just the same, it's what Etomax is going to be doing with that Savior. He's watching all the corners, every single lane, even the jungle. You can expect that maybe when it comes down to it, when push comes to shove, might even go for some steals on the Lord.
Yeah, man, and slowly but surely, Xavier has, since the, I guess, regular season, the last couple of weeks that he kind of popped out here, and now I feel like the players that do use Xavier, or the teams that draft him, they've pretty much just gotten to the point where they're so confident with that pick. And if you look at a lot of these, the way the matches go, the objective taking that is kind of the priority of these teams here, it's so valuable, because not only do you have this super short cooldown ultimate, right, the Dawning Light, but you can pump out quite a bit of damage. You have the CC, but also you can snipe out objectives from across the map, and we've seen that so far. So there's always that potential for huge playmaking ability from Xavier.
Yeah, and speaking of playmaking, it might be a difficult experience for Ben Things here in terms of being able to playmake with the Lolita, because with the Grok and the Claude to worry about, you have two really good options with being able to disrupt the charge of the Numenon Blast. That's the ultimate of Lolita. But at the same time, on paper, it might look tough for Lolita, but it's Ben Things we're talking about here. He's probably one of the most prolific Lolita players in the regular season, with his multiple angle Numenon Blast, go from left, right, center, everywhere. It's like, how are you pulling off all these angles with the Numenon Blast?
Homie be like an architect. Just bringing out the protractors and the T-squares, turn around, sidestep.
Hypotenuse.
360.
Math.
Math.
Get that trigonometry formulas out here. But yeah, no, if you guys haven't seen it, go look back at the clips from the regular season. It was honestly shocking the first time we saw it. Quick shout out. That's the buff right there. Quick shout out to the crowd here in lovely Metro Manila. The Filipino Savage set as one of the keys to victory for Omega is that the fact that he has a buff. Halfway a joke, possibly. But the fact is, SMX is a majority, black, green, and blue, man. How do you think that's going to come into play here for the players of TNC? Because for a lot of them, it's their first time being on stage with a crowd. We'll see how that affects them later on. Let's first get into game number one. The land of Dawn beckons. This is Omega versus TNC. As it is confirmed, it's the Jungle Show again on Ryzen.
Oh. It's interesting. I mean, I guess overall, I don't know. It can go 50-50 or for me personally with the Jungle Cho. But to answer your question just real quick about how is that going to affect the players, the crowd, I think it does play an effect. But again, this is a best of 5. It's not a do or die situation, so they will have time to zone in.
Yeah.
Now.
And, forced.
Yeah, a little action here for the Lithuaner, but it should be okay. Everyone going to safely back off here for now.
Oh, hold up. It is, was that an invade? Yeah, SD took the purple first. Away from Ryzen, but it does result in a first blood. Wow, TNC's so ahead here.
Yeah, that threw I mean, we saw him on the purple side, right? Taking that buff, so he took that. So, I mean, I guess this is one of the advantages that you have because you're obviously going to jungle a lot faster with a kid of Karina, right, versus a Cho.
Yeah. A great decision there by TNC to go steal for that purple buff. And now Omega with having a jungle Cho means their backline will be very safe. Actually, Chaknu and Ryzen can both juggle responsibilities in terms of being able to take care of Itomax. You don't necessarily need to take care of a Claude in this scenario. You can maybe have the Claude nearby, but the Cho nearby, but because of the mobility of the Claude being able to use the battle mirror image to just freely go around the map or in the vicinity of the area, he should be fine.
And so far, it's a story of SDZYZ just dictating the pace, even if Chaknu is slowly crossing the river to bother him. We have here Cram and Ben Things mere seconds away from an engagement. They do see Renzio. SDZYZ putting it half.
Oh, man, the turtle's going to be for the taking. I think it's just going to go in the hands here of TNC. Omega, all they could do is try to get some vision, but not going to convert to much.
Yeah. And now with a lineup where you have Savior as one of your main pieces, you have a Claude as your gold laner, this means TNC will probably take control for the first 8 minutes of the game. Maybe at around 7 minutes, Omega might be able to find an opportunity to wrestle control back, but TNC are in control this time around. 2 early deaths on a Savior is never a good sign.
Etomax spots him out. That's 2 of them.
Yeah.
There's nothing much happening except SD. Huh?
Did you steal another one?
He's just,
He
look at him.
stole the orange.
He's level 6, man.
He stole the orange, a 2-level difference between the jungler of OMG and the jungler of TNC. It's like SDZYZ said, now turtles aren't enough, I'm getting buffs too.
Yeah, I mean, this is, again, when you're comparing Karina versus a Cho, both on jungle emblems, you just can't keep up with a Karina, man.
So she's fast.
Too fast, I believe, for Ryzen, but again, we can never count out Omega. We have seen the situation from them yesterday, given Carl TZ's Baumund in that I'd say an epic 3-0. That was pretty epic. There was a good back and forth there.
It was.
But right now, TNC seems to be on a whole nother level. Another page!
Oh, Escalera going to be in trouble here. Pops the black shoes. Going to get focused down. 3 members. There's not much room for you to move here. They find a kill, and that goes over to Omega.
Oh, that was a great call by Omega. Finally stop the aggression of Escalera and get a kill onto Itomax. It will sort of balance out the early game difficulty that he experienced. However, Escalera will still be in the lead, but Omega will try to pull off more things like that. Now looking at the items, no one full build just yet, except for Escalera. Escalera already has the Enchanted Talisman. And SDZYC, of course, traditional pick up there with a Molten Essence. Not going to full build that into a Cursed Helm. Going to go for Dominance Ice first.
Renzio could be in trouble. They're actually deep under the turret. SD able to get a kill back here. Nice job. Look at him. He's almost level 9. Ryzen, not sure if he wants to go ahead and go toe-to-toe with these two, even though Chaknu's there as well.
Yeah, I just said that SDZYZ won't build the Cursed Helm right away, but maybe because of, maybe it's just a preference of SDZYZ. Turtle not going to be going stolen there by Itomax. But SDZYZ did pick up the Cursed Helm, which will help with the magic damage that Itomax deals. SDZYZ gets great HP as well.
When you're that far ahead, I don't think it would be much of a wrong decision to go build that up. It's quick scaling, so why not leverage your advantage? Quick, team fight in the mid.
Now in the mid lane, Max can get focused down here. He's getting quite a bit of damage. Now he's got to back off now. The rest of the team coming up here as well.
Yeah, and now Omega, they are gonna try to wrestle just a little bit more control, but TNC are not gonna make it easy for them. Already going for that tower that unleashes the rotations for Yasuo on the Beatrix, and it will really allow him to go around the map more. TNC will start roaming together. at their core 3, their core 4. They're going to go around, get pick off, but Ryzen looks like he just found a pick off there onto Cram.
Oh, Cram's going to be in trouble, but the 1 versus 2 for a little bit. Dawning Light going to miss here. Omega's got to back off. Escalera now here, popping out that dark energy. He's going to back off just a little bit. A lot of this action, the push and pull.
I think this is the main difference between what Echo did yesterday against Omega and TNC. TNC are pressing the advantage. They are going in straight for more attacks. And even if this is a low kill score game, 1 to 3 in 6 minutes, it's the fact that TNC, again, they know what the next chapter is. They know exactly what the next page is and how to continue bearing down on Omega. But there is one thing that we need to consider. Kelra hasn't died just yet. This seems to be that one Achilles heel that Echo was not able to bear down on yesterday. They always left that gold lane.
That's probably why TNC aren't going to be forcing any moves onto Keller, or haven't forced any moves onto Keller, because they know they just take care of their gold laner incredibly well, so it might be risky. That's why TNC decided to get picks elsewhere.
Oh, man. Nice little vision there. Now, SD going to be forcing Chaknu back here. They actually get this turret again, so advantage-wise, movement around the map in favor of TNC. Turtle's going to be up here too. Ryzen's got to be careful. Man, again, TNC, look at the gold lead that they have.
I think the way that they're addressing the gold lane situation is instead of trying to kill Kelra, they're just bearing down on his lane. Look, they force a switch. Quick turtle take here. TNC not giving any quarter, 100% turtle take rate, and they've cornered Ryzen.
Oh, Ryzen with the Way of the Dragon, the Dawning Light combo. Escalera's got a black shoes out of there. Blazing Duet's going to be pop 2. Now the stun, once again, Cram, but Renzio has to flicker out and survive. Cram is still alive. Wow. Deep under the turret, SD goes. And now he's trying to find another one. That's going to be the stun there. Chaknu flickers as well. Nice clean take there by TNC. Ryzen, you got to get out.
TNC, this is what we called early on in the season, totally nice control, just controlling everything. Textbook TNC right now, the 6.7k gold lead, the items are getting all of it. Omega haven't even broken the 20,000 gold mark, and we're getting close to 8 minutes in.
Yep, that's the rope-a-dope by Cram. Started up by pretending that it was going to be a 1-for-1 or an easy pickoff for a potential objective cross-map. But no, TNC had the next couple of steps ahead, and that's what grew their gold leader to about 7k. Almost a close call. Kelra could have gotten a double kill there, but instead, TNC just completely setting the pace. Now they're going to start taking turrets and objectives. Omega can't even enter their own jungle at this point without having to think of, where's Ben Things?
Yeah, man. And at the same time, SD, again, level 12, he's multiple levels ahead of Ryzen. That's why they have such good control in the jungle, too.
Well, SDZYZ, his efforts early on in the game, stealing buffs, taking objectives, great call there, and now we're feeling the results of that. Omega desperately trying to find a play to get control back.
Oh, Ryzen might bit off a little bit too much so you can chew, but he's going to be okay. Oh, my goodness, never mind. Woo. He gets deleted by the damage from Yasuo.
That was a Renner ult. I was wondering, why was he just sitting there? That was a good 3 seconds that he was just watching Ryzen dash on through, moonwalk through that turtle wall, and then boom.
It's like, nice moves, man. But
you can dance all you want, I'll still get you down. And this now opens up the Lord for TNC Pro Team. 9k now is where their gold lead is at. Nope, it just spiked all the way to 10. Not even 10 minutes in. Omega, maybe at this point they're already thinking about, oh man, what do we have to do with the next game? Because TNC, it's going to be difficult to turn this game around if you're Omega. The only shining light that they have is Kelra hasn't died yet, but Kelra doesn't have enough items. He's 2 levels behind Yasuo.
That's tough, man. Again, Kelra really hasn't been able to utilize this Klon pick. The same can be said for even Ryzen, right? So look at the damage coming out from Yasuo, and now Lord going to be marching up here into mid lane. Flicker's coming in. That's the stun they were looking for. The clean kill here at Dumax falls. The rest of TNC trying to do their best. Blazing Duet. Kelra's in trouble. He's got to go retreat, but also Omega now launching on the base. Going to be a killing spree going over SD as they focus on the base to take game number 1.
I've never seen a base at 50% health, but then the game end screen show up. I think that was the crazy amount of damage TNC already had at that point, especially Yasuo.
I didn't even take a breath. I didn't even blink.
What happened?
The base just vanished. That was shades of their turnaround on Echo. If you'll remember, there was a moment where Escalera made a call to take a side lane blitz. This is the mid lane equivalent. I am not sure where it came from. I'm guessing it's Yasuo. It was just Yasuo straight up just coming in point blank, taking the barrel of his gun, putting it an inch away from the base, and boom.
Yeah. I mean, my goodness. And it's the fact, too, again, TNC's not changing much. This is just their textbook process.
Yeah.
And, I mean, it started in the early game, man.
It looks like complete chaos versus complete order, and TNC took things back to neutral. This is them correcting what happened yesterday. There's no way Omega is this strong all of a sudden.
Yeah.
Let's put things back in order here and remember why we're in the upper bracket. The big boys came out to play tonight.
They did. And showing that the T in TNC probably means textbook. It was just, it feels like I just saw the greatest hits of TNC in one game.
Right.
And this is a best of 5 series. Even in the end there, throughout the entire game, we didn't see Bentings land an incredibly decisive Numenon blast up until that base siege.
Yeah.
And it was still that unique off angle, utilizing the flicker to make sure it connects. He landed it onto 2 or 3 if I'm not mistaken, and it was just enough to ensure that, yeah, we're gonna end this now. Even though Keller got a blazing duet in, knockups from Chaknu, it was a 10k gold lead at that point. Too difficult for Omega to come back.
I don't know, man. Again, the combination of Lolita and Lilia worked so well early game, but you got to give it up to SD, right? The decisions that he made early on really set them up for success.
We were so used to the Lilia-Lolita combo just barricading SD's jungle. It was prior used to clean up who might try to invade, right? It's so solid. There's the burst, the early burst from the Lilia, and Lolita's confirmed stun. But this time around, it was used to not just do that, but it was used to straight up even help SD invade. And that's what allowed TNC to not just do it textbook style, but also they added a few extra pages this time around for the playoffs.
Yeah.
Yeah, my question now will be is if Omega will readjust their banning. The Angela ban on me made sense, but at the same time, the Lilia, other options are still open there for TNC that would probably be better to ban. Maybe they might look into that into game 2. But going back into the highlights here, early on it was just TNC fine. They set the tempo. Again, when you get 2 early kills onto the enemy support, especially a Savior, when you have a Claude on the opposing side as well, a time-dependent marksman, yeah, you have control of the game. And TNC just never let go of it. STZYC included, added more to that with of course him just invading the jungles, taking objectives away from Ryzen. Just early on, see the highlights are going by so quickly.
Yeah, I mean, what's there to highlight here, right? It's TNC just dominating because they gave no chance for Omega to even pop off.
This could have been a better punish. This is, in these moments, these are the spots where Omega just flourished. This is where they totally suddenly punish their opponents, right?
Yes.
But there was just no items there yet. They did not have the damage. They did not have the follow through to make sure that TNC will be reeling right after. Here's the game breakdown for game number 1. Under 10 minutes, Renmar. Under 10 minutes.
Oh, man. I'm going to have to double check if this is the fastest game of the season so far. But look at the difference in the gold lane. 8,600 for Yasuo, not even breaking 6,000 for Kelra. That is the telltale sign of a team that is dominant and a team that struggled for the entire game. The difference as well between Escalera and E2max. And again, I'm putting focus on these two because of how important these two positions are for this specific matchup for the composition. STZYZ is close to double the gold as well that Ryzen got. Going back again to SD, just stealing the buffs and the resources of Ryzen in the jungle. 6-3 in terms of the orange buff favoring TNC, 7-3 in terms of the purple buff. This was just TNC totally in control. Omega trying to find a way to come back, and it's just so difficult to do that. TNC did it 2 ways. 1, let's make sure we take out the jungle. 2, pressure the heck out of E2max so he can't roam, he can't be a presence that will be annoying us. and that will just mean that Keller won't get room because TNC also focused on his tower to make sure it gets taken down. Gold per minute highest here, Yasuo. He had a time of his life in the gold lane, relatively undisturbed. Good amount of kills as well. He was able to maximize the energy shielding on the turret of Kelra. Well, what else is there for me to see in this game? It felt like in those 10 minutes, the highlights just perfectly encapsulated all the key moments. The steals on the jungle, the early pickoffs onto Itomax, TNC being able to rush to the tower, TNC then, once they rushed the 2 towers onto the top lane, they just left that alone. It meant that Renjo on the D-Roth was just stuck with cleaning up. Omega couldn't rely on him for damage and to annoy the members of TNC. TNC, this was them telling Omega, slow your roll, you're up against me now. We're not Echo, and we're showing you why we made it into the top 2. And this is a wake-up call for Omega. My goodness, MVP, Ben Things. Who else? 6 assists.
My goodness, dude. And it's just TNC doing the right things. And like you said, they're here for a reason, right? In our discussions beforehand, again, I put TNC very closely to the power of RSG because they do things on a level that is just executed so well. This was all pieces of the puzzle. And again, this is why the highlights, the game was the way that it was.
Yeah, it's not just the big time plays he was great at. It was also just the information, the constant disruption onto the rotation of Ryzen, telling SDZYZ, yo SD, watch out, he's here. He's helping him track the constant stream of information SDZYZ got. It was the main reason why SD got all the resources in the jungle of Ryzen.
For sure. At any given point in the game, either Bentings was checking the gold lane, which allowed for that quick 2-tower push to close the map up for Kelra, and then if not that, he would be with SD searching for Ryzen. I was going to say, looking at the stats and looking at, again, the highlights, which just really put things into perspective. Man for man, position for position, hero for hero, TNC had Omega checkmate. The Kings of C, they could not answer back. Any angle that they look at it from, specifically their cores, Ryzen and Kelra, the jungler and the gold laner, there was no answer back, right? If you look back at it, the Karina on SD was just everywhere, taking everything from Ryzen. And again, we don't even need to talk about Yasuo.
I mean, the thing is like, I don't understand the Cho jungle pick. I mean, to me, especially against a Karina, right? When there's a Karina on the side, I mean, either way, Cho jungle just seems to not really work so well. And also, if you think about the whole draft here, it would have taken too long for Omega to actually come online, to actually go toe-to-toe. So TNC, it's like, they knew that right away, and they're just like, we have to end this game literally in less than like 12 minutes.
Exactly, and it showed here, Omega thought too much about the late game, too much about their core damage dealers in the Savior and the Claude, that they didn't think about, like, how are we going to cross into that late game? Because going up against a Lilia in lane, that Savior, and I think about players such as Marky. Now Escalera showed it, or he's shown it multiple times this season. If you have a hero such as Lilia who can just constantly clear and constantly damage, somewhat of a bit more static mage, he can't spam his abilities as much in the early game compared to a Lilia can. It's going to be incredibly hard for a Savior to make it to the point where he's farming comfortably at the same time being able to rotate for supports. So for the next game, I said it super early on in this game, but they're going to have to think about taking out the Lilia, not allowing that to go into the hands of Escalera. But the problem is Escalera also has a lot of other picks. If he doesn't get the Lilia, he'll get his favorite Kagura as well, which is similar to what a Lilia can do. Not exactly in terms of the spam, but the capability of just stopping whatever pick that Itomax will be there or might be there.
Yeah, well, in that short analysis of the heroes picked here, one thing we can say is that a lot of it is on Omega. We can consider the fact that they can try to block out what TNC does best. You mentioned Escalera's Lilia, but just the same, I think a lot of this came down to potential mental bloom in the draft, right? It looked like they were trying to do too much with too little time, and against Echo yesterday, they got away with it. They picked the Akai jungle, they picked the Cho jungle, because in all fairness, and now in hindsight, Echo was trying to also do the same thing. They were evolving at a rate that they had no business doing so, right? Carl Tizzy was picking up heroes that we were not thinking are Carl Tizzy heroes for one, but we'll leave that as it is. Here tonight, Omega, I'd say, 1 point of improvement is to go back to the fundamentals. Draft to what might help you get to point A to point B to point C, because this draft looks like mayhem. This draft just looks like it's everywhere all at the same time.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, game one's a good time to try something out, right? Technically, today is a good thing to try something out, but it's not just that.
2 lives.
Yeah, you got 2 lives, right? You got 2 lives on your health bar there. But at the same time, it's kind of like we would like to see them kind of readjust themselves here for game number 2. They can, and I guess it's just having a little more, I guess, variety in the win conditions that they have that they bring to game 2. Because like Renmar mentioned, it was just too one-sided, right? It was too one-sided with the goal at mind, at stake there, and TNC responded really well. So I guess, yeah, the best thing that they can do is ban certain aspects out of TNC's textbook and hope that they can execute better and maybe not depend on such a one-sided win condition.
This is going to be a test for Omega to see how well they adjust, if they can bounce back quickly in this game number 2, because you don't want to give match point right away. The first game was only 10 minutes. So they're gonna need to bounce back here, because honestly, if we think about what we talk about always with the players, momentum and mentality. You sweep Echo yesterday. Today, your first match to start off day 2 of the playoffs. You get beaten in less than 10 minutes or around 10 minutes. And then what if you get brought to match point with TNC leading 2-0? That's going to be difficult for any player and for any team to come back from.
There's very little logic or rationale to what I'm about to say, but these are the kings. These are the kings of C.
Comeback.
These are the comeback kings, and they thrive, they flourish in these situations. But again, those are intangibles. Those are just things that we have come to accept and that we expect from them. And against a burning hot TNC, showing us relatively nothing new. It's possible that this is a lineup that they've played in the regular season, maybe say for the Paquito. Change that, and then it's something that we've seen from the regular season of Season 9. But just the same, we can only ride they're the Kings of C. It's the comeback kings for so long.
Yeah. I mean, if you think about it, what's at stake for Omega is pretty high. I mean, they obviously want to go to MSC and defend that title ahead of them, but they've got to get through this Phoenix, this TNC, right? This is the first step for them. Actually, technically, it's the second step for them. So they got to work their hardest here and do their best, because we are going to be jumping into the draft shortly.
Wow, if the noise here in the halls of SMX are any consideration, there seem to be folks who are so fond of Coach Scholar and SDZYZ.
Yeah, man. Echo and Omega and TNC, rather. It's good to see that TNC are also getting their fair share of noise, because I know yesterday that's when we felt the power of Barangay Omega, how loud their fans are. But the TNC, the Phoenix, are they called the Phoenix Army?
I think they are.
Majin calls them the Phoenix Army.
I don't think it's just about their fan base or just them being around. I'm pretty sure it's also because of their performance.
Yeah.
And speaking of performance, we would like to thank our official sponsor, Samsung. Awesome performance with the Snapdragon 778 5G processor, powered by the Snapdragon 778 5G processor. The Galaxy A7 III 5G is excellent for Gen Z gamers like you and me, who want the smoothest and most lag-free mobile gaming experience, making it the ideal partner in winning Mobile Legends games. Ladies and gentlemen, once more, we would like to thank our official sponsor, Samsung. Again, our counterparts in the Filipino broadcast, which is heard here live at the SMX halls, are making noise for Omega and TNC. I'm glad to hear that it's relatively split. I was expecting the room to mostly be Omega.
Yeah, if you look at it, man, it's pretty much equal, right? You see a lot of orange, you see a lot of blue. I got to get some of those too, man. If you notice, because like throughout these playoffs, they have those those special, what do you call those? Little
Clappers.
Clappers.
I
Little
think.
inflatable clappers.
Yeah.
I would love to collect all of them.
No,
collect
I
them
think,
all.
Oh yeah, they are colored.
They are, yeah.
Oh.
They're for the team, bro.
Maybe that one is TNC specific, because I know here in the arena,
it's red and blue.
It's red and blue for MPL.
No.
TNC have their own
The
set.
Phoenix Army brought their
They
own,
made
bro.
their own.
They brought
That's
their
how
own
they,
weapons.
That's how they roll.
Yeah.
That's how they roll.
And I just had to double check. The loss that Omega just suffered now, it's not the fastest.
Oh.
What
But
was
they
the
were
fastest?
3 seconds. The fastest is RSG and Bren, 9 minutes and 55. This match was 9 minutes and 58. So Omega almost there, but at least they can say at least we didn't have the fastest loss. Only the second and also the third fastest loss.
He's got the numbers up, folks. He's got the numbers up. All of y'all watching from home, wherever you're from, may you be from our neighboring MPL regions, Indonesia, Malaysia, Cambodia, Singapore. Welcome to the stream. You're smack dab in the middle of a best of 5. We're about to go into game number 2, and we just talked about how Omega may come back. But what are the chances here, gentlemen, that TNC show us something new? What if after going under 10 minutes, do you think they have any incentive to show us something new here? Because looking at their battle spells, even their battle spells, this stuck in my mind. I didn't even talk about this during the game, given that it was very quick. No sprints. They don't believe in the fun run meta.
It's not in their textbook, man. They don't.
It wasn't here. Coach, it's not
here in the glossary, right?
We don't have a chapter for sprint yet. No one wrote it.
It's an outdated edition textbook, but
still working.
Yeah, but like going back to it, I mean, TNC doesn't have to change anything. They haven't had to the entire season, so I don't know if we're even going to see that here for game number 2.
With that being said, let's get into the draft. TNC now on the play. It's their turn. They're taking out the 1-1 in the Eve, while Omega ban out the Valentina, as you do on the red side.
Yep, pretty standard bans here so far, but Omega, maybe they might be able to force something new out of TNC depending on what they ban, but so far they're still taking sticking to the bans for the Masha, and I'm just waiting to see what the bans are going to be for Omega, because that'll determine what TNC might show. However, just because Omega bans a certain way doesn't mean they can't show anything. If TNC are going to show something, it has to be something relatively low risk. Something a little bit, maybe something another team has already shown and worked, but maybe they haven't tried it out themselves. Again, this is the team with the lowest unique heroes pick. They have a lot of room for flexibility. So many other teams have showed different kinds of playstyles already that might work for them.
Case in point, sprint. That might be that one adjustment they have.
It's not a hero, it's a spell.
It's a spell. The change is the spell.
First pick is open here for them. Cho is still out there in case they want to steal it away. Lilia, we've seen them do this.
Yep.
Blue side, first pick, Lilia.
Yeah, one of the few teams to do it, and I wouldn't be mad if they would go ahead and did that. They felt it really well, but this time around, no, TNC says, we'll take away the Grok instead, taking away a comfort pick for Chaknu. Gonna have to double check. If I'm not mistaken, this is probably gonna be a first for Ben Thinks if he does pick that up, but just in general, a first for the entire team.
First for the entire team?
Yeah, no Grok yet for the entire team.
Here's that new thing.
That's the new thing.
Here's the new edition of the textbook.
But look how Omega respond. They immediately respect the heck out of that. They'll take it away, and they pick up the Beatrix as well.
Not just respect, man. They fear it. They took away 2 of the heroes that gave him the L game 1.
I mean,
that's humbling.
Why not? Right?
Well,
you want to
step one to success, maybe. Yeah.
It's like Omega saying, "I fear no man, but that thing, it scares me." Now let's see what TNC will pick up here. If I wanted to see them already pick up their mid laner. They pick up the show. Ooh, okay, room for flank. No, it's TNC sort of like, they're kind of showing off to Omega. They're drafting to similar.
What if they draft in the same exact draft?
Oh, but no, they pick up the Selena instead for Escalera.
Interesting. We don't see Selena often, right? She's usually banned.
Yes, she is.
So in that once in a blue moon moment, she does show up. She makes waves in the metagame. Her win rate swings left and right. Omega closing up the first phase with the Karina. Choke points for both teams. It looks like Omega still does not have an XP laner. TNC, they're relatively flex because thinking about this, it now looks like the Grok might not even be a roamer.
Yeah,
Can you
they
imagine?
can still swap that. And by the way, I find it so funny. Omega is drafting like TNC.
Yes. And I was going to say, can you
like
imagine that TNC decides to play Jungle Cho? What if?
Oh, man. And that's just going to be them showing off at that point. It's just like, let me show you how it's done.
Shemaya Daniel Cho?
It's almost the name.
And Omega is doing, Omega's kind of doing the same thing here. Like, hey.
Maybe.
Just swap the draft here.
Pakbet and Scholar just exchange that one, like, long gaze across each other. It's like, it's happening? Yes.
They're just nodding. No words muttered. Now, Omega, though, are focusing on the gold laners. Good ban of the Popol and Koopa. That is still a tandem to fear with the Selena. And of course, with how well a Grok can roam, if ever that will be a roam Grok, it's something to watch out for. I won't be surprised if they'll continue taking away the heroes here of Yasuo. But he has a good amount of options. TNC don't even need to go marksman for Yasuo. He can go Paquito.
Yeah, I was going to say, he has that one non-marksman hero. So we'll see. Paquito's still out there. That's one more ban for Omega before they close out. I'm guessing this isn't Yasuo chokeout. It would be too much. It would be overkill.
Yeah, they're going to have to take something else out. But maybe they'll think about taking away something from SDZYZ. He still has options available for him as well.
Well, there it is. It's going to be a Baksha pick.
Okay.
I don't know. Is that kind of...
I think that's Omega saying I think that's them actually taking away something as a potential for SDZYZ.
Yeah.
He hasn't played it this season, but it is an option for him. So it's like Omega saying, "Oh, we'd rather see you play an assassin."
We don't want the
Because
beefy boys.
Yeah, with the beefy boys, because Omega might be more ready for an assassin for SDZYZ.
Yep, still out there for Omega, the Dairoth or the Esmeralda. These are a couple of power picks for the Commando, aka the showstopper, Renzio. For TNC, it's still up there. Again, the fact that these three first picks are so flex has me scratching my head.
I don't know, man, but I guess that's the beauty of the first phase of the draft, right? Because, yeah, they can still flex those nicely. Now Omega going to go ahead and lock in the Esmeralda.
Oh, good ban there. And TNC goes ahead and picks up the Lancelot, and they pick up the
a classic.
All right,
Classic.
all right. Hold your horses, folks. We're not going that direction. They just waited until it was safe for them to do this, and this is as classic TNC as it gets. Save for maybe the XP lane Grok.
Man, it's okay, boy.
Yeah, it's something new, but it's also mixed in there with something they're very familiar with. So it's not too risky. Omega just needs a pick here for Chakno. There's not a lot of options he can bring out. He can go ahead and pick up the Lolita if he wants to.
Would he go Kufra? Like, I don't think he would even want to go with the Kufra here.
That seems a bit too focused on, okay, he goes ahead.
It's the Mamba, bro.
I did it.
It's the Mamba.
This is a Chak Mamba surprise, locked and loaded,
You
buddy.
wrote him a rap. You've seen him do this years season after season, and of course it's going to happen.
Yes.
I was going to say the Lolita was not bad either.
Like if they did the combo themselves,
Yes, but the only thing is, would you dare do that against the team who showed us how to do it?
That's a good point.
Right? Would you do it against the Pioneers? I would not. So, again, I think that's what Coach Pakbet told Chaknu. Just do what you can. Do what you want. Do what you're good at.
This was a key to victory.
Yes.
Like, let him be comfy and pick those heroes that he's known for, because that's the best environment for them, right? Specifically for the Chak Mamba. So, I mean, so far, it's great. Also, I think this is a better pick for Ryzen, because at the same time, he's going to be able to have a better time in the jungle with the speed, right, on this Karina. But now we're going to see these two kind of assassins duke it out in the jungle, while the rest of the team kind of helps to support them with the pace.
Yeah, and at the same time, though, I feel like this adds even more pressure for Kufra, for Chaknu. Here we go again, for Chaknu to actually land Tyrant's Revenges. But at the same time, for Omega, they don't need to rush things. They can play this at a slightly slower pace and play around the rotations of the Chak Mamba.
The question is, will TNC allow that? We're about to find out. Welcome to game number 2. Omega looking to bounce back, reset from that 10-minute victory by TNC. Confirmed. This is Cram on that weapons mastery Grok with a sprint.
What's going on there? I mean, that is interesting. He's going to have quite a bit of damage in the wild charge.
Yeah, and it's that Grok mechanic of with like every point of physical attack, he gets a bit of defense. So it's just him gonna be building physical damage items, and that makes him like a pretty formidable fighter with a good amount of damage and a great amount of time to miss.
Wow. So this time, they're actually going to focus on trying to counter SD, again, to not let him have a good start here. But where Ryzen on the Karina, like I said, will have a much better early game. This is a great point for Omega.
But I think the gambit that TNC is playing at is the fact that they are going to give Kelra hell in the early game. There's nothing he can do here, right? Look at Escalera staying in the gold lane with Yasuo, essentially babysitting him, acting as the roamer, because if I'm not mistaken, Bentings hasn't bought his roam item yet, so that's going to be a well farmed up Bentings in mid.
Yeah. Oh, I think it's Escalera rocking the roam.
Yes,
so,
yes.
Yeah, so it's Escalera, roam, Selena. Bentings is the one taking care of the mid lane. A slight adjustment there, and it will work out very well because they'll have access to the Wave the Dragon much sooner. First turtle fight might be too risky for Omega to actually take here, but let's see if TNC will put themselves in a good enough position, because already Ryzen went for the turtle, and STZYZ, will he get his purple first or go for the turtle? Nope, we're going to see each other in the purple pit. Turtle
right now.
pit.
Yeah, the turtle pit indeed. Chaknu going to charge up here, looking for a moment. SD going to get knocked up. That's going to be quite a bit of damage here. SD's got to get out of there. Is able to survive, but the turtle's going to be secured here by Omega.
Already we're seeing the winds of change blow into the halls of SMX, because Omega, despite TNC, SDZYZ's efforts, still found a stranglehold onto that first objective, which is great because you want to trade out for what Kelra's going through. Can Chaknu save him? Or can Kelra even fire back? Oh, it looks like he does.
Oh, yeah, he does. He does take an arrow there, but good thing Chaknu came in time.
Yeah. In the other part of the map, as that was happening, actually Bentings tried to stop Ryzen from stealing away the purple buff of SDZYZ. We're going to have to check, though, if Ryzen was able to secure that. It's not in Bentings, so Ryzen stole the buff of SD. So now it's Ryzen of the Karina doing to SD what SD did to him in game number 1.
Yeah, man, like I said, he does not want to, he's kind of showing him, hey, you gave me hell game 1, I'm going to return that to you for game number 2.
Man, Lancelot doesn't look like such a great pick anymore in the current metagame, especially in the sprint. Fun run meta, yeah, like as soon as you click that, you're out of range even for a fully puncture-ready Lancelot. Like, he's forced to use the Phantom Execution to even get into range with you. That's how crazy Sprint is now.
Yeah, I'm surprised too, because once again, Omega actually, just the way that they're playing, it's a lot better in the fact that they have more time to actually be successful in the early game instead of just waiting for that late game potential here.
But there's not even a single sprint on Omega. Now looking at it, they seem to be going back to the older meta to answer back what TNC is bringing right now. Let's look at the items.
Yeah. And now TNC, no full build item yet for SD. Ryzen, see if he's going to go ahead straight and pick up that Cursed Helm much closer there. Of 2-5 already in terms of the gold. Not yet 2K for SD, but he is getting close. I'm looking at the jungle items here.
Oh, Escalera actually going to land that arrow, but Max already using the black shoes here. Turtle's going to be up. Who's going to secure that one? Nice Tyrant's Rage! And they grab a kill here. Cram is taken out of the picture. Now the Turtle's going to be for the taking. Renzio trying to zone him out. Bentings still there. TNC actually just going to give this one away.
What a reset by Omega. It seems like it was pacing, timing, and yeah, a good mix of hero selection that got them down in game number 1. And here, all of a sudden, Ultra Instinct, Coach Pak bet mode going, all right, draft this, do this, pick this, and play this way. We'll get him. We'll play. They'll play at our time now. And it's so rare to see Omega be in control in the early game, but that's exactly what's happening here 5 minutes in.
Yeah, and I mentioned earlier with Kufra, Omega can or should play slow, play around the rotations of Chaknu, and that's what they've been doing. It's a very slow game, only 1 kill, and that 1 kill came off of Chaknu getting that pick off. Omega can continue this pace. They don't need to rush anything. Steadily go for the objectives in your own jungle, check if you can get a pick off.
Oh,
that's 1!
Wow, Chaknu, the Chak Mamba, but there's no connection there. That would have been an amazing play. charges up with the flicker as well.
Love the respect both teams are putting on. Yes, Omega is ahead 2K. Yes, the key players from Omega have an item above their counterparts on TNC, or at least are steps ahead when building up to those full items. But the fact remains, Omega is still in the danger zone. They're still in the red. If they let go of this grasp that they have on the early game, TNC can punish so hard. Yeah, we're talking about how Omega is so good at coming back, swinging back, but they have also been known to have the tendency to let go.
Yeah. Like when they have this small lead. I mean, I think it's a 2K gold lead that they have right now. They've got that kill as well. So they're obviously setting the pace here, and they're so used to, I feel like, coming back in games that sometimes it's easy for it to slip out of their hands, right, when they actually have this control. And TNC has been in pretty much all situations. So like you mentioned, Leo, they have to be super careful not to let TNC kind of take over here.
Yeah, and that's why I still suggest what they're doing now. Just keep doing it. Go for a slower pace, play around Chaknu. Again, that would have been a beautiful pickoff. Didn't get it, but that was the right call to make at that situation. Now, the next thing we have to watch out for here are the power spikes of the marksman. Yasuo currently was already able to build the Endless Battle, and because of the pressure that Kellera experienced early on, he was forced to build the steel leg plates, and he hasn't full built yet the BOT. He does have the 2 swords. He just needs a little bit more gold to full build that. Once Kellera has that BOT, maybe we'll start seeing Omega turn up the pace a little bit, but still in a more controlled state. The BOT is what Kellera needs to be fully activated at this point of the game.
Speaking of Kellera, his tier 1 has been pushed in, so that's easier said than done, definitely. An engagement here, Chaknu stretching out.
Chaknu getting to stretch in, just giving the vision as well. SD, half health. He's got to be careful here. Now Ryzen joining the party, bend things. A lot of this poke, but look, finally, a turret is taken out again here. Cram, gonna back off too.
Here's what I'm talking about. Omega, they know that they have priority on most engagements, but it seems like TNC is playing on a whole other wavelength. TNC is playing the map. TNC is thinking not of the late game, because you are going to lose that against Omega for many different reasons, but they are playing the mid-game spike.
And this is TNC respecting the team fighting capabilities here of Omega. They didn't even try to force something into getting that turtle. They gave it to Omega as well. Yes, it's the first 3 turtles of the game. The gold lead is starting to get a little bit out of hand, but it's close enough that TNC, as long as they can find a well-executed skirmish, then TNC can turn it around in their favor.
This is a tough thing.
Yeah, no. I was going to say that Lord is up next, and this may be where TNC turns it around, unless Omega, again, puts him in a position where they doubt themselves.
And at the same time, Escalera also just needs to land 1 major Abyssal Arrow. An Abyssal Arrow with the members of TNC close by enough to burst is going to be good enough. Chaknu charging it up.
Chaknu goes in once again, and Benthing's able to survive here. Turret's going to be worked on. They do want to get this turret down. They open up the map some more. Omega definitely does. Okay, they're going to get it there. So they finally get this one down. That's going to be huge. SD now going to be focused off out of his jungle, so he's not going to be able to get this purple buff either.
Operation Chokeout has begun. Now Omega, I can see it, I can feel it in the way that they're playing and what decisions they're making, is they know that they're 1 step closer into TNC's court, as you will. They're closer to eventually making that goal.
Yeah, now, you know, the thing is, too, with that big pickup from Yasuo, it's like we haven't seen much because they're actually playing pretty smart here. That's going to be the way of the dragon, not going to be a followed up. Chaknu going to be okay. But again, this is TNC actually pacing very well considering their situation. So there's still a big threat here from TNC.
Abyssal Arrow, it needs to connect, but it needs to connect at a target that can be bursted down. And at this point, that's just mainly Kellera on the Beatrix. And now Omega, that steady pace can go much faster. And this is them speeding it up, trying to go for Escalera. But nope, no play there. They just give enough space so that they have control in the Lord Pit. Close to 9 minutes in, 3K, a gold lead for Omega.
Well, if you think about it, it's going better than game number 1 for Omega here. But now the Lord's going to be actually started. Cram trying to get some vision once again. He is on that Grok. Has the sprint available too. No arrow going to land just yet. Lord, less than half health. Who's going to be able to secure this one? There's the Way of the Dragon. It's going to be landed here. Chaknu could be in trouble. He does get the Timer's Rage out, but he's taken out here. That's one down for Omega. And the Lord's going to reset, but they respond. Kelra finds Yasuo.
The Filipinos savage. Wow. So the fact that he wasn't dying in game number 1 wasn't much of a difference, but now in game number 2, it seems to be the difference maker.
Escalera taken out here. Now this is the time for Omega to go ahead and start up the Lord. They should be able to have free reign on this, but in the jungle, also look at the zoning potential coming out from Renzio. This is going to be a nice, easy Lord for Omega.
Nothing. Omega played the roundabout way. They wanted to make sure that every single step was certain. They were not letting any cracks through. And eventually, they got their first big major objective. And yeah, pushed a few turrets along the way.
Now Omega can just push with the Lord. They might be able to get a few inhibitors. If they don't, that's fine. They're already in control. They're playing faster, but still controlled. This is what I like about it. They've been playing at a steady pace all throughout, waiting for their specific power spikes to speed things up. And then in the moments where they speed up and find something, they slow it back down in a more controlled state. Omega definitely learned and adjusted from game number 1.
Oh, SD, you're in trouble, buddy! Ryzen finds SD and takes him down. And again, the Lord is still up. Gonna make its way up the top lane. The rest of Omega focusing around this side of the jungle. Benthing's got to be careful. He's going to get pushed out of the jungle. And now the response for TNC's defense.
These little corners in the map, especially the jungle, are basically no man's land for TNC members. And now they're going to slowly get trapped in their base, and it's a slow choke, a procedural dissection of what TNC's assault or offensive gameplay may be. Man, Omega definitely earning that name, the Comeback Kings, but we're extending that comeback from game 1 to game 2.
Yeah,
it's a long run.
It's a long run. Look at the assault here. Going to crack open the base of TNC. Omega definitely having a better game here. Now look at the gold lead. The turrets are going to fall here. No arrows able to connect here from Escalera. And right now TNC trying to do their best to defend. The falling star move comes in from Renzio. That's going to be another turret taken. Omega going to play the smart game here. And they're going to back off.
That's what I said earlier. Omega can get a couple of inhibitors, and they did. Just 2 towers remaining at TNC. The two ones in that bottom lane. Omega will just wait for the next Lord, and with the next Lord, they can end it there. It's not impossible for TNC to make a comeback, but it's difficult for them to do that with a lineup such as this. Cram can definitely make a play to punish Omega maybe being a bit too excited to end the game, catch them off guard, and just have Yasuo burst them down, SDZYC, Z as well as Escalera. That might get them something, but it won't get them a wipeout. It'll probably get them 2-3 kills that'll force Omega to just go back a bit to give a bit more room for TNC. But with how Omega is playing, I will be surprised if they force an error like that, or if they commit an error like that at this point.
Discipline seems to be key for Omega. About 15 seconds away from that Lord. Yeah. And if you'll notice, Chaknu put up that sticker in honor of their fallen besties in Bren. They are looking to avenge the M2 World Champions in this battle, which also had quite the history with the franchise at TNC.
Yeah, and right now, man, Omega, they're going to go ahead and start up this Lord. They're going to be able to do it quite quick, too. Meanwhile, SD at the top. Omega should be fine. Once again, 9K gold lead. Etu Max trying to zone out. Ben thinks. Here comes SD. He's going to be able to fight off this one. They're not too sure they want to actually commit to this. Look at the jungle. Now the action comes in. Yasuo's taken out. It was a bait and a disaster so far. Ben thinks now the focus has to flicker out. Can he actually survive here? The follow-up comes in. Way the Dragons try to survive, but it's only a matter of time. He's taken down into the dirt here, and Omega once again not letting up.
They gotta clear the waves.
It's over. It's over. The masterful corralling of the members of TNC have resulted in a blitz by Omega, just scattering the lost members, the left survivors, eventually leading into what was that? A misdirection.
Yeah.
Omega just as quickly, man. If in duration it was TNC, in execution it was Omega this time around.
It was like a feint. I think that's a word. It's like we're gonna try to start this Lord. You get people out of position, and then they just punish them for that disposition. So nice feint there,
Yeah.
and great game coming out from Omega.
Yeah, TNC in that scenario, we're expecting that Omega would just stay in the lore, try to get that. With where SDZYZ was, he was coming from the top lane, going through the jungle, positioning himself close enough to potentially steal it away, but Omega said, no, oh, I see you. We see where you are. Okay, we're going to go closer to your purple buff. And they found the key target, or one of the key targets, which was Yasuo. Once we saw that Yasuo, that Clint, go down, that was a signal. That's going to be it
I think
for
you said that,
TNC.
right? You're like, that's it.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, that's it.
Redmar called it, you know, because, yeah, I mean, again, this is, if you think about it too, Redmar and Leo, Yasuo, he doesn't have a huge expanded hero pool, but he does it so well. And this time he didn't actually get to utilize the Clint pretty much at all.
Yeah, one of the things that the Clint has over the Beatrix is the mid-battle mobility. I consider that, and I define that as being able to move in, weave in and out. It's not damage. It's the fact that he can keep going and keep dealing the damage at a steady rate. But if you're playing against a team like Omega here, with the way that they corral, again, members, that seems to be their main strength here. They put the members of TNC where they need to be to end it, just consistently for about good 8-9 minutes towards the end, and that's one of their strengths. They literally just nerfed the way Yasuo could be playing.
Yeah.
We have ourselves a hell of a series. It's tied now. And if there are people there thinking after the performance of TNC that, yeah, Omega's probably going to bow out here. Now Omega aren't going down with the fight. TNC, now it's their turn to wake up and adjust. And Omega showed that they can adjust, but TNC also showed in the regular season they adjust incredibly well.
Man, I don't know. So TNC ended up surprising us a little bit with their picks there. And I don't know. I think for ahead of them, game number 3, they just go back to their textbook selves. But at the same time, the thing can be said here that, I mean, execution is a big factor because we've seen them play. They're comfortable heroes. And also at the same time, it's funny because they banned out the Angela towards Chaknu, but he actually still got the Kufa, which, again, he's very well known for. And a lot of the times, too, the sets coming out from Chaknu helped them find success. But again, it came down to also Ryzen being a lot more comfortable. So I feel like Omega, overall as a team, should be they've come to a point where they're sitting down a lot more comfy than game 1.
Yep, I may have to either eat my words or it's odd. There's a weird concoction of emotions in me because it's a partly I told you so or I saw that coming because Omega, look at their draft. It's basically back to basics. It's fundamentals as compared to what they brought in game number 1, which is, we're the meta now.
Yeah.
So this is possibly a way for them to answer back what TNC is bringing to the table here, which is just, street level MLBB. Like, you have to play your best mechanically and fundamentally at any given time for you to even get a chance to fight back, and that's what they did here. 1-1. The Kings of C have not been checkmated just yet. They won this game, and we'll see if they can come back from the series. Look at the highlights.
Ben, I would love to see a game go the series go the distance here. So again, this is what I'm talking about, right? It took a while for things to start. So we went from the 5-minute mark to the 10-minute mark. It's still 0-1, almost 10 minutes, the first Lord here. But you can see the decisive action coming out from Chaknu and just the follow-up from the rest of the squad from Omega, taking down TNC time after time.
Yeah, and at this point, it was Omega in control. They, dare I say, I'm not saying that teams that play like this is just TNC, but this time in game number 2, they played like TNC. This time in this game, they drafted like TNC. And then at the same time, Omega were just able to find a way to be decisive about things. They were surgical. They knew what they wanted to do at certain points. They didn't force anything that they didn't need to force.
It was step by step. That's what they needed to do. They needed to go back to a blueprint. They need to go back to a plan. Game 1, I don't know what their plan was. I think they were just going off of the momentum that they had yesterday against Echo, and it was all about shock and awe. Like, oh wow, is it really Jungle Cho again?
You know what's weird? I didn't even realize that was only a 1-6 game. Like, there's only... It was super low score.
It was similar to game 1. Game 1 was also a low kill score game.
but it just seems like there's so much action. Like there's so much action, right? But early on there wasn't because it was about the pace setting. And I felt like at a time too, TNC was almost to the point where again they would be allowed to pop off. The switch would come on. Like it was like a flopped situation from game 1 to game 2.
Yeah, Omega, let's see if they'll be drafting similar to how they did, because this is a draft where they don't need to change so much. The only thing that'll change how they're going to play here is what TNC decides to ban. Similar to the story of going into game number 2.
Yep. Well, we are going to go back and figure out exactly what went wrong for TNC here, but we'll first hear from Mara Aquino. In just a bit. We are going to hear from Mara Aquino in just a bit. For now, we are going to be looking back at the series real quick. It is not checkmate just yet.
Yeah.
This is the closest series so far, save for NXP Omega last night. I was about to, I literally take it back just now because NXP Ionic Game 5 lives free, rent free in my mind.
Yeah.
You guys were there.
Yeah.
I am jealous. That was one of the series that I wish I casted.
I mean, I still hope for a 5-game series. I know, last night was it was a long night. Let's be real. We went into
understatement.
Yeah, it was an understatement. Went to day 1.5 here, but for this, I mean, again, despite the situation, we love to see it.
Yeah, definitely. We'll see. Again, once more for reals this time. Let's throw it over to Mara Aquino to hear from our teams.
Game number 2, we are tied at 1-1 in our best of 5 series. Dito tayo sa backstage at kitang-kita natin, nagmi-meeting ang Smart Omega. Dahil nanalo sila ngayon, gusto nilang i-continue ang kanilang momentum. They're looking very serious. Hindi muna tayo lalapit sa kanila just to give them a little bit more of privacy. Hintayin natin ng konti. Pagtapos na sila, tignan natin, ayan, nag-uusap sila. Si Outplayed is very vocal right now. He's talking to his team. They're strategizing. Si Eto Max, kitang-kita ang kanyang mukha, napakaseryoso. I wonder what they're talking about right now, and we're gonna listen in just a bit. Coach, why not? Kinakausap ngayon si Kelra. Si Kelra ngayon ang kinakausap niya at si Ryzen. He's talking to Ryzen right now. So, Zapnu, it looks like you're free. Hi. Okay, congratulations sa inyong pagkapanalo ng game number 2. Parang biniliktad nyo yung nangyari ng game 1. Game 1, natalo kayo at 9 minutes and 58 seconds. In fact, parang dinaanan kayo ng inyong kalaban. Game number 2, biniliktad nyo, ginawa nyo the exact same thing that was done to you. Ano ang pinagkaiba at paano kayo nakapag-adjust ngayong game 2?
Sorry, wala akong boses, sir. Bali, yung game 1 kasi nabigla kami dun sa blue buff. Talagang sobrang gap ni Ryzen. Lahat ng neutrals inagawan si Ryzen kaya level 3, level 5 yung kalaban. Tapos nung game 2, parang in-adjust lang namin. Kuha kami ng priority heroes para di na mangyari yung nangyari sa game 1.
Okay, it looks like sobrang seryoso ng inyong huddle. Actually, in fact, akala ko nga kasi usually pag nananalo kayo, maingay kayo, nag-celebrate kayo, but this time, walang ngumingiti. Game face on. Bakit?
Para sa amin kasi TNC, isa sa pinakamalakas na team din talaga. Kailangan seryosohin. Kumbaga, wala talaga kami idea, wala kaming info sa kanila kung paano sila kakalabanin. Kumbaga, ngayon, nagigets na namin kung paano yung iikot yung draftings.
Sino ba sa panig ng TNC na nagiging sobrang problematic para sa inyo? And what do you, if you can share with us, what are you gonna do this time around for Game 3?
Nahihirapan kami siyempre, Bentings and Escalera.
Yes.
Yung dalawang yan. Kaya yun, adjust lang kami ng gagawin namin dito sa next game namin.
Okay, off topic muna. Bakit nawawala yung boses mo nung ginagawa mo? Nag-one shot ba kayo kahapon, kagabi?
Hindi.
Celebrate? Okay, last time sabi nyo 1 oras lang yung tulog nyo. How many hours did you guys get to sleep today?
2 hours.
2 hours? Okay. Hito, wait lang ah. I-pull natin si Hito. Saglit lang bago natin i-turn over sa ating casters. Okay, paano mo pinasaya ang iyong koponan kagabi? Kasi sobrang saya nyo. Now, how did you motivate them? Kasi ikaw yung palagi nag-motivate eh.
Sabi ko sa kanila, wag sila masyadong mamblema. Akong bahala sa kanila, papasahin ko sila. Meron, huwag mo ko siraan.
Ano sabi mo? Share,
Sabi ko sa kanila, magiinom tayo pag tayo nag-champion dito. Akong bahala sa inyo, lilibre ko kayong lahat.
Wow! Yayamanin!
Lahat ng nanonood.
Lahat ng nanonood. Oh, narinig niyo yan to everybody watching. One shot with One Shot Omega. Back to you, casters.
There it is. Welcome back to the desk. I hope you guys weren't as surprised as we are because we're going into game number 3. Once more, as always, it's we Bear Bros at your service. My name is Leo, joined here by Naisu and Renmar Santa Cruz. And as the great Billy Zapno Alfonso said, last night was relatively rough for Omega. Despite their 3-0 victory against Echo, you know, some things just never change. But again, that's key. That is essential to who makes them who they are.
Man, Omega is literally the comeback kings. I'm pretty sure everybody at this point kind of knows that. That's their title, that's their phrase. Again, if you think about game 1 to game 2, quite the flip-flop here.
Yep, and we'll see in the game breakdown exactly what might have happened. Let's take a look at the numbers.
Now, with Cram on that Weapons Master XP laner, Grok, of course, as expected, he went for the full build on the damage items, but because of the control that Omega played this time around, similar to what happened in Renjo game number 1, we actually didn't get to feel Cram's presence as much in this game. At the same time, Chaknu, I feel like, just gave an incredible amount of pressure onto Ben Things. If Ben Things in game number 1, the pressure he provided was for SDZYZ to the jungle of Rising in terms of getting the information. This time around, the pressure of Chaknu was to stop the rotation of Ben Things. Having the Kufra going up against the Cho, initially at first I wasn't completely feeling the Kufra pick, but then of course we got reminded of this game. It's a Chak Mamba. He knows how to play with that Kufra against certain types of heroes, and he really stopped Ben Things from being able to dash in, dash out past walls, get information. Because of that bouncing ball, just the bouncing ball alone would actually stop the momentum of Ben Things from getting info. A quick stun from the Tyrant's Revenge, and what I loved here as well was Itomax always ready to cover for Chaknu. So if in game number 1 we saw a great combo of Ben Things and Escalera, the Lolita and Lilia together, this time it's Omega's turn for their remix of that, this time with a Chaknu. With a Kufra and the Lilia. I always mix up Kufra and Chaknu. It's like, since season 7, this has been happening. And this was a dominating performance this time from Omega. A similar kind of dominance to what TNC showed. Very slow pace, but there's nothing wrong with that, because with a slow pace, they were also incredibly methodical and surgical. As Naisu pointed out earlier, from minute 5 we went to 1 kill, close to minute 10 it was still 0-1, and then that's when the next amount of kills would go on. In that second kill that eventually, at around the 10-minute mark when they fought for that first Lord, Chaknu getting taken out was just so that Omega can push forward. Because of the lead that they had then, they can sacrifice Chaknu, but as long as the rest of Omega are ready to push forward and punish TNC, which they did, Kelra committed that flicker to get that boom, Wesker shotgun blast to the face of TNC. Omega were able to win that fight. Now this time around, Ryzen with an MVP performance, just very methodical with getting objectives. He did what he needed to do. The good, smart rotation. I also, if I'm not mistaken, it was the first turtle wherein it looked like Omega weren't gonna contest that. I'm not sure whose call it was, but it was great decision on Ryzen's part to just go ahead and go for that turtle. Because TNC, they're still trying to position around it. They came from trying to make a play to Omega somewhere closer to the bottom lane. Ryzen just said, nope, I'm going to get this turtle. And that helped Omega build their momentum for the next few minutes, and eventually momentum enough to take control and win the game.
This is an interesting approach to the items, because in game 1, SDZYZ straight up built the Cursed Helm.
Yeah.
Ryzen held onto the Molten Essence.
He didn't need it. He just wanted it. I mean, if you think about it, because again, he had a much better early game, so it's like, you know, he knew that he could just go ahead and continue on his route. And like Renmar mentioned, that first turtle take, that was actually set up also really good by Chaknu once again, because if I remember right, they forced SD out of there and they got the turtle. So this allowed them to kind of snowball in a way. And that wasn't a crazy kill game, but just to have that advantage. And again, this is a characteristic of Omega where we're happy to see them, because a lot of the times, once again, they're not used to having the lead, and they didn't let it slip out of their hands this time.
What impresses me the most is the fact that, yes, Omega was in the lead, and they were so disciplined to keep the lead.
Yeah.
And going back to something that you mentioned earlier, Leo, that Lancelot pick eventually did not work so well. Maybe because of what the priorities are in this current meta, but we actually didn't see a lot of different picks compared to what we saw when Lancelot just kept getting picked in the first half of the season. He still got picked enough in the second, but it was just more of Omega understood that with the Lancelot being purple buff dependent, that there are certain situations where they can force better positioning for themselves in major objectives in certain areas, because they know SDZYZ will still be trying to get his purple and Ben thinks is still defending him.
Oh wow, it's come to that point in the metagame where Lancelot, we can call Lancelot buff dependent.
Like Ling?
That's miserable. Yeah, like Ling.
Yeah.
But the thing is, Ling now has amazing burst damage.
Yeah.
And mobility for the map. What does Lancelot have now? That's what a turn of
flashy.
events. What a turn of events.
He's just flashy.
That's
Literally,
sad.
he just like ching ching ching, right? He's like,
That's very accurate.
He does sounds now too.
I don't. That wasn't me.
No, guys, it's actually Naisu who does the sound effects. Y'all thought it was Leo, y'all thought it was me. Nope, it was Naisu this whole time.
All right, so now going back again, we're 1-1. It's as equal as it gets. Again, what was it? 11 something, right? The way it ended.
Yeah.
11-minute mark.
Around the 11-minute mark.
12 under 12.
Yeah.
So that's what, about a couple minutes between these two teams.
Mm-hmm.
They are so equally matched.
Yeah, these are fast games. Like I thought, like after game number 1, games would stretch out a little bit longer, but no.
Ooh. Is it 2-0? This might be Barangay Omega. That is the worst translation I could have gotten, but that's what Google Translate would have given you anyways.
Yeah. And sir, it's currently 1-1 on the scoreboard. But maybe that's why I had a question mark.
Yeah, no.
Maybe like the next games.
It's rhetoric. Did you think it would be 2-0? No, this is Barangay Omega. There you go. That's a better translation, folks. Metaphors and figures of speech aren't very good for translate.
Well,
it's difficult.
We try our best to translate, right?
Oh, yo, someone's challenging Man G to a 1v1.
Who sent you? Did Butter send you?
You take off the mask. It's Butters, actually.
No, it's OSX. It's always the 1v1 too.
Oh yeah. Homie didn't get the memo.
One shot Omega.
Yeah, I'm surprised that I'm not sure if the CEO Hito is speaking for the Omega organization.
Mm-hmm.
It might actually be on the personal bill of Hito when he mentioned that shots for everyone if Omega are champions.
Well, we'll see. I would not mind a bottle of Monster Energy drink.
Orange
juice. Or orange juice or apple juice.
Apple juice.
There's plenty to have, and plenty we need given how long our days go.
Yeah. Power us through.
Yeah, it's 4 days of MLBB esports action for the world. Once more, welcome and hello. We're going into game number 3 of TNC versus Omega. You know what? Looking at how well these two teams prepared for each other, I would not be surprised if this series becomes an instant classic like Next Play Evo Sonic.
Man.
I don't want to jinx it, but
yeah,
that's what I'm expecting. That's what we're all expecting.
So you're saying 5 games?
5 games, but they're all like under 15.
Well, I don't know if you were watching yesterday, Leo, when you went home, but
I was, and I saw that they went long.
Did you hear Renmar?
Yes, I listened to Renmar.
And his distaste for the 5-game run. But I get it.
I'm still talking to you today.
Yes, we're still here. And
we're still friends.
And the draft is upon us. Welcome to game number 3. Omega on the play. TNC answering back. Angela, the first ban from Omega, and the TNC respecting the Filipino Savages 1-1.
You know, I'm surprised because, like, last game, if you think about it, Omega had a great comfort, but even TNC, in a way, like, I'm surprised Escalera on that Selena wasn't able to actually convert, like, the Selena pick into a successful game, early game. I mean, the arrows just weren't landing. I can't even remember one that really actually made a difference or landed at all, like, much.
Something tells me Selena is more of an engine than a payoff. She's more of what sets it up, and then somebody else has to pick it back up. Renmar?
Yeah, and looking back at hindsight, if he landed an arrow onto the Kufra, how well is that going to go? That's the tank. If he landed the arrow onto the Lilia, even if you burst her down, she can use the Black Shoes.
Yeah.
The main target for Escalera really was for them to try and rotate into the lane of Kelra, but Omega also handled that well. Kelra personally handled his own lane well enough that he wouldn't be bursted down or just get picked off over and over again by Escalera. So let's see if Selena will still be a priority pick here. Will TNC actually think about opening it up to sort of bait Omega into saying, yo, Captain, Edomax, your Selena's open. But then TNC, they might just be ready for that.
Or will they be waiting to, or will they be setting up a Savior pick again? Because Savior was snubbed this whole first phase because there's the Ling ban, there's the Valentina ban, the Masha, and the Lilia ban. First pick Grok worked out for a few of our other teams in the regular season, but not in this series so far.
I think TNC takes Karina now. Is that probably what's going to happen here? Is now. Once again, SD will actually get his comfort jungle. But surprisingly, that Omega actually locked in with a priority Grok pick.
Is that the guess? Is that the guess that TNC has to pick up a good jungler and maybe a good gold/mid laner first? Because that seemed to be their weakness in game 2.
Yeah, but gold laner not yet, maybe for the third pick, but I do like the idea of picking up the mid laner now. It doesn't seem like Cho is getting prioritized right away, or roamers are getting prioritized right away by Ben Things. So let's see. It's the Eve. Oh, but they say, no, we'll pick up the Beatrix right away.
It's golden mid.
It's golden mid.
It's golden mid, not golden jungle. But so, again, like, you give Ryzen the ability to have another kind of comfort pick here. Karina has been, when you think about it lately, especially here in the playoffs, when junglers are kind of tossed around. I mean, Assassins, I would say Assassins work, but to a certain degree. What we saw, especially even yesterday, Renmar, in that series that we casted the long one there, we saw a lot of tanky junglers, right?
Yep.
And we saw some Barretts, we saw some Baksha, I think. We saw, I think those are the two that we mainly saw, but it's just like, but there it is. Okay, Omega's actually going to go in with the Karina, but they actually take Kadita.
Saucy. Saucy pickups there.
Why the early Kadita?
Eve. Pretty much they decided to respond to the Eve right away instead of just saving that. Maybe TNC would have thought about banning that. This is going to be the first time we'll see Kadita onto the hands of Itomax. Not the first time we've seen Kadita this season, but a first for Omega. TNC, are they going to pick up their roamers? Omega might target ban that. Nope, they said, we trust Ben Thing's hero pool. We'll pick up our comfort ourselves. They get the Esmeralda for Cram. Now for these next bans, XP laners are going to start getting taken out here. Regia has a wide hero pool. Let's see, TNC might want to have their eyes set onto taking away the Dairoth.
Yep.
After that, maybe the Paquito next.
I was going to say Dairoth is a hot ban here, a commodity. I have a question though. How do you guys feel about TNC leaving their two veterans, their team captain, Ben and SD, as their last picks? Is this safe? Is that because of their veterans? Is it because of their experience that, all right, guys, just wait, hunker down?
I think it's partly because after games 1 and 2, we saw that it became a matchup between roam and jungle.
Yeah.
How they went around the map, how they set the pace, how they individually played, and how as a duo they played together. So maybe that's why TNC, that became the difference now for this third game we're in. All right, if you're going to put a lot of importance in your tank and jungle, we'll do that as well, but we'll save it for last, so that increases our chance that we have a more favorable matchup against you.
Yeah, and at the same time, I mean, Cram being on the Esmeralda, that's going to be a nice pick. Also Yasuo, right? So, again, this is kind of comfort for them, whereas Omega, especially bringing out the Kadita, it's kind of a surprise, but it could end up working for them because it's a great answer to that Eve. And we know that anytime an Eve is picked, pretty much everybody's playing around the real-world manipulation. So they've got the tools they need. So I guess TNC, with the jungle pick and then that Ben Things pick, these have to be some solid choices.
Yeah, so it looks like TNC are going to be playing the Franco on Ben Things, which was a thing of beauty. It was honestly one of the things that you needed to watch if you were going to go check out the regular season, Season 9 of MPL Philippines.
I thought that you made a pun there when you said are going to pick up the Franco for Ben Things.
Oh, I'm glad that you noticed. I definitely did.
Yeah.
Is he actually a pirate?
I got you there. Yeah, he's an actual pirate.
He's a pirate?
Yeah. Look at him. That doesn't look like a pirate to you.
He just looks like a Viking.
Viking pirate. Potato. But Omega decided to pick up the
tomato.
And I like that they pick up the Toms because of the slower field that Escalera will be dishing out with the Eve. The Toms can take a lot of punishment and dish out punishment as well with the Connor and Inferno. At the same time, having the Brody means anyone who wants to get close to the side of Omega onto Kelra, which this will probably be a
Okay.
I wasn't going to think Bombman, but that's a good pick. Kelra is going to be safe and sound. Great last two picks for Omega, but I also like the picks here for TNC. I love how now this time with both of them seeing, all right, you can do this, we can do that too. They both sort of restructured their drafts, slightly different flavors. Omega still sticking with a priority in Karina, but now TNC going with something incredibly different.
It feels like this matchup, this best of 5, is an arms race.
Yeah.
It's a matter of who learns the fastest and who has more in the arsenal, more in the tank. And so far, if you're talking about two teams, two franchises that have been long-lasting in the world of, in the realm of esports, what better than TNC and Smart Omega, right? One more look at the draft here. It's Smart Omega bringing a lineup that's close to their chest. Like nothing here will shock you except for maybe the early Kadira pick. And then for TNC, one huge change here is SD picking up the Balmond.
Yeah, man. That's going to be a good one. But warning, though, for TNC. Once Omega starts building a lot of dominance ISs, if they have 2 under their belt, it might be tough for them because that Karina will be a huge problem. Kadita, rather.
Going into the early game, no invades happening quite just yet. But, why is Kelra too far? Wow!
Ben Things doing Ben Things.
It's starting.
I mean, if you think about it, man, to counter most of the teams, it's like, let's disrupt the jungle. Now SD, once again, going to have to back out here. But he's at least got his buff. But again, this is what you have to do if you're TNC. You need to disrupt Ryzen because he plays the Karina so well. I mean, most players that get the Karina, if they have an easy early game, it's a little bit hard. Wow, early flicker from Chaknu.
My friend Joseph, not just Ryzen. Actually, even Kelra was disrupted because I think, if anything, they were trying to use Kelra as the body block.
And they tried, which is a head scratcher for me. Maybe in the bottom side of the lane here, Omega will be able to get a win. One of the more prolific Tom's performances actually happened against Cram. It's the exact same matchup. Tom's versus Esmeralda and Cram. The last time it happened didn't go well for him. And look at Ben Things taking things all over the map with the hook, being able to secure the coin from the crab.
There's a saying, Ben Things doing Ben Things. Woo! And he's doing them.
Oh, man. Ryzen, Kelra, the fact that they're sharing this part of the map, the fact that they're struggling to get XP and gold, despite the gold lead for Omega, doesn't feel right.
Oh, another hook going to land here. Etu Max going to be just fine. Has a little regen too, but again, Ben Things is on fire right now. Not only is he hooking these creeps out here, the crabs and everything else, but he's landing the hooks now. Chaknu going to go in here. Can he actually find something real? Where this goes down, they're looking for a setup, but they find a kill, and that's going to be another one. 2 fall for TNC. Oh! Omega grabs the 3rd. That's going to be a double kill for Ryzen. And now, once again, Smart Omega in control.
Put respect on it because Omega was holding back. They had brass knucks in their pockets. Was not expecting that much damage this early on.
We didn't need to wait for dominance ISIS for TNC to get slowed down. With the real world manipulation up, they have to play around it. And because, again, Omega has the Kadita, a perfect pick against this kind of lineup. No problem with picking that right away, and no problem for Ryzen to clean things up, securing the double kill there and a massive lead early on for Omega.
I love how Omega actually approached this again from a different angle. They understood that TNC were going to play for objectives, and Omega just barreled on through, stepped on the clutch, switched it up. Let's just take heroes.
And also on top of it, I mean, if you think about it, the itemization with that early lead, right? Omega is these heroes is going to benefit very well from those early kills, and especially in terms of a Kadita, right? You have to consider the fact that, I think you said, Renmar, this is one of the first times that Etumax has brought out the Kadita, or, you know, he doesn't play it often, but the thing is, it's working so far.
Yeah, he hasn't played it at all. So this is a shock to the system of TNC, a pick that Omega hasn't played before. Now, so far here in the early game has become a problem, and it will still continue to be a problem. There's
another hook gonna land, gonna be the lockdown here, but the response comes out, and they actually punish Ben Things as Omega responds.
He got down, Ben taken down. 4-1 already. We keep talking about how the previous games have been low kill scoring games. Omega and TNC showing up. Oh, this game more Omega. Man, 4 already, almost 2K ahead.
Yeah, this is a lot more action here in this game number 3, especially before the 5-minute mark.
Now TNC will have to really wait and see if every time Ben Things gets a hook, will it be a good call to initiate right away? Will it be a good call to force this and get this pick off? They have to know where the other members of Omega are, especially the Kadita, and let's add the Grok into that mix as well. Even if you catch it, doesn't necessarily mean you have to make the most out of it for TNC, because time and time again so far in the first 5 minutes, we've seen counters from Omega.
Nice little attempt there from Chaknu to find something, but again, they're going to grab the turtle here. Smart Omega once again finding themselves with a lead. Let's see if they don't let this one slip out of their hands once again like in game 2.
I love how Chaknu's playing here. He is a lethal enforcer. If that wild charge hit, it would have resulted in just as much, the same turtle for Omega, and maybe even a kill or 2. What's happening here, gentlemen, is Omega is playing to their pace. They're literally downloading what they did from game number 2 and just continuing that train of thought. It's literally just the same, all right? Let's set the pace. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. It's the same cadence. And looking at the heroes, it's still Ryzen on the Karina. Very rarely do we see Omega play around Ryzen. It's usually playing around Kelra, and it seems like it's this new playstyle, this new tempo that's leading them to victory against TNC.
Dare I say, it's textbook. This is textbook Omega we're seeing now. Not Omega timers, not let's play for the late game, not after what happened in game number 1. We have other options. Let's utilize that, and they're utilizing their entire team. The small nuance that I want to point out here is Chaknu with a high and dry. He will not be afraid to pop that right away if he sees Ben Things in the jungle. Because again, with how they're rotating Itomax and Chaknu together, this is very usual for Omega, wherein they roam tandem together with strong burst pick-off types. They will not be afraid to commit ultimates just so that they can find the enemy roamer, just so they can find the enemy mid laner for a good advantage.
Oh, look at this. They're setting something up.
Man, all sides of the team here. Let's see if they actually give and engage. One thing that they're going to have hard time with is...
Oh,
they set up a nice hook there, the wild charge! Once again, the Chak Mamba surprise comes out, taking down Ben Things once again.
Could have sworn the Grok had a guiding wind. Just as soon as Ryzen got pulled in, he got the flicker, wild charge into the face, punished TNC for thinking that they can take down the core of Omega without any repercussions.
Roamers, take note. If your jungler is dying often, that might not mean because he's being careless. That might just mean you're not taking care of him well enough or taking care of her well enough. Chaknu is taking great care of Ryzen. What a response by Omega. What a response by the Mamba.
This is what we love to see. The Chak Mamba on the comfort at 2max. Not able to find a kill there. The real one is coming down. SD now looking for a response here at 2max. Nice save there from the Chak Mamba.
Wow.
Once again with the wild charge. As you said, Renmar, he is taking care of his teammates.
He's in control. He's setting the tempo for Omega, and he's stopping anything that TNC throws Omega's way.
It's amazing for years now. Season after season.
That's going to be a kill right there.
Good call.
Will result in another kill, but this time around it's TNC going back. I'd like to say, for years now, season after season, I talked about how Chaknu, it's not just the mechanics, it's the game sense.
Yeah.
It's how aware this young man is, Joshua Mangilog, of everything happening on the map. We saw that yesterday with his Angela. Today you're seeing it on a micro sense, on a battlefield level, how close he is to what exactly is happening and how well and how fast he reacts.
Yeah, and now though, Cram this time on an Esmeralda, Enchanted Talisman and Dominant Size. Oh, hold that thought, SD, nope, not going to be getting a kill there, but he does get that orange buff. Now Cram this time will not have a nightmare experience up against the Toms. This time it's him being a problem for OMG, but Cram, good use of the Cyclone Eye to not go to where Chaknu and Itomax were.
Man, at this time, again, Ben Things has to be super careful with the hooks that he's landing. I mean, he's landing them, but Chaknu once again, the flick dagger wild charge. Escalera still going to be up though. No follow-up. They actually can't get the kill here.
Turn around.
SD now focusing on Ryzen. Ryzen, you're in a bad spot for the bottom of the weave. He's still alive. He finally gets taken down. Escalera still alive.
And now TNC are fighting back. Their own outplay, their own great macro teamwork right now is showing. They're seeing each other in the mid lane. But let's see if anyone will force it. Doesn't seem like it. Yasuo now has a Malefic Roar. This could be a key item pickup for TNC.
This is going to be a big moment here at TNC. Now working on the Lord. Renzio trying to get some vision here. Chaknu also trying to do the same. Going to push, bend things off. Lord's going to reset. Wild charge comes down. Kelra looking for a kill. Torn apart memory. Grabs one, but the Chak Mama's down two. Renzio pops the vengeance, but he gets taken down by Cram. Cram is punishing Omega. The double kill. And they're coming back into this game. They take the gold lead. TNC's going to work on a tier 1 turret as well.
TNC was sandbagging the damage that they had. The fact that there were trades and pickoffs happening in the past 3 or 4 minutes that Omega were setting the pace. TNC was just waiting for the perfect turnaround. They didn't even need the Lord. They didn't even need to get more kills. All that matters was the moment-to-moment decision-making from the Phoenix. And they do take down Etomax, and eventually they will go for all the more conversion and objectives. I'm hearing TNC chants in this halls.
Man, Ubi time, Oni time, Omega time. Now it's Cram time on that Esmeralda. Being a nightmare for Omega. They do not have enough tools just yet to burst him down, to whittle him down enough. Cram now is in the situation in the game where he can be the main frontliner for TNC with an Oracle and a Dominance Ice on him. Oracle being that key item pickup. There are Dominance Ices on the side of Omega, on the Ryzen, on the Renjo to decrease the healing that Cram can get. Let's see if anyone can build or will build an Enchanted Talisman. They might need another Dominance Ice and a little bit more burst magic damage.
They find another one. They're going to try to stop him. Max taken down here. SD unrelentless. That's going to be a killing spree for Yasuo as well. Lord's going to go ahead and reset. Chaknu going to be in trouble. Wild Charge's going to come out. Renzio's going to get taken pretty low. Renzio now zoning them out here, pushing TNC back. Check out the back lane though. Cram now going 1 versus 2. Meanwhile, another 1 versus 2 in the top. It's back and forth. Cram unstoppable though. And now Renzio's taken out by SD. TNC taken out 4 of Omega.
What a beauty! A mirror in the mid lane. Renjo, Cram, 1v2 against the other's teammates. What a sequence. I'm speechless. At this point, I'm just nerding out. I'm marking out for this moment. Let's look at that instant replay. You see here initially TNC found a good pickup, but because Chaknu getting the knockup, he'll get it in just a moment, and Renjo coming in from the top to the mid lane and to the behind of TNC. Great call by Chaknu to knock up. Great rotation by Renzo, securing the kill there onto Yasuo, but this is picture perfect. Clip this, take a picture of it, frame it if you want to, sell it, maybe someone will buy it. What a beauty.
Put it on the friggin' blockchain, why not?
Put it on the blockchain,
baby.
It seems to be the key to TNC's comeback there, or the key to having that become a viable trade for each other, was the fact that they both switched over to heroes. You could have gone blindsided and said, you know what, it's a Lord fight, we have to go for the Lord, we have to go for the Lord. Omega has a tendency to do that. We've seen that. We've seen them do that time and time again in the regular season. But this time around, TNC had their number. Nay, Cram had their number. The fact that it was Cram building up to this very moment made all of the sacrifices in the early game, in the mid game, now into the late, worth it.
They're looking to crack open the base here. Rear Will comes down, but to make quick work of the Lord. And Renmar, I saw your reaction, the big pickup.
The Ice Queen won, the sign that your Esmeralda had a fantastic game. That'll be life steals and slows and magic damage for days. TNC, can they break inhibitors? Maybe even potentially end the game, but Chaknu goes in.
Oh, Chaknu looking for the wild charge once again, grabs a kill, big pickup. Yasuo is taken out of the picture. Renzio's now going to be the focus here. SD, got to be careful. Chak Mamba still there around the corner. Now Ryzen, no hook's going to land here. Cram will once again zoning them out. They're going to back off, calm it down here for TNC.
Just as much as TNC trusts Cram, Omega respects him. You see how all of the members left from both sides and Cram was just the one standing. He's like, yep, no, this is my lane. No, it's me.
Yeah.
This is mine.
But Omega, though, ballsy play, but it worked out there in the end for Chanu to commit the flicker ultimate, make sure that it stopped TNC. Slight goal lead here for TNC, but the items gathered by Omega are close enough that, again, they can turn things around. They were able to take down Yasuo, but even with the presence of an Eve and a Balmond for TNC, Omega, it's a sign for them that if they cannot get that Eve early on and they don't have the angle, they won't fight it. They're still respecting the real-world manipulation and the chances that Escalera, with a great ultimate from the Eve, can turn things around.
Man, this is a scary situation because now at this point, Omega has... It's pretty much they lost that lead that they had, that advantage. Now not only do they have to worry about Cram single-handedly zoning them out, but they have to watch out for Ben Things, the hooks, because at this point, Yasuo obviously has the damage. The real-world manipulation there is as well. So these are a lot of factors that Omega has to watch out for.
Not just the hook, but also the fact that Ben Things has the Bloody Hunt. Regardless of what point it is in the game, that is crucial in significant time that one of your heroes will not be doing anything.
Yeah.
So whoever Ben Things catches, well, ideally, it's someone like Etomax or Kelra, that is already a -1 automatically that TNC has on you. It's basically a man advantage. And Kelra using the torn apart memory immediately.
Wow.
Oh no!
Oh, Etu Max is going to get a little bit of the health back now. Cram once again zoning everybody out here. They have to retreat. Omega full on retreat, but Ben Things with the flicker hook. He finds one now. Renzio trouble. Real road manipulation going to come down. Zoning him out. Another flicker is going to be popped. Ben Things now. Ryzen trying to do his best again. That's going to be a hook landed by Ben Things. Can they follow it up here? Lord is going to be up. They could decide to take this one. Jack Mambo. Once again, Cram going to do his best to just zone them out. Meanwhile, check out Yasuo working on the Lord here. Jack knew you're not going to be able to do much. Cram once again with the slow. Lord secured by TNC.
As soon as I saw the torn apart memory be pulled on Kelra, it was a losing team fight immediately. But also the fact that Etomax fell, even without Ben Things using the Bloody Hunt, as I was just talking about it, the Bloody Hunt is going to be key here. TNC's like, nah, we can use the map, we can use our Goldie, we can use our maneuvers to do more than just that. And it made all the difference. It made this Luminous Lord, is it? Yes, it is.
It is.
Free for them.
And even Ben Things saying, I can also use a flicker hook. Something that we don't usually see get a kill. Usually just to open up for a kill. But that was dirty. And that was clean at the same time, what Ben Things pulled off there. And now with this Lord marching down the mid lane, TNC, Cram needs to get to that wave into the top lane right away. But it looks like they're going to be playing around the waves in the mid lane and in the bottom lane. If they can't end the game right now, they will definitely be able to get the inhibitors in mid and in bottom.
Base can be cracked open here for Omega TNC. How will they go ahead and continue to push in? Now going to be focusing on this bottom. Omega going to handle Lord. Right now, Cram, again, be in the front line here. Ben Things looking for a hook. Not going to find anything just yet. Omega down 2 turrets. 1 left for the base. TNC waiting very patiently again. In any moment, a hook can land. A falling Star Moon can be committed. And right now, TNC going to be very disciplined. Wave's going to be pushing in here. Omega still defending so far. Meanwhile, the top lane minions going to be pushing in. This is going to be a turret. Nice damage coming out from Yasuo once again. Can they defend here? This could be it. Now, TNC has all lanes open of Omega's base. Right now, no one's going to pull the go signal just yet.
Huge lead from TNC. You can see it. I've heard a quote somewhere, the best form of success is excess. And Yasuo is selling his items to start slowly buying these things that will just help him use Renner. He's an all-in Renner mindset.
Yeah, this is what we call a privileged marksman. You can just sell stuff, buy stuff, get what you want, get what you need for a certain situation. And we saw there how a snipe can turn things around. He didn't get the kill onto E2max, but it stopped any idea potentially of Omega going to force something to punish, to being able to successfully defend, to maybe getting a kill or two to force TNC back so that they can take more control of the map. Now TNC have full control of the map. They're going to be holding on. They'll just wait for the next Lord. They just really have to watch out here for E2max and Shaknu. At the same time, watch your positioning so that if they go low and if Omega start winning the team fight, Ryzen can't just keep resetting and using and proccing the ultimate over and over again. Because if that happens, that will be devastating for TNC and that'll be a great point of turnaround for Omega.
Omega's team fight is so fragile, especially when you're looking at the real-world manipulation and Benting's kit.
Yeah.
So, thinking about it right now, Omega have to think about certain steps. 2-step, 3-step plan.
Yeah.
And that's all the more made complicated by the fact that they can't just leave their base. So they're always going to go into these team fights or engagements half-cocked. You're missing counter right now, and that's a huge part of your team fight. So if you're Omega, what do you do here? Do you think about the all-in, the pickoffs, or the defense? What's your priority?
All right, now the priority is going to be Etu Max as he's pulling all members of TNC here. He actually survived Falling Star Move, committed. Etu Max is taken out, killing spree for SD. Now, Renzio going to be in trouble here, trying to convert something, but it's not going to be enough as he's going to get focused down here. He does live quite a long time. Look at Renzio, but it's not going to be enough. They find another kill, 2 down for Omega. Ryzen now looking for a kill. He needs the resets here, but once again, Chaknu, that's going to be it. Kelra torn apart memory, but it's going to be an unstoppable cram. And they focus down Ryzen. 3 down for Omega, and that's going to be it. TNC making quick work here. Ryzen, once again, 2 versus 1 situation, but look at the base. SD working to push this back. Chaknu trying to defend. It's only a matter of time. Ryzen, he does have the immortality. Cram going to slow him down. Goodbye. Here comes the immortality, but the rest of TNC now joining here into the lane, and that's going to be it. TNC taking game number 3.
Match point for the Phoenix. A well-fought fight for Barangay Omega, but it all came down to execution and, of course, the very, very effective kit brought in by TNC.
Man, did you hear the TNC chants too? That is, they are heated up here. And what a game for TNC.
What a game by these two teams. With the back and forth, the story these two that these two teams are telling, you guys set it up in the beginning. This could be on the way to being an instant classic, because we can't just say that Omega are out right away.
Yeah.
Because we've been seeing them trading, but TNC definitely won this trade this time around. What looked like to be Omega being in control, they hit their power spike, TNC. They found their openings, TNC. And once they found that control, that window to get that momentum back, they never closed it and they held on to it.
Not just that, all the more that we're seeing the folks here at the hall of SMX. The crowd is building up. Maybe, just maybe, Barangay Omega has met their match. Maybe this is the fandom to rival Barangay Omega, the TNC Phoenix Army.
Dude, again, I mean, not just the fandom of TNC, but ourselves included. Like I said, at the beginning of the season, people didn't know what to expect from TNC, and they had them at a certain standing, right, going into the season. And literally throughout the season, I feel like they have won the hearts of a lot of people around just, I mean, not just in the Philippines, man, but even around the globe here.
Yeah, from being relatively unknown, they're on their way to being undeniable. But TNC still needs to focus on the goal here that they need to achieve, which is to take that game number 4, to take this series win. But TNC, with what they showed in that game number 3, those are the moments where you can tell the real strength of a team, how you come back, how you fight back after a deficit. Because again, early on, that was Omega in the lead.
Yeah.
That was Omega playing really well around their Kadita, punishing the heck out of TNC, but then TNC found one good punish of their own, started playing really well around their Eve. Even Escalero would be like, all right, Renjo's here. No, I'm still gonna hold on. I'm not letting go of my position. I'm not letting go of my ultimate. And he just kept raining it down. And TNC just said, we will fight for you, we'll fight with you. And they fought on through to the victory.
Can I just say, you guys mentioned it, I think it was Leo that said, you know, Bentings, he needs to be careful with the hook. Right? And actually he did. He started, like, because early on he was making these hooks that were actually counterintuitive. And then what he started doing is actually using just the bloody hunt. Yep. He started suppressing people. He started flickering on top of the right targets. And that was kind of a change of mindset for Bentings. And it was just the adjustment. Again, this is a Omega kind of letting things slip out of their hands. And TNC knows how to punish back when that happens.
It seems like a touche or a rally back from game 2, wherein it did not have to come down to the numbers, but more of how you use what you had. And it's one thing to say Bloody Hunt made the difference, but also how do you make use of that tool that you have? And that's essentially what TNC did here. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, this is the longest game of the series so far.
So far, just this series alone, because we went from really quick, relatively quick, to all right, pretty standard now for the league. It's the league average we're around at that point.
So where's Game 4 and Game 5 taking us?
50 minutes, 30 minutes.
Stay with us, because so far the match and the game is so well paced, and it seems like both coaches and both teams are keeping things close to their chest. Neither want to overcommit, neither want to show us too much. And speaking of too much, hold up. We have a camera for the first time, if I'm not mistaken, into the holding area for TNC. So with that being said, what do you think is on that board? Like, are these hero picks? I'm guessing it's hero picks.
It looked like hero picks. It was enough that we see just a bit, but not so much that the full idea or the full strategy was revealed. But I saw some characters that it really did look like hero picks.
Out. Like,
and X crosses out.
Bad.
It looks like a drafting pattern.
If OSX was sitting in the seat, he'd say the Book of Secrets, because that's his favorite thing. Whenever the teams have like this thing, that was literally the board of secrets.
That was the board of secrets, not the book.
So we'll see if that is indeed what it is, because if there is anything that we can learn from the draft patterns alone, is there's a lot of respect between these two teams, especially when it comes to their hero pools. Looking at the highlights here, the story so far is early to mid, Omega, and then eventually TNC finds a foothold, and then eventually they just started setting the pace, starting with this one, that one pickoff onto Etomax.
Yeah. It was actually, if you think about it, Etomax had a hard time. And like you mentioned, Renmar, Etomax hasn't played the Kadita. This was kind of a wild card pick for him. But again, TNC actually handled it really well. The job was to give Escalera hell. But he just wasn't even able to, because at the same time, you can actually see Ben Things sometimes just waiting for Etomax to pop out and then lock him down if he had to.
Yeah, they did it for the first 4 to 5 minutes until, again, Ben Things adjusted his strategy. Just focusing on the bloody hunt. Yeah, that was the flicker hook as well to secure the kill there onto Etomax. And yes, the Kadeta answered the Eve, but because of that, nothing answers the Esmeralda really well. Even if you get the full burst and combo coming in from the Kadita onto the Esme, it's not going to be enough to kill it. And it's not going to be enough to even bother it.
So the only real way that they can go toe-to-toe with it is Renzio's Dams. Which was...
the mirror action.
The mirror 2v1. But when you're going mirror 2v1 against an Esmeralda, that's a losing battle already, because you're not answering her directly. That's essentially why the Uranus-Esmeralda rivalry exists. So we saw some version of that here. And wow, I don't remember us going past 20. I always thought this was like a 16, 17-minute match. Yeah, no, it was so intense, it was so hype, it was so cool that we did not notice how much time has elapsed. Well, you know what they say, if you're having fun, you don't see time fly by. Or time flies by.
If you're having fun, time flies.
If you're having fun, love is blind. No, never mind. Let's look at the numbers here. 20 minutes, 5 seconds. This is TNC's game. Game number 3, Renmar, break it down.
Now you're all probably wondering, Omega itemized well. They have dominant sizes on Ryzen, Chaknu, and Renjo. I did mention 3 would be enough. Kelra even built up the Athena shield to reduce the magic damage that can get dished out by Cram initially with a fully charged Falling Star Moon. But here's the problem. In the kits and in the items of Omega, they have shields getting dished out. Chaknu, when he's close to walls, gets a shield. Ryzen gets a bit of a shield as well. Kelra, Athena shield. And no, that wasn't a pun. Like literally, you do get a shield once you get burst magic damage, which Cram fed off of often. That even though Omega itemized well for the Esmeralda, they had the healing reduction items, 3 of them in fact. It just wasn't enough to stop Crab, because you also needed burst magic damage. Now you're telling me, hey Reptar, look at that. Etomax has burst magic damage. Look at his items. He's a Kadita. It's not going to be enough against an Esmeralda. And Omega just couldn't dish out enough damage as well to take down that Esmeralda on the hands of Cram. STZYZ rocking a bomb as well meant that, yes, he isn't extremely tanky. He actually falls down relatively quickly. But what he has is that strong burst of lifesteal that he'll get once he lands his ultimate. doesn't need to do it for a kill. Sometimes Bombman players, what they do is they actually use it in the middle of a fight to burst them down enough not to kill them, but because at that point, the Bombman will need to heal through, and he'll get it, he can go back to spinning around, while the rest of the TNC actually go for the kill. And that's what we saw in some team fights. STZYZ not thinking about the kills, but thinking about sustain, thinking about healing, and thinking about time for his teammates to finish the job for him. Now, the performance here that TNC showed, this is something that we rarely see actually on the side of TNC. Omega has the identity of the comeback kings in terms of in the game. TNC come back well in terms of series, but we rarely see TNC being able to come back if they're early to mid, get disturbed, and by the late game they're just completely falling apart. But this time, it was a different story with Cram's MVP performance on the Esmeralda, knowing that and suddenly realizing, hey, no one's gonna kill me here. No one's gonna take me down. Trust me, I'll take the damage, I'll disrupt them, just make sure you guys follow. But it wasn't just Cram, it was the entire TNC team working together. Ben thinks with the hunts, Escalera with the positioning and the ultimate, Yasuo with the follow-ups, and STZYZ, of course, with the point I mentioned earlier with the Bombman. Well-deserved win for TNC Pro Team.
At some point, you have to always come back and go full circle. We call TNC the textbook team. And if you're thinking about how to come back, if you're thinking of how to go from a losing early to mid, you leverage your advantages. And you see which hero is actually strong in what they're trying to do. And it was our MVP who found that spot, and he made the call. And whenever he felt like he was ready to go, indeed he did. The rest of TNC followed.
Dude, I've always said this ever since the regular season, especially when Redmire pointed it out. Cram is his own army sometimes.
Yep.
And that's what we saw here on the Esmeralda. I mean, we actually see this a lot with a lot of these XP laners who kind of just have, it became more apparent over this season specifically that these XP laners do so much for their teams, and Cram is one of them we saw throughout the game. And I just feel like you don't want to give the guy an Esmeralda, man. Like, that is not a hero you want to give Cram.
All right, so to answer your question, I know it's rhetoric, but you don't want to give X hero to Cram is just as good a phrase as any. You can fill that blank with anything, and the young man will do great.
Yeah.
So what do you do? What do you do?
Add more bands.
We're gonna go to 20 bands now. No, but it's also a testament to the performances of some players. Not to discredit what Renjo did here in this game.
Yeah.
Definitely you saw Renjo try to play the Tom similar to how Nats did when he shut down Cram's Esmeralda. But this time it seems like Cram learned from that experience. He's like, I'm not going to let that happen to me ever again. And now this time it was a bit more even, and actually it was Cram who won the lane because he was able to break the tower of Renjo first. And Renjo, you mentioned earlier, Leo, it wasn't like he had a terrible game. That mirror that we saw, Tom's being able to survive near that one of the last team fights of the game, it was like 3v1, 4v1 onto Renjo, and he was holding on, and he was almost single-handedly being was able to take down the Escalera's Eve. But then Cram, what we saw from him was just growth from his experiences in the regular season.
We've always called Cram a role player. He's always been one of those, at least in the first half of the regular season, a low-key player, because eventually, and most often, it's too late. That you notice, like, yo, he's doing a lot of work. So now, at least we see that, hey, given the spotlight, given the responsibility to carry a friggin' game, the young man will step up. So now, if you're Omega, where does this put you mentally? What do you think? What do you start addressing first? The fact that A, they're at match point, or the fact that B, a lot of the decisions that we've made so far, like the early Kadita to answer the Eve, isn't even paying off, right? Where do you put yourself as Pakbet?
Man, to be honest, I feel like with Omega, it's number one, don't bring out that. I mean, not to say that Kadita's a bad pick. It's just you bring it out early like that, and it's not executed well. So those are kind of factors. So number one would be have a better draft, kind of what you did, especially in game number 2. Because again, this is let's just say TNC wins the next game, right? That it's match point. Omega still has a chance, but you want to start here because again, you don't want to completely rely on that factor. You want to be able to draft the way you want to draft, go back to some comfort from what we've seen work really well for them, but at the same time, have answers, and this is going to be bans, direct bans, for some of these playmakers that is happening here. Again, you have specific people that you can ban out for if you're Omega, right? You have Cram, like I mentioned. You have the hero pool of Cram. Now it is pretty big, but at the same time, Esmeralda is not something you want to give away. Ben Things, even if he gets a Franco again, it's not the end of the world, right? So Omega just needs to be able to counter that with not only the bans, but also just the comfort where they can be the ones once again setting the pace.
I may be jumping the gun here, but I have a metaphor to build up. Renmar?
I just want to add, I feel like to sum up a bit of what Nice said, it's be ready for anything and everything.
Ben Things.
Potato.
Oh.
Tomato.
Wait, sorry, I thought you meant that like if I put the first letters of that together, it spelled out Ben Things. Do you any?
No.
Oh, okay.
No, be ready for everything. It's more like Bren then.
Oh, yeah.
Regardless.
What's the metaphor?
Oh,
yeah.
No,
The metaphor.
the way, again, it feels like I'm jumping the gun by saying this, but our recently crowned MPL ID champions, RRQ, they played Franco consistently in the playoffs.
Yeah.
Off of a player named Vin.
Yeah.
Ben Things. You see where I'm going here?
Vin Things.
Scary. It's scary.
Dude,
it's scary. What if Escalera brings out a savior? What if?
What if?
Well, I'll tell you what. You can. I mean, to be
People
honest,
watching at home, put two and two together.
Hey, let me just say, Franco Man was already established yesterday.
Franco Man.
It wasn't. I think it was 4 games, or was it all 5 games?
For next play, Vos Cadenza.
With how Ben Things played that Franco, and I think how Franco has been played a lot. I got to quote something that our good friend Mirko said.
Yeah. Dear God, please be the right quote.
Ben Things, man.
I'm
how he
nervous
plays
for the broadcast.
Franco, he's a hugger, that one. He's a face hugger, how he plays that Franco. And how Francos are played a lot. Like, the decision to change it, instead of relying on fishing for the hooks, he went for the hug.
Yes.
So
the bloody hug.
The bloody hug.
Yes.
The bloody hug.
Very key.
Bloody
very
hug by
key.
a pirate.
Miracle, you know exactly what we're talking about. But yes.
Pirate Viking.
Yeah. No, I have to admit, go to social media to see what exactly I'm talking about. But a minute away now from the draft, already some heroes' names came up. There is the Franco. This long list of heroes that we should never give to Cram. It seems like the jungle is also deadlocked for our coaches here because in the face of an Akai and Cho jungle, you now have SD, who plays the mean Bauman.
Yeah.
So where can they start choking? I'm guessing maybe gold lane should now be ground zero for our coaches to start looking and, hey, maybe this is where we make the difference.
Man. You know, when it comes to the jungle, it's weird because it's like, again, when the Ballman came up to be picked here, it didn't, I don't know. It worked. The ultimate's great, especially when you have, the heroes that they had to complement it. But at the same time, I just feel like right now we're seeing a shift here once again into some of these more beefy junglers kind of be picked up where they can actually have a lot safer kind of time, especially in the early game. Because again, assassins, other than Karina, right? Usually the early game is, if they get countered early game, they have a heck of a time to actually make something happen, but we'll see.
I just realized, again, that's SD's first game as a Bauman, but this is an exact same draft that RSG has shown. The exact same picks, exact same play style, how they turn things around. If I'm not mistaken, this is a matchup that Omega experienced against RSG, hence why maybe they reacted right away to picking up the Kadita, because the Eve at that time was the problem for Omega on the hands of Aqua, but this time the problem was they didn't have anything for the Esmeralda of Cram. So because of the many ways you can really approach drafting, banning for Omega and TNC, I'll still really have to focus now this time. If game number 3 was more roam and jungle, now I think it'll become a matchup of who gets the better roam and mid.
And that's basically square one. That's where the matchup started while we were thinking about it pre-game, right? Full circle, but I'm afraid to say full circle because that means it's over. That means it's been solved.
Oh.
And we're far from game 5. We're just about to go into game 4.
It's not that far away. I mean,
it's a step.
I mean, if it's another 9-minute game.
But based on the patterns, not looking like it, bro.
It's getting longer and longer.
If this is 20:05,
So it was 9, 12, 20.
9, 12, 20, 26?
You want to go 30?
Do we follow? Do we follow 26? And then who loves and who relishes in the late game between these two?
Omega. It's got to be Omega.
Who's great when it comes to just putting it down the wire? So Omega, right? So that means 9, 12, 20, 26, and then
we're going
1 hour.
116. That would have been the longest in history. If I'm not mistaken, the longest in history so far is somewhere around 50-something, right?
Yeah, 56, around 50. Oh, wait,
56 minutes?
50. I remember 54.
Yeah.
I casted the 54-minute game in Season 5. That was Onyx Omega? Onyx Omega. Not this Omega, but the prior Omega.
A different iteration.
That's the distance.
So is that the longest so far in history?
I'm trying to remember if there was an MPL
Or was
that
it
had
the-
an hour.
Or was it the 58 between Execration and Bren in Season 7? Was that 58, 57?
That was 52.
All right, so it's still the 54.
Yeah, that's the longer.
Well, chat correct us. Let us know. Or reach out to us on social media if there's a
Yeah,
fact check
I'm
on
sure
that.
there is a fact checker out there.
At this point, though, I know there are mechanisms now, especially with the 20-minute
Lord.
plus Lord. There
Yeah.
are mechanisms in the...
To make sure that scaling doesn't go
Yeah.
haywire.
Yeah.
All right, well, we'll think about it and we'll cross the bridge when we get there. But for now, it's game number 4. TNC on the play. Omega answering back. There's the 1-1, the Masha, and the Beatrix band. Omega taking out the Eve and the Valentina.
I'm surprised that TNC actually committed a battle to Hilda. Maybe it's like we're on the same wavelength because look what's getting banned out. Yes, TNC banned out more gold laners, but TNC banned out a surprise roamer.
Yeah.
Oh, Omega's taking away, understandably, of course, the Valentina's there, but they're taking away mid laners. So I think we're on the way to seeing these two teams resetting and actually thinking about prioritizing bans and most favorable picks for the roamers and mid laners. So will TNC first pick the Cho? Although the Karina also works really well, but then TNC says, nah, we're feeling the Ling more right away. Omega, they pick up the Masha.
Interesting that they're going with the Ling because, again, Ling is, I don't know, I feel like if you have a bad time in the early game, you're just kind of a sitting duck, right? Yes, you have a little bonus damage, but it's a little difficult.
But what I'm guessing is the secret here is TNC, the reason why they pick it first here is they're going to draft around it immediately with the swing back on the 2. And of course, Nicer, you said it best. You don't give X to Cram. It's the Esmeralda.
Well, he got it. He got one of his many picks, right? And now what I'm wondering too is because usually we see Masha being banned out.
Yeah.
So now that it's going to be in the hands of Omega, this is again a great tool that they can use to actually just slow down SD in the jungle, especially on the Ling. But that's where it comes up. How does TNC kind of take care of SD? You know, what does Ben things go for?
There, he goes for the Franco.
Vin things.
Vin things.
But this is gonna be Chakong Angela. This is one of the playstyles they played yesterday. That Masha will be going into the hands of Renjo. And boys, after that first 2 picks, I'm thinking, yeah, there's gonna be a long one. We might actually hit 26, that mark that you gave, maybe even more. Because the last time we saw Masha get played by Omega, that was a really long one too.
Was this the Savage? Wait, was it Ren?
That was Renjo's Savage Masha.
Yesterday.
Renjo's Masha yesterday.
Oh, it's going to be a long one.
Hello! Here comes the Sicilian, and a great answer by Omega. It looks like they're really just slowly bringing out all their cards, just setting it on the table.
Yeah.
What you gonna do about it, fam?
Now, the different thing. You brought up a good point that what if we're going full circle?
Yeah.
And Omega having something like the Masha and the Sicilian, we're still waiting for the Gold Laner. These are great heroes for the late game. But now that they have the difference here, which is the Angela, just because that these are late game heroes doesn't mean that they can't have a strong lead or end it by the mid game because of that Angela.
Exactly the way Omega wants you to think. We've seen them do this yesterday against Echo, wherein we keep saying, slow it down, slow it down. It's faster. You popped up faster than expected. All right, go game 2. Repeat 3 times.
I don't know, man. When you have when you have a Sicilian, it's pretty much like the magic version of Aldous, right? But at the same time, you just want to build those stacks up. And I just...
I'm sorry, that's the first time I've ever heard that comparison, a magic version of Aldous.
That's just the way I think about it. You know, whenever I see a Sicilian, he's like Magic Aldous with bats. Like
instead of a punch, it's a bat.
It's literally a bat, right? And interesting pictures there. Oh, it's our friends. It's our friends in the crowd.
Gotta love the lively crowd here. It's very clear what they want to see, who they want to see, but who are we going to be getting here for Omega on the first pick on the swing back from Omega? Hello, Mama and Papa. Thank you for allowing me to watch the playoffs. Well,
aww.
Thank you so much to supportive parents.
Get behind that. Well, I mean, either way, right?
Real-time translations.
Yes, I like it. Because you know what? Usually when you're not here, Leo, I am the Google translator.
Nice. I wonder how well that goes.
It goes very well.
All right, so Omega, are we looking at a jungler? Nope. What could still be a jungler? We've seen Ryzen do well with this at least once in the regular season of Season 9.
And they'll need something a bit faster, because if they put that Claude... the Eudora pick I very much like, boys. The Eudora and the Brody.
Is Eudora still close to 100%? If not 100%, close to 100.
Yeah. Very positive win rate for the Eudora. I forgot the exact number.
Hot density, at least somewhere close to 80 or 90.
Well,
around
it's pretty
70
high.
to 80. 70 to 80.
But haven't we usually seen the combo with, it would be like Eudora Jawhead back in...
Eudora Franco still pretty scary.
Eudora Franco, this was the combo RSG started pumping out when Exort came in for Aqua.
And then Aqua would still pick it up either way.
Yeah.
Oh, I love it.
Either way, it's the Thunderdome.
And I like that. The Thunderdome by TNC, it's good because Omega's lineup, it's very late game. And it's still Kelra on the Claude. It's Ryzen on the Barrett.
Yeah. Which we saw Kyrie do yesterday. And it works. It's safe. I feel like it's safe.
I feel like this might take too long.
In the face of what TNC's bringing, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because even though they have the Angela, it's the Eudora and Brody changed things up.
Yeah, it's a hyperactive mid with a self-sustaining gold lane. And then, yeah, SD just going to do SD things.
And once again, Cram on the Esmeralda.
Oh, man. Could this be it? The lethal strike to Omega's jugular. Match point for TNC. One more look at these lineups. Again, nothing here really just screams craziness because this is basically the metagame. This is just two teams deciding to play the way that they wanna and deciding to go this direction. If this was not day 2, this Angela and Chakra would have been a big question mark. But the fact that they beat Echo with it yesterday just says, you know what, they know exactly what they're doing. Welcome to game number 4. Could this be it? Could TNC be dropping Omega into the lower bracket?
I have bad news for Omega. I double-checked. Eudora's undefeated at 6-0.
100%, baby!
It's 100%.
I knew I was up to something. I knew that this was going to be important.
100%. Wait, is that just for TNC?
That's for everyone who uses Eudora.
In season, MPL Season 9, basically.
MPL Season 9.
MPL Season 9.
Wow. Well, I love to say it, the Thunderdome. That's where they're going to be going, and they got to be careful here. But at the same time, once again, you got to wonder how is Omega going to utilize the Masha? Because now that it's in the side lane, right? And, you know, what is the main job for Renzio going to be?
Renzo, at one point in the game, he'll just really be trying to disrupt, but again, you're up against a Eudora. However, that doesn't necessarily mean he's doomed. There are a lot of sprints on the side of Omega, even though Renzo gets bursted. Might actually just have enough to be able to utilize the Thunderclap onto Escalera. Now I'm thinking about the late game here, though.
Oh, Yasuo. Little 2v1 action, but he should be fine once again. Here comes Escalera, gonna join the party, the flicker in, that's gonna be the Thunderdome, like I said. Ooh. The combo gets the first blood for TNC.
Here you'll see why Escalera used the flicker. He didn't want to see him from where he was coming from, and essentially, it's a classic MOBA fundamental. Flicker, or these dashes, on spellcasters. People have been doing this for decades.
We like to call it the athletic flicker, because that's what it is. I mean, you make plays, and that's what happened.
It's painful AF, athletic flicker.
I like it.
Patent it. Add the trademark to it.
Oh, SD in trouble.
SD. Turtle's going to be up now. Omega does not want to give this one away. No hook for Ben Thinks. Now Cram doing what he does best. Here comes Renzio as well. Turtle's still going to be worked on. Less than half health. Escalera with the thundering wrath. Tempest Blade's going to be popped. Secured. Turtle for SD. TNC though. Ryzen's going to be in trouble. That's going to be Escalera going to be taken out. Now the response coming down. Ben Things finds one himself. TNC once again the Turtle plus 2 kills.
Cram is on fire. Cram is on fire.
Oh, he's eating up real quickly. And Omega, slow down the pace a little bit. They can't have a trade like this. They can't do this in the early game. Your lineup scales incredibly well in the late. You'll need a lot of time. You'll need a lot of stacks. Omega slow things down a little bit. Be a little bit more careful. But TNC are like, no. We're going to do what we can to end this fast.
Yeah, they've got to end it fast. Because the way that they drafted once again. Oh, here comes the stun. But it's not going to be enough. That 2 Max going to be fine.
There is some dynamics to Chaknu picking up the Angela. I like how he can extend team fights a little more and even confirm saves.
Yeah.
Even without the hard guard, because throwing out those love waves, it's a heal. And with the sprints that Omega are rocking, that's 3 on them, it should help them get to the late game.
Yeah, and if it does get to the point where it does, Angela Barrett, Angela Masha will just be a nightmare for TNC. Once they build up their sustain items, even the burst of Escalera will not be enough to secure a kill onto any of the frontliners. And they will be able to protect the front line, or the back line, talking about Omega here, very well.
Yeah, masterfully drafted. And now Chaknu's doing the heart guard threat. Like, he's just going to start showing this target onto random heroes on the map from Omega to scare TNC, to deter them from engaging. And if I may say, everyone is a legit target. Everyone from Kelra down to Renzio are solid heart guard targets.
Yeah, I mean, once again, the value of the heart guard is going to be really good here, especially for Kelra, because you pointed it out before, Leo, the focus on Kelra's lane, because they don't want him to have such a good time just farming up, right? So now with this second turtle coming up, does TNC actually find something? Ryzen's going to be hooked here. There's going to be the lockdown. Now they're focusing on Ryzen once again. Heart guard going to be popped there. Tempest Blades comes down. Kill secured by SD. Turtle's still going to be up. He's going to reset a little bit. Kelra doesn't want to give this one away, forcing SD back. Turtle resets. And now TNC in a good, comfortable position here to take this one.
Wow. By first taking out Ryzen, they have confirmed that there will be no retribution from Omega and continue the 100% turtle take rate in game number 4.
Yeah, great focus there by TNC to immediately go for the Tower of Kelra, make it hard for him to farm. Look at the positioning. They want that tower down. They want to maximize the gold there for Yasuo on the Brody. Again, TNC, they're making things fast here. They want to end this quickly because we saw a glimpse of the late game potential there of Omega. How much damage did Ryzen receive there? We don't know the number, but we know that it took way too long for TNC to take that Barret's with a hard guard down.
And it's a good mix of damage, because looking at Ryzen's items now, he might be going for the Dreadnought armor, but where does he go from there, right? Because there is a solid amount of magic damage that TNC is threatening as well, so he's caught between a rock and a hard place.
Yeah. One of the questions is, which one is he going to build? Athena shield to deal with the burst from the Eudora, but then you'll be giving a lot of shields even more to Cram, which is why this Esmeralda pick's crucial. Radiant armor might be the way to go here for Ryzen, even though it's not the most optimal item. But at this point, I'm thinking, yo, you don't want to give any more shields to that Esmeralda later
It's not even the shields. The fact that SDZYZ on the lane has so much burst, and then if these team fights go long, you get stacks on Yasuo's Brody. So again, you're forced between Athena's shield, Radiant armor, or Dreadnought armor / Dominance Ice. Like, where do you go?
Tough,
biggest
man.
question for him.
Yeah, and not only that, but again, Etu Max has to scale here. Heart guard going to be popped. Escalera going to take quite a bit of damage, and that's going to be a kill for Ryzen this time. TNC loses one here.
Escalera may have been mispositioned. He was a little in too deep there.
Just a little bit at that point. Although that did give the information.
Gonna be the flicker in, the suppressed. Kelra's in trouble. Torn apart memory to cap it off. And there you go. Kelra taken out of the picture. Meanwhile in the jungle, Ryzen eats him up, throws him into the wall. And there you go. Cram once again doing what he does best. He's going to sprint out of there. The value of sprint once again showing.
I love it. I love it. Real quick, that was worth it for TNC. I must say, the long con, the trade, Escalera, mid laner for Kelra, the Filipino Savage. That is, if not the de facto core for Omega, then definitely a very important part of their engine. I'll take a trade any day.
It's going to be another one. Welcome to the Thunderdome from Escalera. He finds another connection of Ben Things and Escalera. This is a combination you got to watch out for.
TNC, Ben Things, that hook came from the other barangay. That was right at the tip of the range of the iron hook to secure that kill onto Etamax.
Came from Sitio, Phoenix.
My goodness. Once again, the combination of the heart guard's going to be popped. Kelra should be fine. They got to be careful. Like I said, the hooks are on point. Escalera, the follow-up. SD just around the corner. Again, they need to get this tier 1 turret down as well. Ben Things waiting patiently in the bush. The rest of Omega going to come to help them out. No hook and land there. They know.
That was close.
SD getting caught here. I like how SD is just picking its fights. Always. Almost every single time. Especially since he is still lacking that Blade of Despair. He is going to start choosing his fight a little more aggressively despite the 6k gold lead. This is TNC mirroring what Omega did in game number 2. They know that they're in the lead, but they don't want to pick fights just yet, not until they're sure.
And right now, it's definitely feeling like we are going full circle here. Kelra, though, good news for Omega, just picked up that golden staff. So in terms of the damage, he'll be able to dish out a fair amount, but not enough to just completely wipe out the members of TNC. But TNC need to watch out for this Masha.
Renzi are going to go in, forcing the flicker from Escalera. Now the return. Kelra with the heart guard, the blazing duet. Yasuo, you got to get out of there, and he does. But look at the return. SD was there for the catch. Hits Kelra, takes him down. TNC with great map awareness.
Masterfully set up trap by TNC, whether by hook, all puns intended, or by croak. They were going to get a kill. And the fact that Yasuo didn't even need to die, that he used that second skill to roll into that creep and out of harm's way, forcing the BMI back out from Kelra. And then there were members of TNC waiting there. Oh, just chef's kiss.
An absolutely commendable performance here by TNC. How they pulled that off. Micro, macro, individually, what Escalera did, and together as a team. Like, you know what, Kelra? We know where you're coming back. We're here, we're waiting for you. And I feel like at that point, Kelra already knew, I have no choice. All right, fine. And then he knew what was coming. The burst, the takedown by TNC. And TNC still in full control. Omega will need a few more items here. At this point, them winning a fight will not be the immediate win for Omega, or won't be total control for Omega. It's still a bit too far. They need 2 big wins here. Smart Omega to take control back in the game.
Now another hook's going to be landed. That is an automatic kill. Etu Max out of the picture. Lord going to be up now. TNC in a good position to take this one. Renzi out, trying to do his best. Going to focus on Yasuo. Pushing him back out of here, back to the turret. There goes Kelra with the combination. The heart guard too. They find Escalera. Lord going to go ahead and reset. Who is going to go ahead and pull the go signal here? Cram doing what he does best, trying to zone them out. Not able to get the Lord just yet. They might just need to reset, slow down, and bring it back here.
The fact that Escalera...
Oh my goodness!
Oh no! Ben Thing's not letting me finish my sentences! Sir Ben, what did I do? Sir Ben, why won't you let me speak? Anyways, what? The fact that it was a trade for Escalera led to Omega actually getting some ground, stopping TNC from even stealing. If anything, Omega had the priority. Ryzen was there. SD was not.
Yeah.
But this pickoff on Renzio was just dessert.
Literally the chef's kiss.
Yeah, it was just dessert.
The Ben Thing's kiss, man. I mean, and again, SD.
The Ben kiss.
The Ben kiss. Doing what he does best, right? And Lord still for the taking. It is only a regular one, so they actually might give a go signal here. They're happy with the turret, and this is going to be most likely a free Lord here for TNC. Going to be too late. Omega. Is SD going to commit to this once again? Ben Things, Escalera looking to set up in the bush. No one going to be just yet here, but they know there's going to be a moment here. Hook not going to land. They're going to be okay with that. Now, once again, 10,000 gold lead here for TNC.
Massive. Colossal. That's at least, what, 2 or 3 items on each of your cores over the counterparts.
And which is why Chaknu picking up the Enchanted Talisman, or the Necklace of Durance rather, was crucial. Healing getting out of hand. They need something to deal with Cram, but just that necklace of Durance alone is not going to be enough. Not even a single dominant size yet on the other members of OMG. They might not actually be able to build yet another one.
Another hook going to be landing. It's on Renzio. Has plenty of health bars, though, but look at Escalera. Looking in the back lane. He's going to back off now. Lord going to be monitoring down that bottom. Omega's going to handle that one. They should make quick work of it, but they do lose that tier 1 turret. And now TNC going to be focusing on the rest of the turrets. Open up the space. Another hook! But it's not going to be able to connect here. Once again, Kelra able to survive with that Purify. Falling Star move going to pop by Cram. And they get a big resource, though, because if you think about it, Kelra not having that Purify is going to be pretty big in the next couple minutes.
Man, there's got to be some mind games being played here because Escalera, he's kind of shown himself. Yeah. There's got to be some tactical advantage to knowing that, hey, there might be a Dora in the bush. Watch out.
Yeah.
Oh, no. Omega. They're really just watching out for actually two things here. It's any of the roots or the immobilizes, the stuns coming from the Franco or the Dora. Because if Bentings doesn't land a hook, Escalera, there's nothing stopping him from just using Flicker, like a Caro, Thunder down, Thunder Wrath. Yeah, nothing's going to stop him from doing that. That's why Itomax is really watching his positioning here. Kelra is very fast with that BMI. It's like the moment he's happy with what he gets from a minion wave, immediately BMI out. That's the right call for him because TNC are in full control. It's a full lead. It'll take a massive misstep by TNC for Omega to turn this around.
Yeah, there's so much on the shoulders of our roamers there, given a spotlight real quick. Obviously, Bentings miles ahead of Chaknu. But again, we're talking about the complexity and the uses of their kit. Chaknu able to save his cores, while TNC's Bentings able to set up for his cores and get nice and very significant pickoffs.
Yes.
The only hook he doesn't like is the hook on Ryzen.
Yeah.
That's it. Everyone else is gravy.
I mean, man.
Speaking of gravy, just have to mention real quick, Ryzen actually did not get his purple buff, stolen away really well by SDZYZ.
Yeah, and this is what I was going to say is just, you know, SD's doing a great job because we talked about Ling as a hero overall in the current meta and how it kind of struggles, but the way that SD is playing this Ling is actually the best way to play it in the current meta. You know, you're not actually trying to just be in every team fight, you're splitting around the map, you're stealing objectives and resources, and you're letting the rest of your team do what they need to do.
Yes.
So now that Lord is going to be up. This is the tension we're talking about here. Omega definitely doesn't want to just give this one away. Kelra and Chaknu still trying to clear the lane. Cram should be fine. And right now, again, just a push back and forth, pulling back and forth between the two teams.
It's amazing how Ling has evolved in this metagame, right? I'll talk about this while Cram goes 1v3. I'm sure it'll be enough time. Ling has slowly become a scalpel. Precision, and it's so sharp that you don't even need that much effort. You just have to choose very specifically where you want to cut in.
Yeah.
As compared to what the other junglers are currently, which are basically like massive shields with spikes on them.
Yeah. And the best surgeons have the best teammates around them or best group of doctors with them. There's a free Lord for TNC, and because of the efforts of Benting and Escalera, that's why SDZYZ can play in such a precise fashion, finding the perfect way to cut through Omega.
So are we going to slowly call him Doc SD or SDMD?
Oh, I like that. SDMD.
SD-PHD? I don't know. They all sound good.
It's more of a philosophical doctor.
All right,
then. More MD.
MD then. All right, thank you.
I mean, man, either way you want to call it, let's just say Bentings and Escalera, those two alone are like one of the biggest threat factors here, if not the biggest for Omega. And that's why you can see them being so hesitant on where they go. Like, they are literally in Ube mode.
Yeah, they're forcing Omega to do that, and that wastes a lot of the strengths you get as an Angela lineup.
Yeah.
You kind of want to run over the map and threaten the fact that it could be a 2v1 at any given time. But there's a pull!
My goodness, finding Ryzen. The Heart Guard's going to be used, but it's not going to be enough. Mega kill goes over to Yasuo. Omega is in trouble here. Lord, there it is. They got to take care of it, but they're down their jungler. They're going to have to defend. The base has been cracked open. Meanwhile, SD going up to the top lane to push that in. The rest of TNC knocking on the door here for the second turret. Opening up the base some more. Hook not going to find a connection. Last turret of Omega. This could be the final moment for Omega as they have to defend. Kelra trying to do his best, clear the minions. Are TNC going to decide to give this one a go, or do they back off? Another hook going to be landing, but it's on Renzio. He's got plenty of health. And right now, TNC going to back off.
The pulse on the showstoppers. Pulse might have stopped there soon. But again, the discipline from both TNC and Omega, you got to give it up to them. But it's undeniable that OMG have their backs up against the wall. It's so hard to come back here to recover, despite some items building up on the cores of Omega.
At this point, Omega would want to pick up immortalities, maybe to buy even more time, but they also sorely need damage. Omega really just are at the point of, let's hold on, let's find a way, let's find an opening, maybe we can turn it around. Not even like an item pickup this soon or in the next, say, 3 to 5 minutes will not be enough. It has to come off of a pickoff. It has to come off of a punishment of a mistake because TNC are stacked. They're almost completely fully built for all of their members, but in terms of their key items, they're good. And that's why even just one hook onto Ryzen at this point is actually a good thing because Ryzen went down really quickly, even with a heart guard on.
Yeah, that big boy. I mean, he's still got kind of deleted. I'll say kind of because, he has quite a bit of health, but also does Rentio. I just feel like, again, Etu Max really hasn't had the opportunity to utilize the hero that he chose for this game, and that's kind of what's happening here for this game number 4. That's going to be a lockdown, Thundering Wrath too, but again, he's got tons of health bars, but he's got to find the hook. He lands it, but he's able to survive. But once again, the power of Sprint.
Gotta love the trigger discipline of Chaknu. He could have dug both of their graves at the same time if he clicked the heart card there, but he knew exactly what his teammate was doing. He knew what the commando was up to. And so far, it seems like TNC is hell-bent on getting a pick off first before committing to anything.
Yeah, they can just go ahead and blindly take the Lord. Look at the top. Etu Max is in trouble. SD causing havoc. Has to pop the Tempest Blades, but he got quite a bit here from Omega too. Graham going to be doing what he does best, zoning them out. No one's going to commit to the Lord just yet. Orange going to be secured here by Kelra. Hook not going to land. And right now, once again, the tension of a push and pull here between TNC and Smart Omega. They're not going to go ahead and commit to the Lord just yet.
Okay. The good news for Omega is, from that exchange that we just saw, they're getting to the point where, again, one of the things I mentioned earlier, the terrifying Angela, Masha, Barretts. But before that, Omega just rushing for the Lord. Can they actually take this? Will they?
I don't think they can do this right now. Cram has a clear signal to the back lane. The hook's going to land. There's going to be the Purified. The hard guard comes out as well. Kelra, he's got to do something. Cram trying to work in the back. And now the full-on force of Omega. And they're falling down here. TNC takes out Ryzen with a return damage. Benthing find one himself. And now the Lord for the taking. Omega down 2.
Comeback denied. It was a trade, but eventually it was very evident that Omega was not equipped to fire back. They picked a fight that they had some idea that maybe they could have won.
Yeah.
It was laid out there, and just the same, everything was timed well, but when it comes down to it, they brought a knife to a gunfight.
Yeah, they don't have enough just yet. 50% at most and a kill is what they brought the members of TNC down to, and that was full effort. Omega, could this be it? Will TNC get the win?
There's the conceal. Hark are going to be popped. Tempest Blaze as well. They have to work on the Lord. Blazing Duo is going to be popped. TNC looking to end the game here. SD's out of there. Now the rest of them are working on Lord's going to be still up. TNC, nice G. They send Omega to the bracket.
Phoenix Rise. They are one step away from the grand finals as they take the series 3-1. TNC going up. Omega going to the lower bracket.
And it did end up becoming a full circle story. Tank and mid, tank and jungle, back to tank and mid again. And it was the Thunderdome duo for TNC, bringing the fire to Omega.
Thunderdome and the hooks, man. It started out as that, and it went throughout pretty much the whole game there. And I just feel like the execution factor for TNC early on just set the pace. And this time, you saw how big of a gold lead they had for the majority of the game. Omega, there was no time for them to even start to come back there.
Yep, Barangay Omega left in ashes. TNC serving them up a wake-up call from their 3-0 victory yesterday against Echo. They now are down to their last life. They have to go into the lower bracket. But the true story is how TNC have done it in such quick fashion. All right, you know what? Obviously a joke, but I'm glad we didn't go to 26.
Yeah.
TNC knew exactly what they were working with. And despite looking at the lineup and saying, this Ling is going to take some time. This Ling is going to be fed well. SD's going to need a lot of room. No, they played at their own pace. And they are just, wow. This is a brand new team that nobody expected much from. And they knocked down the Kings of C, man.
Yeah, for this organization, this group, their first playoffs match. Of course, we have some playoffs veterans there, specifically talking about SDZYZ being able to make the playoffs with Work Oster Force. But just TNC doing what they did to Smart Omega after what Smart Omega did to Echo yesterday, this is a sign. This is a signal. If no one else believes in TNC, or if there are still people there who still don't believe in TNC, at this point, TNC just said, watch us now. Watch what we just did.
Man, and I just gotta say, once again, the story of TNC from the beginning of the season, the preseason, the story of the individual players, the coaches, the staff, I mean, to where they are now, it's such an amazing storyline for the team here. And I mean, even Smart Omega, yes, they get sent to the lower bracket here, so they can recollect, because they came into this on a very high note after yesterday, right? And I feel like this was kind of a reality check. Like, hey, this is TNC, and RSG would be in the same boat, right? These two teams. So I just feel like, again, Smart Omega, learn from this because they still have another chance tomorrow.
They got one more bullet left in the barrel, and they'll have to fight for their life tomorrow for the chance to defend their MSC 2021 title. But again, right now we would like to put a spotlight onto the Phoenix TNC. They rebuilt, and now they're here to conquer. And they are mere steps away from representing the country in this year's Mobile Legends Bang Bang Southeast Asian Cup. I am dumbfounded because the growth that they've shown here, putting into perspective, I've handled Chu. I did not expect him to play this well here today. Seeing him in the Season 9 regular season, he did make Demon Slayer almost single-handedly a thing. Almost single-handedly in the pro scene. But everyone else, man, Cram, Escalera, Yasuo. I love how Yasuo here today was more of a role player.
Yeah, but this is the thing, man.
He played Scapegoat a lot, and they're like, yep, too late, you're dead.
Yeah, and that was kind of the theme for him throughout the season. Like, if you think about it, Yasuo doesn't have a huge hero pool. You don't have to, I mean, he doesn't do anything crazy. He just does it so well. And like you said, a lot of the times he's just like, Escalera and Ben things allow Yasuo to be like that. And actually all the members, the way that they play, the way that they execute things, they all just allow each other to excel in all their various roles. And again, it's nothing fancy. It just works.
Yeah, if any basketball fans are listening, TNC, they're like San Antonio Spurs Tim Duncan. And Omega this time, they're more like Lakers Shaquille O'Neal versus Tim Duncan. And this was just fundamental textbook TNC, with the two side laners of TNC just really knowing that they have to be solid and they have to be incredibly dependable.
Yep, and right now we're going to throw over to Mara Aquino to hear from TNC.
TNC Pro, always rising to the challenge. Congratulations. Kasama natin ngayon, Bentings, and now 17-year-old Cram. Congrats. You guys did so well today. Grabe. First of all, Cram, paano mo nagagawa na laging 3 versus 1, 3 versus 4, at palaging go home Barangay Omega? Paano mo nagagawa yun?
Tansya lang po, tinatansya ko lang eh.
Laging tansya. You're so good. Imagine, at 17 years old. Bentings, ikaw naman, ang gagaling ng mga hook mo. Paano mo ito na-predict? Parang alam mo palagi kung nasan sila.
Hindi ko po, kamukha ko na po ata yun eh. Pero sa totoo lang po, hindi na po namin ginagamit yung prangko sa practice. Kasi expect po namin mababan. Then, kanina po nagulat kami, binibigay po. Kaya, yun, kinuha namin.
Speaking of that, pansin namin maraming nagbago sa draft nyo. So pag-usapan naman natin yung mga preparation, nag-team building kayo, di ba? During the 2-week break, kwento nyo sa amin yun.
Nung 1 week before yung playoffs po, nag-team building po kami tsaka nag-open forum. Kasi parang parang wala kami sa meta. Tapos, kumbaga, hindi pala wala sa meta. Sumobra na kami sa meta. Ang dami namin ginagamit na kakaiba. Nakakalimutan na namin yung dati naming hero. Kaya ayun, nag-usap-usap kami na humihirap yung drop nung linggong to. Ano ba nangyayari? Sabi yun, nagkwentuhan po kami, nag-usap-usap po na tama na yung explore, sabay konting explore lang, sabay balikan namin yung mga hero namin na ginagamit talaga. Kasi dun kami nag-umpisa, tsaka yun yung comfort namin.
And it seems like it's worked. Now, ang ganda pa lang ng umpisa nyo. Game 1, it was such a perfect match. What happened nung Game 2? Yan lang ang only game na natalo kayo. What happened there?
Every series po kasi, every game sa isang series, nagbabago po yung meta. May mga hero na pag-aagawan sa per game. Baga nakapag-adjust agad yung Omega, ang galing nila. Tapos Game 3, predict na namin yung possible adjust nila. Tapos, nagpalit din kami ng drop.
Now, it's your first time, TNC's first time in the playoffs. In fact, ang tawag nga sa'yo, new kids on the block. Now, Cram, 17 years old, one of the youngest dito sa MPL Philippines Season 9. Kung meron kayong advice na maibibigay for you, Cram, what would be the advice that you would give to anybody watching who wants to exactly do what you're doing right now?
Wala, grind lang.
Grind! Oh, simple lang, grind lang. Ikaw naman, Ben Things. Kasi lagi namin sinasabi, marami kang Ben Tips on TikTok. Eto, your moment. Ano ang Ben Tips mo?
Wala, wala ako dito dahil magaling ako. Pinagsikapan ko to. Nagumpisa ako sa baba. Tapos, yun po, parang yung talent, bonus na lang yung pag napunta sa'yo. Pag okay na yung laro mo, isabay mo naman yung attitude mo para kung paano ka makipag-teammate. Tapos, yung teamwork talaga sa ML. Hindi mo kailangan ng individual skills. Yung team play talaga, team play. Yun po yung pinapalakas namin, team play.
That is such an amazing advice to everybody. I know there's a lot of people from other countries, including Brazil specifically, that watches your game. Just for everybody watching who doesn't understand what he's saying talent is a bonus. What you need to do, just like what Cram said, is grind. He started from the bottom. In fact, TNC was the bottom last season. Now they are one of the top teams, defeating the kings of Southeast Asia. So to Ben Things, his tip is not just talent, but to work hard and to pursue exactly what you want to do, especially in Mobile Legends. Now let's give everybody a message, lalo na sa mga taga-ibang bansa, dahil idol nila kayo, kinukuha nila yung highlights, pinupost nila. Great job, TNC. Go ahead, send them a message.
Thank you sa mga lahat na pumunta at sumuporta sa amin. Tapos shoutout kay Coach Eric na nanonood. Tapos shoutout sa teammates ko, sa family ko, tapos sa Virgin Souls, tsaka sa kaibigan nila, Escalera, tsaka Robby. Tsaka shoutout po sa kay Boss Antet, tsaka kay Boss Monching, tapos kay Sir Cole. At thank you po sa mga nakaka-appreciate po sa amin sa ibang bansa. Yun lang, salamat dahil na-appreciate nyo kami. Baga, hindi lang namin pinapakita na masaya kami, pero masaya kami. Ayaw pa lang namin mag-enjoy kasi hindi pa tapos yung laban. Para na-appreciate namin kayo. Shout din sa mga sumusuporta. Hindi ko kayo may isa-isa, ang solid nyo. Salamat sa mga nanood. Yun lang ba?
Congratulations, CNC. Always humble, always rising. Good luck on the next round. Now let's turn it over to the casters.
There are voices that we very rarely hear, but when they do speak, they speak the truth. Welcome back to the caster's desk at your service. It's Weber Bros. My name is Leo. This is Naisu, and that's Renmar Santa Cruz. And that was Cram and Ben Things. I'd like to highlight exactly what happened to... Actually, you know what? This is true for both of them. These two gentlemen, those young men on stage mere minutes ago, were living examples of what you could achieve if you work if you work hard and you gave your best as an amateur player, now eventually on the grandest stage of them all.
Yeah, and what a time to do it too, right? I mean, just at this point when we're starting to be back into these type of offline events, and who knows what's in store, right? But again, taking a look at the highlights here for this game number 4, man, I gotta say, like, TNC did not let up once they had the ball rolling, and you can already see it here. Almost at the 7-minute mark, they started, and just, again, Ben Things, Escalera, the combination, the hooks, time after time, it was just so clean.
Athletic Franco.
AF.
Yeah. And it was a painful duo and a painful string of combos that they can pull off. Look at that.
That was a rope-a-dope.
The rope-a-dope.
The Yasuo rope-a-dope, yeah.
And for Omega, it's not that it was a terrible draft, not at all. It was just that TNC completely checked the conditions that they needed to fill. They played around Ben Things and Escalera really well. Omega, yes, you can say, oh, they're too focused on the late game, but there's a lineup that, if it didn't go the way it did, there is definitely a chance for them to keep the game relatively close, maybe even find a lead of their own. But TNC just said, nope. We know what our kids can do. We know what our heroes can do, what we can do together as a team when we just weave it all together, and they did that time and time again. This was a fantastic play by TNC, knowing that Kelra no longer had the Purify. That increases their chances of being able to take him out. They weren't able to take him out there, but what happened was they were able to force him back. He couldn't keep freely hitting. The rest of TNC playing that compact position really well, despite eating up a Blazing Duet, knowing they could survive through it, knowing that they'll be able to deal enough damage to force Omega back, got the Lord, and eventually got them the win. A fantastic game by TNC, a fantastic series by Omega. The end, TNC gets the win and advances.
Folks, if you all thought Ben Things Lolita with the off-angle Numenor Blast was a scary thing, imagine the hooks on his Franco right now. Rewatch the series. 20 minutes about is what this game took. 13-4, Renmar Santa Cruz. Break down this game.
Yeah, TNC just took full control, and instead of actually rushing to end the game, they know that, okay, since we have the control, even though we're up against a lineup that scales well with time, with stacks, the gold lead was just too insane at that point. So TNC, they still played it safe. They didn't rush it. They still played around Ben Things and Escalera, but also with STZYZ. More of a low-key presence this time around, although he did have a great contribution there in that last team fight, dropping down the Tempest of Blades, waiting for Keller to expend that Purify, being able to create space around the map. It's a great game there by the TNC squad. Omega, though, cannot fault them. They definitely tried in certain moments. Ryzen and Renjo early on, especially Renjo still. I'd like to say it's still one of his signature Masha games. We're just so used to see him winning, but you saw him hell-bent on trying to get to Escalera, trying to get to Yasuo. But then again, that's also a testament to the abilities of Escalera, knowing that he'll be public enemy target number 1 on the eyes of Renjo. He said, I will minimize my usage of the flickers, really just use it at the right moment, wait for my teammates to be nearby for them to cover me. Even though I'll be brought back, at least maybe they'll be able to punish Renjo. It didn't always happen, but that's what Escalera did as much as he could. Yasuo as well, maximizing the stun that he gets from his second skill so that he'll be able to get away safely from any of the members that get too close to him. That includes Kelra utilizing the BMI along with the Blazing Duet combo entry and just stopping him in his tracks. TNC were just ready and prepared for what Omega can throw at them. Again, with the Sicilian, with the Claude, it does take time. Doesn't mean it's a bad idea behind it. Again, the Angela pick was great as well, but TNC also had one of the heroes that shines really well against this kind of lineup in that Esmeralda. Ben Things, MVP. Come on, guys. We saw what he did. We saw what he contributed to TNC, and in this game, well-deserved to Ben Things.
Yep, I mentioned before the stats analysis. those off-angle hooks. I was so focused on the team fights through the follow-up.
Yeah.
We didn't really have much time, honestly, in real time, to highlight the hooks. Mostly it's just, oh, it happened! But the angles of approach that Ben Things could have seen, man, he was like Efren Bata Reyes, bro. He was like playing billiards, snooker, on the battlefield, just like pool, like, there it is.
I loved how he did it too, because
yeah, nice sound effect, by the way. Thanks, Naisu.
Yeah,
You're
nice one,
welcome.
Naisu.
I'll take that one.
Yeah. So you were saying,
but it's nice because at the same time, Escalera, like I said, I knew that he was going to take him to the Thunderdome, and that's what he did because he was pretty much attached to the hip of Ben Things, and it just followed up so well. It worked out so well, and again, that combination of those two. I mean, whether it doesn't like they have their own combinations of heroes that they like to play, and they execute it so well. So I feel like they're a huge. It's great to actually, like you said, it's great to hear from them.
yeah.
Right?
So Franco, Eudora, Lilia, Lolita. When you come down to it and you try to digest it, condense it into just numbers and formulas, it's so simple, it's so easy. I almost put those two words together, but in practice, in execution, it's undeniable.
Yeah.
Roman mid, very important right now for TNC, and actually you could say that about the top two teams in the league. RSG has their own incredibly formidable and important Roman mid duo with Light and Aqua. So, man, it's the time for those positions to shine and really help carry the game to make sure that the carries eventually in the late game have enough room to actually thrive.
Oh man, none of these amazing battles would have been possible without our official sponsor. We would like to thank our official sponsor, Pay Maya. Get your MLB Diamonds and other gaming pins only from Pay Maya. Download today. We're gonna throw over Mara Aquino. Let's go to desk.
Pag sinabing e-wallet, ano ang naiisip mo? Dapat PayMaya, cause we have over 1,500 billers and load items. PayMaya, too good to be number 2. Want an e-wallet with free cash in? Try PayMaya. PayMaya, too good to be number 2. Pag sinabing e-wallet, ano ang naiisip mo? Dapat PayMaya, cause we have 99.9% uptime. PayMaya, too good to be number 2.
Everyone has the chance to discover and be discovered on TikTok. Powerful voices, rising stars, unique creativity, insightful educators. We're welcoming a new generation of TikTok creators. You've heard our stories. It's time to start yours. Create, share, be discovered on TikTok.
We're still watching Day 2 of MPL Philippines Season 9 Playoffs. We are live here at SMX Convention Center in Pasay. At kitang-kita ang ating napaka-energetic na crowd. O, di ba? Kaya sa lahat ng mga nanonood online, be sure to reserve your spot here tomorrow or sa SM Cinemas near you. meron tayong mga pro players in here watching and ex-pro players. Hi! Okay, nandito tayo. Honda Beast, Flap, Ivan. Uy, tabi naman ako sa inyo. Patabi, patabi. Hi! Uy, okay, ito. Honda Beast, ikaw muna. Kamusta? Tagal ka namin din nakita. Season 5 with Blacklist International. How have you been?
Okay naman. Bali, masarap manood ngayon.
Oh, di ba? Live audience pagkatapos ng 2 years. Ano yung pakiramdam na you're with the audience cheering for MPL? Ano yun? Sumisigaw ka ba kanina? May excitement? Ano? Kwento.
Parang na-stuck up nga ako kasi 2 years ago, ayun yung nanonood ako, tapos naglalaro rin ako. Tapos ngayon, pandemic, natapos na. Ngayon, parang na-stuck ako na, season 9 na pala.
Grabe, no? Ang bilis ng panahon.
Sobrang lalakas ng players ngayon.
Ang lalakas. Oh, okay. Sige nga, sa games na naganap kanina, sa ating first series kanina, TNC versus Smart Omega, sabi mo nga, sobrang lalakas ng mga players. Mag-name ka ng player doon na talagang, wow, ang lupit mo. Sino?
Bentings, lupit.
Bentings!
Kinikilig ako sa hook mo eh.
Oh, ang galing niya mag-hook. Fun fact, si Bentings, runner-up para sa season MVP. Siya yung second place. Now, sino ba dito yung chini-cheer mo? TNC ba? Kasi sabi mo Bentings eh.
Ang chini-cheer ko yung yung tipong, wala naman siguro pero nakita kong top tier kasi RSG and TNC.
RSG TNC? Bakit?
Kasi sila yung magandang stats na ginawa sa regular season. Solid talaga. Parang iba yung laruan nila. Professional na gameplay pinapakita nila.
Ito, prediction na. Gusto ko mag-predict ka. Ayaw niya maging biased, but let's put Honda Beast on the spot. Sino sa tingin mo ang makakapunta ng ating Grand Finals?
Mahirap pero idol ko si Bentings pati TNC pero yung RSG kasi low-key pero lakas ng RSG.
So, RSG pa rin TNC. Yun, yung sa ating Grand Finals. Okay, kausapin naman natin si Flap. Thank you, Honda Beast. Flap, nanonood ka ngayon Tropa mo pala tong mga to?
Opo.
Nakakalaro mo sila? Sino yung mas malupit? Ikaw or sila?
Sila, mas malupit sila.
Oh, wow. Flap. Okay, kanino ka nag-cheer ngayon? Sino kanina? TNC or Smart Omega?
Parehas pero Omega talaga.
Omega, kasi nandun
Doon yung mga tropa ko, sila
kasi nag-one shot ka, kasama sila.
Yun lang.
So mamaya, mag-one shot ka with them. Okay, yung next game natin, Onyx RSG. Kanino ka mag-cheer?
Sa dalawa rin, pero Onyx.
Onyx! Okay, sino doon yung katropa mo, yung ka-close mo sa Onyx?
Si Marky, tsas si Miko.
Si Miko. Ay, ang nakakatawa si Miko, no? Kasama mo siya, magkainuman din kayo?
Minsan.
Minsan, Flap! Inom ka ng inom. Okay, part ka ng audience. Okay, si Marky, si Miko nanonood backstage. Ano ang piece of advice mo sa kanila?
Galingan lang nila, tapos G-side na.
Wow! G-side.
De, joke lang.
Pati nga, anong ginagawa mo sa G-side? Pati nga naman...
Wala, di ako pumunta dun. Bawal yun, bawal.
Bawal daw. Okay, Ivan, hey! Hi! Hello! Pasa naman natin. Thanks, Flap. Kayo na ka nag-cheer for today?
Pusong Omega ako dati, pero since nasa RSG na sila, hit yun.
RSG! RSG! Okay. Isang manlalaro na nai-impress ka talaga, na sobrang wow, galing mo
Para sa akin hanggang ngayon.
Hanggang ngayon?
Siguro kay Bentings din kasi more on...
Sabi mo RSG, TNC, si Bentings.
Hindi, pero i-set aside mo natin yung bias natin. Kay Bentings ako kasi detalyado siya mag-shot call and also Mr. Fundamental siya sa ngayong season. Mr.
Fundamental. Bentings, tinan mo, mga casters, mga pro players, Bentings talaga. Talaga nakaka-impress siya. Impressive. Thank you guys. Ba't ka nagtatago? Ikaw nahihiya? Wow. Okay, now, oras na para sa ating Smart Malakasan Quiz. So sa lahat ng mga nanonood online, pwede kayong makisali gamitin ng hashtag Lakas ng Smart MPL. Magbibigay ako ng tanong. If you guys think you can answer this, make some noise! Ay, ito. Maingay dito. Hi! Okay. Ikaw nakatingin ka, tayo ka sa... Oh, wait, pakita natin. Pakita niyo yung banner. Wow! Ang galing naman! Pati jersey, okay. Hi! What's your name? What's your name? What's your name?
Heso Cristo po.
Heso Cristo.
Heso Cristo.
Heso Cristo. Dilagyan mo ng F para social. Okay, bigyan kita ng mic right over here. Alam mo ba ang ginagawa natin para sa ating Smart Malakasan Quiz?
Opo.
Anong ginagawa natin? Sige nga.
Nagtatanong ka po, tapos sumasagot ako.
Okay, so sasagutin mo yung tanong ko. Alright, eto ang ating tanong at kapag nakuha niya ang tamang sagot, bibigyan ka namin ng Smart Bro para madala mo ang internet mo kahit saan. Eto ang tanong. Or cheer naman kayo dyan, friends! Aba? Eto ang tanong. Gamit ang aking Samsung Galaxy A series. Samsung, speed up your awesome. Oh, ang ganda oh. Okay, ang gaan niya, ang light. Ito ang tanong. Sino ang ginamit ni Renzo kahapon para sa pinakaunang Savage ng MPL Season 9 Playoffs?
Masha.
Masha! Tama ba yon? Tama ba yon? Tama ba yon? Masha is the right answer. Congratulations! You win a Smart Bro device. Congratulations. Okay. Wow. Okay, kunyari ikaw yung nanalo sa MPL, kunyari ikaw yung player. Sige, go ahead. Sinong gusto mong i-shoutout message mo sa kanila?
Maraming salamat po sa mga sumuporta. Mga pumunta sa MPL. Tapos, salamat po sa salamat po sa mga ka-team ko sa second team ng Virgin Soul. Tapos, salamat po sa Phoenix Army. Tapos, salamat po sa mga kay Boss Josh, kay Madam Ingrid. Salamat po sa lahat-lahat. Pati sa mga sumisigaw po kanina, salamat. Tapos,
yung baby mo, shoutout mo.
Wala po akong ganun eh.
Wala pa daw siyang baby, ladies. Alright.
Tapos, shoutout sa TNC. Mas galingan nyo ba? Tapos, tara, tayo, Boracay, road to Boracay na to.
Oh, wow. Congratulations. Job well done. Sa lahat ng mga nakasagot ng tama online gamit ang hashtag Lakas ng Smart MPL, good job sa inyo. Ang tamang sagot ay Masha. So go ahead, leave your comments below. Let us know who you think is gonna win for our next series. Coming up next, Onyx Philippines versus RSG. Magbabalik ang MPL Philippines Season 9 Playoffs.
Awesome's what I'm doing. Awesome screen. Awesome camera. What are you doing? Awesome's what we're doing. What are you doing? Awesome's what I'm doing. Awesome screen. Awesome camera. Long-lasting battery life. Awesome screen. Awesome camera. Long-lasting battery life. Awesome screen. Awesome camera. Awesome is for everyone.
Pag sinabing e-wallet, ano ang naiisip mo? Dapat PayMaya, because we have over 1,500 billers and load items. PayMaya, too good to be number 2. Want an e-wallet with free cash in? Try PayMaya. PayMaya, too good to be number 2. Pag sinabing e-wallet, ano ang naiisip mo? Dapat PayMaya, because we have 99.9% uptime. PayMaya, too good to be number 2.
Everyone has the chance to discover and be discovered on TikTok. Powerful voices, rising stars, unique creativity, insightful educators, we're welcoming a new generation of TikTok creators. You've heard our stories. It's time to start yours. Create, share, be discovered on TikTok.
Oh, bagong drop! Your new tablet is ready for unboxing.
Uy, kamusta po? Test muna bago checkout. Para sigurado. Ingat!
Free advice anytime. Hello po, tingin lang po kayo.
Yes, warranty po. We make sure you have it.
Everything's legit here.
Tech support, tawag, text, chat, bisita lang po.
Uy, sakto! May promo po today. At your service sa Cyberzone.
For tech essentials and the latest gadgets, the tech is sure.
Ano, tara! Check Cyberzone!
Egg face, heart face, round face, diamond face. No matter what face shape you have, there will always be mishair from shaving. Introducing new Gillette Mach 3 Turbo with innovative 3D ball that helps move and adapt seamlessly over every face contour for virtually no mishair on any face shape. So no matter what your face shape is, you won't have any mishair. New Gillette Mach 3 Turbo.
Express your online business.
Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas. Kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas. Face the golden sun and rip it for the 3 stars. Look at us to the top, no ifs, no buts. Winning any game, para to sa PINAS. Di mo matitin ang aming boses on your level. Nasa kalye man o mobile, you know I become a legend. Open fire, we unite, we winners. Built with pressure, the diamonds are made of. Switch na lane na parang gera. HP Racing may reset up. Built agad ang buhat ni Hilda. Full load SS parang Lyra.
Susundan ko ang iyong bakas. Kasama patas. Tagumpay natin doon ay tayo'y malakas. Para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas. Para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow!
Yeah, malakas ang Pinas.
Laging MVP, no surrender, no retreat. Pag nagsama-sama, just imagine what we can achieve. Laging MVP, no surrender, no retreat. Giving 100 all my all, cause we just cannot be defeated.
We are unstoppable, immune and invulnerable. Ready ang equipment, lahat frozen, malak crowd control.
Pakita ko na jab like pow. East to the southeast. Takas sa watawa, proud and loud, cause every enemy we devour. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas. sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas. Kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas. Face the golden sun and repping for the 3 stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite.
Lakas ng Pinas,
Day 2 of MPL Philippines Season 9 playoffs. We got more action coming your way. Coming up next, RSG Philippines will go up against Onyx Philippines. Number 1 seed kontra sa ating representatives ng M3. Now to break down things for us, we got Leo, Chantel, and Naisu. Panel, pasok.
Magandang hapon sa inyong lahat. Thank you again, Mara. Sa inyong likod, ako po pala si Leo. Kasama natin dito ang napakagandang si ate mo, Chantel, and of course, the very pogi Naisu. Friends, we are about to watch the next matchup. It's gonna be Onyx PH versus RSG PH. Handa na ba kayo dito? Kasi ito yung pinaka-aantay na round 2 matchup coming from yesterday's instant classic na nag-5 games sa Onyx. Handa na kaya sila?
For sure, handa na yung mga teams natin. Pero ako parang hindi pa ako emotionally prepared sa makikita natin ngayon kasi napaka-intense ng mga laban natin simula kahapon pa lang.
Nice.
Ito na. I'm gonna speak a little bit of English for our, our global viewers out there, but ito na, okay? So basically this match, very exciting. RSG, Onyx Philippines, 2 teams I love. And after yesterday's series, man, I gotta say Onyx Philippines looking really ready to face the number 1 seed, RSG.
Yep, when it comes to fundamentals and when it comes to just sheer talent on the battlefield, pag inisip mo, Onyx at RSG, coaches pa lang malaki na di ba? One thing is for sure, maalala ninyo, sumayaw si Coach Yeb at si Coach Panda. That's one. Masaya kaya sila ngayon?
Feeling ko it's time. Pwede. Sana. Or baka wag na lang kasi baka tayo ibalik sa atin.
Ay.
Baka biglang ready ba kayo sumayaw if ever na
Please,
wag
no.
na.
No.
Please, no.
Please
don't.
The point
Leave it
I
to
was...
OSX.
Si OSX pwede pa, pero not me and Nice. Chantel, you dance? No? All right. But the point I was gonna get into was the fact that these 2 teams are not strangers to being on top. Nung season 8, kung maalala natin, Onyx was also very dominant. Just the way that RSG here is in top seed. And what that means is, pagdating sa bakbakan, pagdating sa larangan ng Mobile Legends, they are undeniable. What are some main strengths that Onyx? What kind of strengths are Onyx bringing into the battle, Chantel?
Again,
battle shout.
Sobrang lakas ng
Anong rason kung bakit nandito ang Onyx ngayon sa round 2?
Definitely for Onyx, nandun yung character nila. Hindi nila binitawan kung paano sila nakilala as a team. And they are a type of team na kahit anong mangyari, they are ready na bawiin if they have mistakes in a game. They know how to make on that mistakes and as much as possible, pagandahin pa or make it an opportunity for them to grow as a better team.
Mapa Banana Split era, mapa M3 era, mapa binabalasa ni Coach Yeb era. Onyx is here for us, right? And they're here to perform. How about you, Naisu? Sakto, tanong ko para sa'yo, because I know you're a big RSG PH fan. What's RSG bringing into this battle?
I'll tell you, RSG bringing the Coach Panda puzzle completed, refined from Season 8. I mean, as I mentioned, going into Season 8 last season, the rise of Demon Kite, right? One of the, I would say, arguably one of the best junglers right now. And now all members of RSG Philippines pretty much refining themselves to fit that puzzle, right? And so now you have people like Navs, you have Aqua, right? You have Light. All of them just falling into place here for a perfect, what I feel like is one of the perfect teams.
Yep. Before we talk more about this matchup, let's go ahead and check out MPL's strongest. Let's figure out who is the mentally strongest player in the league right now.
Ang kina-consider ko na pinaka-strong ang mentality, siguro si Haji.
Si Haji. Kahit natatalo sila,
Feel ko di siya madidistract eh.
nandun pa rin siya para i-lift up yung team niya.
Kahit ano, nalulugi sila early or nadedehado sila, siya pa rin yung may pinaka-consistent na KDA.
Pag down kami, ang bubuhay sa mga loob namin is lahat kami, especially Demon Kite. Demon Kite, lagi kaming inaangat. Sobrang nakatutok, tas nakapokus. Like sa sinasabing kaya pa yan, huwag kayo panginaan ng loob.
Kahit tinatrash talk or inaasar-asar namin siya, is focus pa rin siya sa game kung paano sila mananalo and di siya nagpapapekto.
Parang alam niya kasing kaya niyang buhatin rin yung kampi niya.
Pinakasulido na may mentality na hindi talaga nadadala sa mga tilt kinon. Para sa akin si Kyrie. Even though naagawan siya ng mga objectives, mga third, red, or blue.
Nakakabawi talaga siya sa mga farm niya, ganun.
Hindi siya yung nag-aalinlangan kahit lugi sila.
Nagagawa niya pa rin yung paraan tapos nakakabalik pa rin siya sa farm.
Kumbaga sa mindset niya, kahit magulo ako, basta yung kasama ko may space, mabigyan ng space, kaya namin to.
Kasi kilala ko yung batang yan eh. Nakakampi ko rin yan, tsaka kita ko naman sa galaw niya na may strong mentality.
Ang pinaka-naalaban kong pinakamatibay ang loob is si Carl TC.
Si Carl
TC pa rin eh.
Siya nakikita ko pag nakuha ng junglers na invadan, parang na-focus pa din, papatay pa rin.
Kasi kahit mabuog siya sa early game or makuha namin yung mga jungle niya, nakakabawi pa rin siya through kills or makuha din siya ng jungle namin.
Gumagawa siya ng sarili niyang paraan na hindi hindi nakadepende sa tank, sa support.
Kahit anong baog mo sa kanya, talagang kaya niyang bumangon.
Nung pangit yung performance niya, kita niyo sa game 2, gigil pa rin talaga siya manalo.
Ang player na inaangaan ko na malakas na loob, si Baloyski.
Hindi niya iniisip yung deaths niya. Basta mapanalo lang laro.
Gumagawa pa rin siya ng play kahit alanganin na yung team nila.
Minomotivate niya pa yung mga kampi niya para lumaban. Sinasabi niya sa teammates niya ganun na na puso lang ganun.
Natatalo na sila, parang gumagawa pa rin siya ng paraan para manalo.
Sinasabi niya pa rin na kaya namin makabawi.
Pinaka hindi sumusuko, kahit lugin-lugi na sila si Escalera. Para sa akin siya yung pinakamaraming puso na nakalaban ko.
May mga matunog na pangalang nabanggit ang ating mga manlalaro, and a couple of them are incidentally playing in this very next series. Mentioned here was Onyx PH's jungler Kyrie, aka The Future, pero may isa pang pangalan na matunog na gusto kong i-cover, gusto kong pag-usapan natin to. RSG PH's Demon Kite, na alam ko hindi naman sikreto to, nabanggit niya na idol niya ay ang ating M3 World Champion, Blacklist's very own Wise, who is on his way to competing for that second gold medal for MLBB, maybe, under Seaball. What are the main strengths do you think Demon Kite's bringing into this battle? Because again, napakaraming rason na nabanggit ng ating mga players kung bakit siya mentally strong. But for you, Chantel, watching him throughout Season 9, what makes Demon Kite so mentally stable?
Alam mo kasi si Demon Kite, napaka-strong ng pagkapasok niya even nung first season niya sa MPL, knowing na bago pa lang siya noon at pumasok siya sa isang team na hindi talaga niya kakilala. So kumbaga, masasabi natin na mentally strong si Demon Kite kasi hindi siya nagpakita ng takot, hindi siya nagpakita ng kaba sa kahit anong laro na pinaglaruan niya dito sa ating tournament, and it is an attitude na pinapatunayan niya that he is prepared. At napaka-importante na prepared ka mentally if you're up against veteran players?
Nice, you got the biggest smile, man. Tell me about Demon Kite. Tell me why you love Demon Kite.
I gotta say, because Chantel pretty much, so Chantel said it in Tagalog, but Demon Kite, when he went into Season 8, you know, and ends up getting Rookie of the Season, it's just, the thing is, he was not scared to go head-to-head with some of the best junglers, like Kyrie, right? That's what we saw in Season 8.
Like his idol.
Yeah, like his idol. And we saw him develop into the title of Demon King. So it just worked really well, and now we are going to be introducing the two teams.
Let's
RSG
hear it
and Onyx Philippines.
from our crowd. Show some love. Papasok na sila. Here we go. It's MPL-PH and RSG PH.
This is our second match for playoffs, day 2. Welcome to the stage, RSG Philippines! And their opponents, Onyx Philippines!
Two of the most beloved teams in all of MPL Philippines history, being led by their coaches, Coach Yeb and Coach Panda. Maririnig ba nating mag-ingay ang mga Raiders? O masasabi naman ba nating it's Onyx time? We're about to introduce to you guys who exactly is playing for both teams. But if I'm not mistaken, kung tama nga ba at malinaw nga aking mata, it's the starting five for both.
Yes, and makikita natin dito kasi sa dalawang teams natin, for the rest of our season, nandun na sila sa point na ito yung type of roster na effective for us. Hindi na sila masyado nag-experiment. And even for Onyx, napakaganda na same roster ang kanilang gagamitin dahil napakaganda na naging performance nila last night. Imagine that was 2 a.m. It finished 2 a.m. Pero nandun pa rin nandun pa rin yung spirit nila even during that walk.
Exactly. Nice. You casted that. You did too.
We did.
We did.
Yeah, you had the privilege and the honor of casting arguably one of the most exciting and, dare I say, classic matches in Season 9. Naisu, let's first talk about Onyx Philippines here. I know you love RSG, but they're facing off a very formidable opponent. As our good friend TDZ said, galing M3 pa kami.
Yeah.
How different is Onyx right now from the Onyx that we saw in the last World Championships?
Dude, to be honest, I mean, this is the same roster, right?
Same dudes, yeah.
That's the thing. It's the same roster. If you look at this regular season, I mean, the regular season they struggled a little bit, but it's because their banana split identity was kind of figured out a little bit, and then all these other teams kind of knew how to play around that. Now Onyx Philippines has refined themselves. We saw that under extreme pressure, like yesterday, they can still perform, they still pop off, and it looked great.
So, if anything, I want to add a little bit to what you said. feeling ko nga mas matalino pa or mas experienced pa ngayon ang Onyx because of the struggles that they went through coming from their M3 era now into the S9 playoffs mode. We'll see exactly how they grew, especially from last night's 5-game instant hit, right? Let's talk about RSG, Chantel. Ano nga bang meron ngayon sa RSG, lalo na't nasa kanila ang regular season MVP na si Light? Here's their starting 5.
Alam mo sa RSG, tama yung sinabi kanina ni Naisu na it is a type of team na parang nag-mature. Before, nandun yung potential pero hindi pa nila na-maximize. So makikita natin dito sa team statistics, medyo may difference in terms of the goal per minute kay Eman and kay Marky. Dahil yung kanilang rotation ay very different. Sometimes Marky sumasama na agad siya sa team fight, while for Eman, as long as there is an opportunity na magstay lang siya sa lane, literal na nagsistay talaga siya.
Ladies and gentlemen, real quick, I'd like to let you know that Ryota is here with us in the backstage. It's actually Delarski who's going into battle for game number 1. But it's also nice to say hi to one of our most handsome XP laners in the league. So, it's the starting 5. Basically, it's Onyx versus RSG. And I'd like to build on the point na nag-mature. Kung yung isa, mas maraming natutunan sa pinagdaanan ng Season 9, RSG nag-mature. Naisu, you know that our good friend Manjin Faldas spoke about how Demon Kite is new, right? Demon Kite na bago in his Season 8 rap battle. How dangerous is a wiser, more mature Demon Kite?
Well, the biggest thing is he doesn't make... I mean, the risky plays are still there, but they're more calculated. Like, if you want to call it, it's pretty much calculated risks, the way that Demon Kite plays. But at the same time, like I said, the rest of RSG is what makes Demon Kite, once again, so strong. It's now he's not pulling that, what I felt like in Season 8, where he's pulling the weight a little bit for the team, whereas now the entire RSG is there working together as one unit. So it's just an evolution of the team in general.
Let's go back to full circle, Chantel, Onyx, Naisu, RSG. Let's talk about evolution. Anong kailangan gawin ng Onyx? Paano sila kailangan mag-evolve? Ano pa kailangan lang ibahin from last night? You saw them play 5 games against Next Play Evos last night. Ano pang pwede nilang baguhin para mas maganda ang entrada nila sa best of 5 na ito? Lalo na't meron tayong dalawang napaka-promising na junglers in Kyrie and Demon Kite heading into this match.
Sa dalawang jungler natin na to, makikita natin na napakalaki ng diferensya in terms of the numbers. Kay Kyrie ay mas mataas as compared to Demon Kite, and it all boils down to the gameplay or the playstyle of the teams. For Demon Kite kasi nakakita tayo ng mga iba't ibang klaseng heroes ngayon. So sometimes more on the tanky type of heroes. Well, for Kyrie, nakilala talaga siya on the assassin types. So expected na mas mataas magiging gold per minute nga, same goes with KDA. Pero ang pinakatitingnan dito is kung paano magiging objective taking. For Onyx, kilala sila before as a split pushing type of team na somehow nabasa na may ibang teams ngayon kaya medyo nagkaroon ng ups and downs in terms of performance. So if you're Onyx, kailangan mo lang i-execute ng tama yung pinaka-identity nyo as a team.
Even last night, their identity was tested, and they showed us that one thing for sure is makikilala sila bilang isang day 2 team. And here they are, facing off against number 1 seed in RSG. And I love how you put it. Demon Kite, maybe his hero pool is a little more diverse. If I'm not mistaken, it was mentioned during the cast sa English desk, kung nanonood kayo doon. Si Demon Kite ang pinakauna na nagdala ng tank meta Season 8.
Baxia Jungle? Was it Baxia Jungle?
Yeah, so are we expecting that here dahil kagabi, si Kyrie bigla na lang din nagja-jungle tank?
You know, he did last night, right? And that's the thing, he brought out the Barrett's jungle. He also played Baxia a little bit. So that's the thing, I mean, you also have to consider the fact that Onyx Philippines was playing really late last night. RSG. Yeah, literally what time was it? RSG is fresh, right? So how will that play in to the series ahead of us too?
Okay. Interestingly enough, to answer that question, nakasama ko yung Onyx sa M3, Singapore, right? Nagpupuyat ng mga yan eh.
Oh, sanay na sila.
Sanay na sila eh. Feeling ko sanay na sila eh.
Kaya pala laging it's Onyx time. Pag Onyx time, dapat automatic puyat ka. I think it's part of the training din ng mga players. Kasi di ba merong ibang team sinasabi nila na kapag nananalo sila, mas hindi sila nakakatulog.
Yes.
Mas gumagana kumbaga.
Mas may momentum.
Mas pumped.
Nabubuhayan. Di ba? So, Naisu, you're right. I'm not gonna deny the fact that RSG is coming into this a little more fresh. They spent a lot of time studying their opponents, and they're not as, let's say, bared down by the happenings of the previous evening. Pero tingnan natin muna ang kanilang keys to victory. Let's see what RSG exactly has to do to be able to get one over Onyx to drop them into the lower bracket. Let's highlight one here, all right? Besides the fact na may tulog sila, guys. Okay, kagabi, what time is it? It's whatever time Onyx won. But RSG PH, let's talk about Aqua. They have to prioritize his hero in the mid so that he can maybe go toe-to-toe with Hatred. Naisu, how wide is Aqua's hero pool?
It's huge, man. It's huge. I mean, but then again, so is Hatred. Like, both of these guys, both teams are pretty much evenly matched, I feel like. RSG has, like, Aqua, for example, has a deep hero pool, but again, it comes down to the execution. The one thing we saw last night was Onyx Philippines doing very well, just picking each other up. When they fell in one role, the rest of them picked them up. That's what RSG does as well.
So I guess it's a matter of answering and covering for the others' needs as a team. So RSG PH, they have that. At Chantel, nabanggit natin, nagtatank na rin si Kyrie. At si Demon Kite, siya rin yata nagsimula noon. So we'll talk about that when we switch over to Onyx. Keys to victory. Let's check them out right now. Dilar and Marky need to go for the split push first para maiba ang timing at mapilitang mag-adjust ang kalaban para mapabor saan nila. Are we gonna see a revival of the Onyx split push?
Alam mo pwede, kasi yung RSG heavily relying on team fights. So, yung objective taking nila is after they take down a specific hero in a specific lane. So, if you are Onyx Philippines, you have to disrupt that kind of rotation. You have to disrupt na ito yung pattern ng RSG, ito yung ginagawa nila. So, they need to force RSG to react on what they're doing. Kasi pag nagawa nila yon, parang ang hirap na para sa RSG kung ano yung uunahin nila, kung team fight ba? Or magpupush ba sila? Dedepensahan ba nila to? So, for Dilar and Marky, it's a good point of view for them na pwedeng mang-agaw tayo ng atensyon para hindi magkaroon ng team fight.
Pwedeng yun ang laro ng Onyx going into this best of 5. Let's cover that last point real quick here. Nag-chicken na si Boloyski. Kayo naman, RSG. Naisu?
Translate. You want me to?
Go.
Boloyski had his chicken. Has RSG eaten their chicken?
Wow.
Okay, what is RSG's equivalent? Like, if Baloy loves himself some chicken, anong kay RSG?
They love Azzy, bro.
Is Azzy here?
But Azzy's I don't know if Azzy's here.
Is Azzy here? Azzy.
Oh, no!
It's Azzy.
Oh, the Azzy buff. as always put it, right?
Yeah.
Oh no. All right, so confirmed. I don't know how real this factor is, but Baloyski had his chicken. Oh man, Kenji's dog, Azzy, the beloved Azzy, is not here with us, but I'm sure they have come in cocked and ready. Naghanda sila dito. What might be some other factors? We're good friends with Panda. We're good friends with Yeb. Have you spoken to them recently? Naramdaman mo ba yung vibe nila in the past days leading up to the playoffs?
Alam mo yung dalawang coaches natin, very different sila kung paano talaga sila sa coaching style nila. For Coach Panda, we call it the fundamentals. Meron talaga siyang sistema. We're not saying na walang sistema kay Coach Yeb. Pero pag nakakasalubong kasi natin, di ba si Coach Yeb, parang, oy, parang, feeling ko player din siya.
My idol. Yan ang sa
My idol,
Yan ang
diba?
parating pambungan sa akin ni Yeb. Yeah.
Yuppie.
So parang it's chill, he's part of the team, and at the same time, para lang siyang kuya ng mga players niya. And doon natin makikita kung paano yung magiging difference, kung paano yung magiging reaction ng mga players sila. Kasi minsan, if it's too tight or pag super luwag naman, mahirap yung kung paano mo siya aatakihin.
Nice to, what's Coach Panda's vibe looking like right now? We saw him a couple of days ago, but here, tonight, game number 2 for today's broadcast. How do you read him?
I was going to say, man, it's like Eye of the Tiger, but it's Eye of the Panda. And they are ready, locked and loaded. Short and sweet and simple, man. I mean, again, he does like to converse with everyone in the back, but I think it's after the game. It's like business first, work first, and then we get to see, Coach Panda come out, converse with everyone, and have fun.
All right, well, let's see exactly how these two coaches lead their teams into the battlefield. Hintay, mag-aantay pa. Magsimula na RSG PH versus Onyx PH. Casters, pasok!
It is local top fraggers versus the international contenders. What is up, ladies and gents? This is series number 2 for today, and it is a hot one. Still an upper bracket match. No one's going home, but you really want to make a stand here, ladies and gents. We are going to be your casters for the series. I'm Rock Hard alongside OSX and Midnight. How you boys feeling about this one?
It's so good to be back in America, specifically.
Welcome back!
Yeah, one more time.
That's
and
why it's
still,
cold here.
Yeah,
That's why.
But
It's
Rockhart said
really
it's
cold.
still gonna be hot.
Yep.
Hot and ready as these two teams meet up once again. Regular season, never been beaten. RSG and Onic.
Yeah, you know what? It's very interesting to watch international franchises with local teams that are really performing. Come on, we're Filipinos. We're gonna have a lot of players that will perform. And now MPL-PH has already proven themselves in the international stage, and now RSG coming in from a hot Season 8 performance. Now Season 9, they're really the team to look forward to when it comes to contesting that grand final spot. The question is, will RSG continue with that, or will MPL-PH finally have an answer against the Raiders?
So far, Onic has been on the up and up, right? They got a pretty sweet victory yesterday. It's going to be an uphill battle, though, still for RSG. I mean, sleep deprivation aside, I don't know who came up with that one. Come on, guys.
Well, yeah, you have a good point right there. Talking about sleep, there's a good thing and a bad thing about that. Some players or some people prefer to have no sleep at all, keeps them activated. The adrenaline.
That is interesting.
Yeah, in my end, but for Midnight as well, for those of you who ended at 2 a.m. yesterday, and all the fans as well who has been keeping with us watching at SM Cinemas.
Yo, what's up, Watch Party? How are you guys doing?
Yep, I do hope that the seats are warm.
Oh, yeah.
It is going to be a cold and hot match between these two teams. Now, I want to point out that, again, RSG, as you mentioned, they are the top team going into this match. They're also the better team when it comes down to stats.
The numbers never lie. Right? It's hard to lie.
They don't at all. Whatever
with the
stats I'm going to look at, or whatever stats I've seen, it's always favoring RSG for the sole reason that the performance of this team has just been better compared to Onic Philippines. Of course, it's going to be skewed a little bit because of the games that they've played. Almost the entire, the entire match history or match book of RSG has been very, very dominant.
Hey, I want to talk about that real quick because we did show a quick stat reveal earlier between Demon Kai and Kyrie. I think there's a reason for that, right? Like, it's a very cool reason because Demon Kite, what has he been picking lately? Karina boy! Karina for days!
Not to mention, and to go back to what Leif said, he's one of the OGs who started the tag meta back in regular season. But to add for that contention, Rockhart, this is the race on who's the best jungler for the season. Demon Kites aims to get this title, but for a world-class jungler against Kyrie Midnight, how do you see the matchup for this?
I feel like Kyrie is the better jungle when it comes to overall aspects, when it comes to the role. But the thing is, this patch, Demon Kite should be really, really comfortable. Again, he is one of the first few players to play the jungle role, even before the jungle tank existed. Back in 2021, when he was still with his amateur team, JNA, he was already rocking the boxer jungle. So this is the type of player who will play anything you throw at him, and the stat does show up for Kyrie. I'll give you an example. KDA, it's Demon Kite who is leading the pack here against Kyrie. 5.67 versus Kyrie's 4.97. I just have to remind you, this is a world-class jungle. Jungler, and Demon Kite surpasses him in every aspect.
That's a pretty big gap, I have to say. And I think at this point, you have to think about how do these numbers actually correlate to what we see in the game, though. Because right now, when Demon Kite goes on these really slow and sluggish, low kill count junglers, it kind of just translates better to RSG. While on the other side, higher numbers for Kyrie, not really that stellar on the terms of the wins.
This is where things get interesting. If you're gonna look at the MPL teams in S9, RSG and TNC play very, very similarly, and Demon Kite has better KDA versus SDZYZ, because SDZYZ is a very heavy objective-oriented player, but they don't really fight at all. RSG, they play the same, they play the same play style. They have the same pacing, but Demon Kite's KDA is just all over the charts.
Yeah, that's true. RSG, speaking of this team, they are so systematic with their approach, and as well as how to execute the game. It's the objectives and how to make it work. But now, looking at the fans right here, a familiar face among the crowd.
Look at those boys.
Oh, look at those guys. I just want to go back. Midnight mentioned back in the previous season. I know you're one of the vets here, and Rockhart as well. You two guys, I know you.
He's the oldest one.
Really? Oh yeah,
the oldest one.
The
S1.
oldest. The
S1.
vets.
I don't like you guys.
Do you guys?
But
Come
Why
on.
do you have to bring that up?
Come on, you came from season 1. Everybody knows that.
Yeah, because I just want to highlight how RSG right, looking comfortably, knowing that this is their first playoffs in
Right.
season 9. And you know, what's the feeling going through the minds here? I know you guys have felt a bigger crowd. So what are the factors to watch out for?
Honestly, for RSG, I don't think it's a matter. It's a factor anymore. Because the thing is, they've experienced this already back in week number 3.
Oh.
But playing in front of an audience is a different matter altogether. But I think for Coach Panda, he has prepped his players.
Yeah,
He's done his prep talk.
alright.
Guys, don't think about the audience. Just play your game.
That's
That's
it.
the most important thing. Play your game. Play the best game you can never play in your life.
Yeah.
And don't think about any expectations at all.
Yo, you remember like when we started the regular season to have the players live on stage?
Yeah.
Scores really did make a drastic difference.
Oh, yeah.
Now, will that be a factor for RSG? I mean, they did kind of falter on the first day.
Yeah.
Well,
hope all playoffs.
By the way, Blacklist in the house, boys.
Come
we got
on,
some world
agents.
champions here.
Yeah.
So, they chillin', and they're waiting for season 10. Like we saw Coach Bonchan show up yesterday. You saw
The
those
signal.
you saw those markers, man.
I have one good news for you boys.
Yeah?
We're not going to have any pauses for game number 1.
Who the fuck?
No, no, no.
Amazing. This is, again, we go through stuff and we learn. And now we are on the draft, guys. This is game number 1 for the second series for the day. It is very, very highly sought after. You see world champions, they're watching. They're looking at this and they're taking notes heading into the draft.
Oh, here we go. RSG and Onic. Priority ban on RSG is the Fanny. Mostly they're prioritizing or channeling down the choices of Kyrie here, Midnight.
Yeah, and funny thing is, D1 Kite has played the Fanny, and they actually like it.
Oh.
But if you get first pick Fanny here, you're not going to be able to get a lot of the strong openers here on your side, because you only get 1 pick and Onic gets 2. So I think for RSG, you want to completely remove that, because the existence of Akai in the meta doesn't really fit, having a first pick Fanny on your side. Because the thing is, if you pick Fanny, you're going to get heavily countered by the Akai. So RSG, they go for the 1-1 route. It's one of the strongest marksmen in the current meta.
I would say it's actually the safer route here.
It is the safest route,
Agree.
honestly. Because the thing about the 1-1 is that it gives you access towards the late game, and it's a hard hero to shut down.
True.
Interesting. I love that.
And not to mention, it only takes a team who can make the chemistry work, especially for a 1-1. Setting up the red carpet, unlocking all those passives. Now on the priority as well. On the side of Onyx, we're going back to the roots and comfort picks. Natalia and a Grok.
Yo, the 1-1 better watch out.
I have to say, RSG, they got the 1-1, but Onyx immediately secures that Natalia, one of the biggest threats against the hero, because you can just demolish the gold lane. Now that we talked about it earlier, it's a hard hero to shut down, but now Onyx has a way of controlling the pacing of this game because of the presence of Natalia, and add to that the mid Grok. We don't even know yet if it's the XP Grok or the hatred Grok on the support role, but Onyx PH, they have good chances right now. RSG, they pick up the Franco and the Karina of D1 Kite. So again, fast-paced and aggression for RSG, and most likely they're going to be jumping onto the jungle of Onyx Philippines, so they need to secure a better hero on Kyrie. Baksha is still open, by the way.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
More likely, obviously, this will go to Baloyski.
Yeah.
There you go. I think that's pretty much settled there.
Oh, hated special.
It's an XP Grok.
Yeah, if you guys were,
XP Grok.
I don't know if you guys were paying attention on the the strongest, MPL strongest.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Every player that we asked calls Baloyski the guy that you call to, who doesn't care about his deaths.
Oh,
who
yeah.
doesn't care about his stats. He goes for the kills. And he is known for this Natalia.
That's how he backs up
his team.
his team.
So scary right now for Onyx. And I don't know, obviously, I kind of expected RSG to go for the Karina. I don't know, even if it wasn't first pick.
Yeah.
How does that mid matchup look to you guys?
Honestly, it is going to be really hard for MPL-PH to pick, a different jungler here. The only heroes that I'm thinking about are the Barats, the hero that they played yesterday, and
possibly
the Lancelot of Kyrie. It's one of the one of the few heroes that you don't want Kyrie to be playing in this game, especially now that they have a way to cover the gold lane. So that's going to allow Onyx Philippines to just completely focus on the pacing of their own jungler. But RSG, they completely removed the back.
There you go.
No
You
potential
called it.
tank jungler for MPL-PH. But again, still, the Barats is up for the taking. Onyx now removes Kagura. This hero is really hard to shut down. If you're the Natalia and Sicilian, you're going to have a hard time in the middle lane. So I think that's going to allow Onyx to have a safer pacing come the mid game. The Sicilian is going to be a problem for RSG.
I love how RSG is respecting the comfort heroes here of Onyx Philippines on the night that they played yesterday from day 1 to day 2. And look at the RSG fans right here on screen.
And yeah, I
cheering.
actually was going to say that. I
Yeah.
love our cameraman. They are competing
Yeah.
very much with Indonesian cameramen.
Yep.
Snipers.
The sniper cameraman in Indonesia.
I was about to bring that up. So good job, guys. You're doing us proud. Next one. Next up on the chopping block, obviously, junglers are heavily countered here by RSG.
Yeah.
Who are we looking for Onyx?
I think you picked first the gold lane here for Onyx. It's just a safer route. Either you go the Brody or the Clint. Most probably they're going to go with the Brody route or the Claude for Marky. We've seen Marky utilize the Claude. It's very exceptional on the hero. Hard to shut down, and it's good against RSG. Even though the Karina can just use the first skill to get out the Blazing Fluid, at the very least you have an insane scaling hero on Onyx. Oh, okay.
Let's go. All right,
Kimmy.
That's cool.
It's open. They've shut down all the heroes here for Kyrie instead. Well, I still have one more card to play, and this Kimmy, we've seen him play throughout the regular season, and this complements the movement speed and how he can move around the 1-1 as well.
Yeah, and I just have to say, it's a good laner, as you've said. It's good against 1-1, and it also shuts down the Karina. One hit from Kimmy dispels the blade dance of the Karina. It's, when we used to play, whenever I see Karina, I immediately pick Kimmy jungle.
Yeah.
Just because of the fact that it's good against Karina. Now, they pick up the Esmeralda, which is interesting because you already have the Kimmy on the side of Onyx, but I think it's just a way for RSG to have a good lane control against the XP Grok of Onyx Philippines, and they get the Farsa to completely counter the Kimmy. But I do love the last pick here from Onyx Philippines, the Hellcat jungle from Kyrie. We've seen this before. It's a game turner for Onyx Philippines, and the reason why I like Hellcat in this game is that it's a way to protect the Kimmy. It's not a tank, but it is a threat when it comes to team fights. You don't necessarily get to engage on the Kimmy unless you see Hellcat's positioning.
All right, so it is a little bit of a double-edged sword, right? Whenever you see Hellcat, it's always a huge hit or miss. There's no in-between for Hellcat. It's either you get all the kills so much early, or just fall off and die and just help with your blind.
Yep.
You know, that's the best you can do.
Yeah.
So I love that they baited out there's a possibility of a jungle Kimmy. But this Onyx lineup, I would say, is very glass cannon.
Oh yeah, for sure.
It is one of the most glass cannon lineups I've ever seen so far here today. So I don't know how that's going to fare. We got a pretty hefty front line here for RSG. I wonder who came out on top on that last draft.
Honestly, I do love the ideology of Onyx Philippines' lineup, but I think the consistency and the pacing of RSG might just take over in the early game, because the thing is, this Hellcat needs to do a lot in the early game. You see already the Sicilian in the mid lane, so that's already going to be a late game problem for RSG, but they have no answer against the Franco and the Karina in the early game.
That is true, and now we are loaded up on to the land of dawn, ladies and gents, for game number 1 between RSG and Onyx Philippines. Don't forget, this is upper bracket.
Yeah,
so,
upper bracket.
no one's going home just yet.
Yeah, we have 2 lives now.
2 lives for Onyx because of that victory.
Oh, yeah, here we go.
And here we go, of course. Initially, we are going to have to just make sure everything is neat and dandy. Don't worry, guys.
I was just about standing up. I was like, okay, let's stand up. Okay,
I know. Midnight kind of takes more effort because he's a bigger guy. So,
Yeah, I know.
right? You know, he was just warming up and getting up. So, as I was saying,
I was like, my joints.
his joints are
I need to stretch.
creaking. I know what you mean. So, yeah, we are going to kind of hold it down for a little bit here. And I actually completely forgot what I was supposed to say. But I want to ask you guys.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, who has a better lineup again?
Honestly, RSG for the sole reason that again the early game pacing is going to be a problem for Onyx Philippines, and also the Kimi in the late game doesn't really sound that good because a lot of the players and the the casual gamers look at Kimi as an insane late game monster. The problem with Kimi is that she's a glass cannon here. It's a hero that it's really easy to shut down.
Yeah, one dash, then such a long cooldown.
Yeah, and you can just wait for the Kimi dashes because she's gonna use that to refill her energy.
Yeah.
So for the most part, she will dash, and if you see that,
she also uses it kind of offensively.
Yeah,
right.
exactly.
Because you need that energy.
And the thing is, late game Kimi doesn't push that fast compared to the old Kimi. Because with old Kimi, you build up physical damage that deals through the the armor of the towers, and right now you're literally just a skirmishing hero. That yes, you do deal more damage to the towers with items, but it's not as fast compared to the old Kimi.
It's true.
So we can therefore say that Onyx could be on borrowed time if ever they are totally late on what they could build up for their lineup. But let's see on how will they execute this. Knowing those teams here, look at that, Delarski, almost no HP, but that's just poking him out of lane. It's movement speed, it's early game. That was right about here. The execution and the ease of movement is on RSG.
Absolutely. You see that early flicker?
Yeah.
Dude, that was... You don't like that. You don't want to see that.
By the way, it's not just about the flicker. Esmeralda loses against Grok. And
Supposedly.
Nats just force out Delarski out of the lane.
Yeah. No, this time around, it's going to be Beloyski teaming up also with Delarski on how to give vision. They know Karina might go around, Demon Kite as well. Is always trying to get those peaks in, but this combo, Beloyski and Delarski, 2 visions for Onyx just to make sure that early game also they could always watch on what they could prove for the objectives.
Yeah, I don't think they have a choice. They have to kind of concede this just because Delarski is a little
There's
bit behind.
the hook.
But no, he's going to go try. Kyrie does have a little bit of an exit. Oh, no.
That's
I thought he was going to go for it.
Early game burst there from Aqua, going in near the water to get that touch, and that early burst from RSG totally shaken up on it.
That was, I would say that was clean, the hook from Light. And after that, Demon Kai said, I'm not going to take the turtle, I'm going to fight you. Kyrie went in, he thought he was going to be able to land an amazing poison stinger off the 2 heroes and get the turtle, but guess what? Again, when he jumped in, RSG was just holding the turtle. It was not even near retribution range.
And that's where the advantage of their tanky lineup is. You can do stuff like that. You can stand by for a little bit and wait for
but Beloyski haven't seen it, but the ultimate coming in from Light, but Mark responds in with that ultimate machine gun as well, but Kyrie taking on the patch here, just checking in, just for the pokes. There was a trade-off coming from that bush. They should not commit as early as now for Onyx to build time. As Midnight said, they need enough equipments to handle RSG.
Yeah, that was a pretty good burn. No big cooldowns being committed, of course, by RSG. And for that defense, it's very easy for them to do this.
Yeah.
They have one of the most versatile, the most mobile mid lane mages you can ever get in the game. So I don't think they're in any danger here. Even if you get hit with the wild charge, like people can kind of exit easy.
Totally. Kyrie here going to be in trouble. It's Demon Kite. It's going to be evading out that match, but Light here, ultimate onto Hatred. There goes Power and burst with Beloyski here going to follow up. What did you do? It's going to be 3 against 1, and that's a total for Demon Kite. Early fist and ganks here, just right there for RSG.
That was insane execution from RSG.
Look at that life.
If it would have been so fun, he could have been killed by the tank.
Yeah.
I saw that.
Yeah.
He could have died to the tank.
He was too close.
Onyx Philippines, they were the ones who were trying to find a kill in the mid lane against Aqua, but when Light saw the exclamation mark, he immediately went inside the bush to look for the Natalia, but he found Hatred instead. An immediate bloody hunt from the Franco secures the early aggression for RSG. And again, this is the pacing that we were talking about earlier. Beloy,
good enter from backline Beloyski. They're getting a vision for Kyrie, and that's goes to third for Onyx here. It's going to be trouble. Delarski going back out for the battle, but that entrance from Beloyski from the backlines totally give way for Vision to secure that turtle, but the fight is not over yet. holding off the lane, sealing off Nats to go back on the border, but this time around, it's Baloyski giving vision for Onyx Philippines.
It was a nice try, actually, from Light. If you saw it, the moment Dark Knight Falls hit, he flickered in. Nice try.
Immediate bloody hunt. But when he was able to bite the Hellcurt, Retribution was already used and was able to get the turtle for Onyx Philippines. But RSG, again, look at the space that the 1-1 has. Even though he's 400 gold behind the Kimi, this is still the 1-1. And the thing is, he can dispel a lot of the things that you can throw at him from Onyx, and he can maneuver himself around team fights.
There you go, ultimate from Dilarski. Follow up here, right into Kyrie. Nats is going to be 2. Demon Knight focusing, taking down Kyrie. There's a Dark Knight Falls, executing or evading that ambush from 2 members of RSG. Now Vision for the defensive ultimate of Kyrie there, but the fun isn't stopping Baloyski. We see Elvin down, burst in from Aqua, getting on the floor right there, but Eman, it keeps on happening, action to action. Down bottom, there goes the Rocket. Light, he's totally invisible. Don't go to the Light. Oh, Marky falls down in the hands of Eman right there. What a clean backline entrance for Forcenet.
Light is not regular season MVP for no reason, boy.
Oh, it's not stopping here.
Look at this.
Dilarski.
What is this?
Oh, it's 2 against 1. Nats.
Sexy.
Oh, it's so Maku Nats right now for RSG. Barring that
what is this?
Onyx. Oh, wow.
What are you doing?
It's not done yet.
Oh, right in Baloyski for the follow. That was 3 midnight. You're almost at the edge of your seat. What just happened there?
Honestly, I don't know. I don't know how Nats has been able to do this for 8 weeks straight. He's managed to win his lane for the whole regular season, and right now he is outplaying Kyrie and Dilarski, both of them in the same lane, and he was able to take out Dilarski. That bought enough time for RSG, and that added insult to the injury. Again, RSG was able to take Marky on the bottom lane, and right now 3,000 gold lead for RSG, and remember, they still have the 1-1.
That's true. He got the turret, he got the kill, he got the turtle. What else do you want from that?
No,
what a play.
Objectives now are the focus of RSG, as clean as they will. Now items are building up again for RSG. It's a gold of 2.5 gold advance. At the same time, they're pressuring Onyx to take on available resources as RSG rotates.
Yeah, this is really smart itemization from RSG. Almost all of them can sustain the damage output of the Natalia, especially Aqua. With the Warrior Boots and Dreadnought Armor, he's not going to be able to be taken out by Baloyski. But Nats!
Oh, look at the burst. Hatred. You got bursted by Hatred. Baloyski here going out. Demon Kai taking down Baloyski in the top up as well. Kyrie with a follow for Aqua. They're not going anywhere with the water this time. It's a Hatred going back, but that is Marky for the backline support. But Eman takes down Kyrie out of the equation. Hook misses out. Marky goes out for safety.
Yeah, that tank is for RSG. You're feeling it now, especially with itemization, man.
Yeah.
It really helped survive against Natalia. They're surviving against Akemi. Hellcurt dives in.
Eman!
Oh, look at that, Eman. Eman is not using a shotgun now. He's using darts. No more bullets.
It's always projectiles, though, for Eman, obviously.
And I just want to say, Baloyski, he found the right opening to, get a skirmish up against RSG, but Light was ready. Able to hook Dilarski. Even though Dilarski was able to use the wild charge and Kyrie went inside to take down Aqua, it took so long because the Heroes of RSG can sustain the physical damage output of the Natalia and the Hellcurt, again, because of the itemizations that they've built, especially Aqua with a Dreadnought Armor. He bought enough time for Demon Kite to reset and switch his focus onto the Hellcurt.
Bro, that's a problem that I mentioned earlier with the Hellcurt.
Yeah.
You dive in, you don't get a kill, too bad. You got 3 people around you. You kind of can just die easy.
So we can therefore say that Onyx right now needs to make their combo work. It's Blackout, it's Vision, but they need to have this perfect execution how to make their ultimates work.
They probably should isolate better because they are fighting full-blown team fights.
I would say Onyx Philippines needs to wait for the Ice Queen 1 from the Kimi, because the thing about Marcus' build is that he went for the Berserker's Fury first after the Genius 1. It's perfectly understandable because you want more damage against the 1-1 for you to be able to take him down without proccing crossbow of thanks. So Ice Queen 1 isn't really a priority in this game, but after that, Onyx Philippines, they should wait out for that perfect timing that they can get. Once Marky's able to move around the team fights perfectly, they're going to be able to win the fight. Nats.
Oh, that's 4. Taking out Nats out in the bottom lane. That is a 4-man ambush for Onyx Philippines. But Eman here, I'm just here doing business, taking down your mid lane turret. and as well as Lord up top. Look at the push, man.
RSG, they want to fight.
They want to fight, but Demon Kite here. Kyrie on the 1v1s, but the support of the Feather Airstrike coming down from the heavens. Kyrie is out. RSG with the reinforcement, the movement speed right now. It's Onyx going in with the defense on the top lane.
Beautifully done. Again, all of that action just translate into a 4.5k goal lead for RSG. They don't necessarily need to be where the goal is being taken.
Yeah.
They are maneuvering the creep flow so well.
Yeah, yeah.
It's amazing.
Totally amazing. And this equals to the engagement you wanted. Just look at this. Just one tower taken out from RSG. The goal lead 4.9k. How does it matter right now? But it's Onyx responding. It's Nats. Totally minusing down the defense.
There right there is the power at least of Onyx lineup. They can do stuff like that.
Yeah.
The main problem is you throw everything to Nats.
4 people's skills.
Yeah,
just 4, man.
Come the late game, RSG, they will group up. Onyx Philippines, they have the right idea. They want to take out the Esmeralda as soon as possible because Nats, he is the problem. For the most part, he's dealt the most damage out of everybody in this game. So he really is somebody that you want to be removed in the game.
Yeah, that's a classic.
Good wall for Galarski. He knew something was coming out of the bushes there. And
Baloy.
Oh, sneaky
They
Baloy.
They know where he is. They can smell your fear.
All right, it's here Baloyski recalling. Nobody can see him. It's going to be 3.
Oh!
Spotted by Demon Kite. He was so close. So close to the recall.
I want to say, Baloyski, that was a very good move. Because if Light didn't know that the Natal was still there, he could have just walked away. And then Baloyski, even if he revealed himself, he's going to be able to recall out. But Light, he knew that Baloyski is a very good player. He stayed there because there's nothing that will be, there's nothing that will change if he chases away. So he just chose to stand his ground and make sure that Light is not here. I mean, Baloyski is not here.
That's pretty impressive. Like, you don't play with a lot of the Natalias usually, so...
He outplayed the outplay.
Mind games over mind games.
You're not going to break my mind.
All the time. And how calculated was that, man?
That's true.
Then Baloyski on this hero, staple one. They have these memories back in with Galarski.
So what is the win condition here again for Onyx now? Because it looks really bad for them.
Let's
talk about it later.
Follow-up from Hatred. Going in, back in, retreating back. That's the wall from Galarski. But Nats looking for an end, but the Light is going to the hook, but it's blackout. Kyrie going for the race advantage. Silencing down Light, taken out. One factor, but Stacks following in. It's going to the jump of Nats, but this time it's going to be Hatred. Oh my gosh! Eman has flown, and that is a killing spree taken down. Hate, 3 members out, and RSG. Oh wow! But Baloyski are going for the safety, but that 3-man casualty coming in from RSG kills.
That was a very awesome fight from RSG. They bounced back from Delarski's initiation. The main problem is Onyx Philippines, they lack the damage to took it out against RSG's other heroes. Yes, they take out Light, but come Demon Kite and Eman, they cannot really pace themselves because Kyrie has already used its ultimate, and they're yet to see the the Karina and the 1-1. And Eman found the perfect opportunity to completely get his stacks up against Onyx, and he even delayed the usage of the crossbow of thanks because he knows that they just want to fight.
Oh, it's going to be fight. There it is. But are they responding? Oh, with the stun and hold, it's Onyx going patient. They need to defend and going back to their thought there, Midnight. It's the patience and timing of RSG.
Yeah, again, Eman just delaying the usage of the crossbow of thanks. He wanted to fight up against Onyx, but it was not the right moment for him to pop the ultimate because there's no danger, there's no threat at all for their for their side because Onyx Philippines were running away. All 4 heroes were just running away.
So before a big fight starts again, win condition for Onyx real quick. Go.
Win condition for Onyx, they need to surprise RSG. They need to catch RSG off guard. But for the most part, RSG, they were always ready to fight against Onyx.
Oh, that's the ultimate out used by Aqua, but Baloyski is coming in from the back lines. Classic Baloyski. Will he get one this time? Will they get RSG off guard this time for Onyx Philippines?
This is info, man.
This is info dissemination for Onyx Philippines. Will they get the chance here to take down one? We're waiting for Onyx. Winter Truncheon in for Hatred. He can now grow as a player. But now, We can finally check.
Oh!
But somebody spotted down Boloyski.
Oh boy, that one.
They're sensing fear right into the bushes, but Boloyski escaping as well. Oh, I think we know now it's Onyx buying time for that proper ambush that they can turn around.
This is really good gameplay from RSG. They keep on grouping up. They don't want to give Baloyski an opening. And right now, live!
Conceal play with the ultimate combo. Eman with the kill taking out Hatred. And here comes the cavalry for RSG. Will they make the jump? But Nats here supplementing the defense. But Dilarski flickering out.
One more.
Three members going back in the base. 2 turrets. But Baloyski is still right in the back, and as well as Kyrie. Oh.
They didn't even get a chance to proc his, winter truncheon.
Not yet.
They killed him so quickly.
They're waiting for the right time here. Dilarski holding
Could
off.
be it, though.
Will this be it for RSG to engage right into the base? But Baloyski is still doing reconnaissance in the bushes.
Yep.
Will he be safe this time?
He is still a Grok. No, the Grok can kind of do a lot of defensive stuff.
Yeah.
If you can be a little bit more creative.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It needs to make work. It needs a lot of work to make that combo.
I would say Onyx Philippines is making a lot of good heads-up plays. When RSG got the pick-off against the Sicilian, everybody immediately run onto the side lanes, push it out, and even Baloyski, he was able to cut the minion wave in the mid lane so that RSG cannot push. Now, the Lord is in front of RSG, and Onyx Philippines, the question is, can they really contest? I think the better move and the smarter move is to just stay in base, but I think Kyrie, if he finds the Farsa on the back line, this is going to change things up for Onyx.
It's always about getting caught him off guard, no?
Yeah.
It's always about the elements of surprise for Onyx.
And I think Onyx has the perfect lineup to do that. 7K isn't really super team crushing.
Yeah.
7K gold lead, not yet, but again, Onyx has that glass cannon lineup to kind of catch you by surprise if RSG is not careful. But the problem is RSG is always careful.
Look at this. 3 up top, waiting. They're just making the Lord ring, putting Eman as bait for
Eman's
RSG.
alone, though.
Conceal play coming in for RSG. Baloyski will be trapped! Oh my gosh!
It was a trap!
First follow-up right there from Aqua. That's 3-man backing out for the retreat. Onyx. Oh.
You know what? When you guys mentioned the 3 guys waiting on that bush,
what?
I wanted to say this is RSG saying, Natalia, do not pass her. If you do, there's going to be 3 heroes that will immediately kill you. But Eman, he found Baloyski, and after that, they just went in for the kill.
Wow, they're just making the bell ring for RSG. They're baiting Onyx.
Eman?
Eman with a burst again. Oh my gosh, Nats.
That was a quick catch.
Where do you see a 1-1 zoning out of an entire team?
Just with the hook, there comes the Hatred went into the light, and maybe this is it for game number 1. Immortality pop right there for Baloyski. Will they make for the time? But no, it's RSG taking game number 1.
Beautiful display of coordination and basically just knowing your enemy's win conditions.
Yeah.
Onyx's biggest win condition here obviously was the scary, the revered Natalia pick from Baloyski, but did it actually do anything in the game? It was just so difficult for our man Baloyski to actually pull off anything.
Yeah.
As you guys pointed out,
I hate Natalia's in my game.
always sticking together.
Yeah, honestly, it was just RSG knowing how to play against the Natalia. I think they even talked about this even before the game started, that it is a possibility that this Natalia will come out. But RSG's gameplay, they just stick together. There's not going to be any threat to anybody on their side if they just group up, because Light has always been keen on saving up his ultimate whenever the Natalia shows up. If they see Baloyski, if the exclamation mark pops out, they wait for a few seconds and they try to find a pick-off for themselves. That's how you counter a Natalia, and RSG just display that with full accuracy.
Yeah, look at these boys, man. Look at the vibes of RSG right there. They were all smiling and happy, and they looked so much more confident than when we saw them for the first time when they walked on the stage when we went live on the regular season. It's so interesting how they're growing each and every day, and they showed up immaculately here.
Clean execution for RSG here, but it's still a best of 5 game, but that first blood score for RSG will now make Onyx to re-strategize the picks this time.
Yeah, this is going to be a time where Onyx Philippines can discuss the changes that are going to come out in game number 2. But RSG, again, for the most part, it was about the pacing of their lineup. The Karina and Franco, would love to commend Light positioning on the map every single time.
Yeah.
The movements of the Natalia, it looked like somebody was reporting that to Light. Because everywhere Natalia is, Franco was there.
It's so hard.
He was like, okay, Baloy...
Just call my name, I'll be there.
Baloy was in the middle lane trying to find trying to find a pickoff up against a Natalia. Franco was there. He switched to the bottom lane. Franco was there. He was like, come on, just give me a break. Give me a break. Give some space, man.
Well, it makes sense now. Light. Just put on the light onto Baloyski. I see you.
You know, there's a lot of darkness with Natalia and Hellkurt.
Yeah.
But Light.
Just like right now, look at that light.
Shining down upon you, man.
Shining upon me, right.
It's the element of surprise. They're just turning around what could happen on their side.
Let's break this down, Midnight.
Oh my. RSG, again, the pacing of this lineup, having the Karina and the Franco in the early game, this is an amazing play from RSG. Again, they just held the turtle. They went immediately, they focused on the Grok and got the kill. And this is what I was talking about earlier. Light with the Franco tried to look for the Natalia and he found Hatred and immediately went for the kill. Just to give enough space for Demon Knight and Aqua to regroup themselves and look for the fight. And now you see Nuts again. Every single time that we see Nuts playing this Esmeralda, there's always those 1v2, 1v3, 1v4, hell, even 1v10 situations. I don't care. Nuts is gonna have a good time. He's gonna be able to find a kill even with the trade of his life.
And he's usually the highest damage in the whole fight.
He soaks everything.
I don't know where the damage is coming out from, but I just think that it's just Nuts playing really
nuts,
well.
Man. This guy's nuts.
We're going Nats this time, man.
You're going nuts.
He's Maku Nuts.
Yeah.
Like OSX said, he's Maku Nuts. What are you going to do about it?
Yeah, Maku Nuts is tough, you know, in English.
In English, yeah.
In Tagalog, it's Maku Nats.
I'm sorry if we've been using it for a while.
But it's just true. Midnight is stating facts on how tough he is.
But the thing is, Onyx Philippines made the right, made the right adjustments in the game. You just destroy and shut down the Esmeralda. Nuts. But after this game number 1, I don't think that's a possibility anymore. Because Onyx Philippines, they just killed Nuts 3 times, and he was still able to do a lot of things in this game.
Yeah, that was basically Onyx win condition to kill everyone immediately because this lineup was built to kill.
Yeah,
it could not deliver just because RSG said, guys, build defense items, let's stick together, we won't die, and they didn't. Especially with the help of our, again, regular season MVP, Mr. Light.
Yeah.
Keeping the control was so crucial here, right?
Yeah. RSG, perfect itemizations again on their lineup. Eman with the Antique Karas and the Athena Shield on the late game just secured the, just guaranteed, the team fight presence of the 1-1 against Onyx Philippines. Even though there's intense amount of damage in terms of the physical and magic department on the side of Onyx, RSG is able to withstand that. Even Aqua, again, as I mentioned earlier, the warrior boots into the Dreadnought armor after the COD just allowed Aqua to play around the Natalia alongside Light. And again, Light was always in a position to go for the punish against Onyx Philippines. It felt like Baloyski had no place in this game because every single target that he went onto, Light was always ready with the Bloody Hunt. And I would also love to commend the pacing of Demon Kite. Again, this player, one of the most aggressive but also safe player in the league. He's the type of guy that if you want to invade, you're gonna question yourself because this dude fights. He fights all day, and if you don't fight, he invades your jungle. Like, what do you do?
I can do this all day.
I can do this all day indeed.
Perfectly put.
But look at this. Damage taken by Nuts. 138,000 on the Esmeralda, and he was able to withstand a lot from the side of Onyx. Damage dealt was just 161,000 on Onyx. That's almost 85% of the damage of Onyx PH on the Esmeralda alone. So the other part, it was just soaked up by the Esmeralda. This is just crazy.
This is absolutely nuts.
We're going nuts.
This is absolutely nuts.
Oh my jeez.
Make it a hashtag right now.
But yeah, make it. I mean, we've already given him too many nicknames. We gotta settle with one. This guy just keeps making plays and plays each and every. But of course, it's gonna be the MVP there. Are we all surprised? Aqua's been there. He's always the silent guy, but he always gets the job done.
Yeah, the highlight of the game for Aqua was when Delarski initiated on the top lane up against RSG. Aqua immediately popped his ult, catching off the backline heroes. And Onyx Philippines felt the damage, and they were like, guys, we need to back off. I have no HP. And then RSG followed suit, and that was enabled by the presence of the Forza. Again, this hero prevented the Kimi from just pressuring the heroes of RSG, and also was the supplementary damage even before the stacks of the crossbow tanks pops up from Eman. So Aqua really did a lot of the pressure against Onyx Philippines, and he was the main factor as to why it was really hard for Onyx to fight into the Esmeralda and the Karina.
Which is also one of their win conditions, was basically have Marky like kill the people that he could kill.
Yeah.
Which also didn't happen here. Again, beautifully drafted. I think, talking about the draft, by the way, I am imagining a world where, if Onyx was going to win, what if it was not, they didn't show the Natalia right away? Before we get to that, by the way, this tournament is officially sponsored by Samsung. Check out the Samsung 778
You can do it.
A73 5G. Its processor is the Snapdragon 778G 5G. It's a very tongue-twistery, long name, but all that translates is it is one of the most perfect phones for Gen Z gamers. So what you want is lag-free mobile gaming. You got it here, and it is the ideal partner to win your Mobile Legends game. So pick up your Samsung A73 5G right now.
I'm getting it right now, like after this match.
Here,
I'll say.
Thank you.
I'll say you give it to Womi. Womi's Gen Z.
Are we not?
I don't know. maybe yes, maybe
Why
no.
are you trying to dox us?
I'm just saying that
you're revealing us too much.
I'm just saying that Omi needs a phone. He needs a gaming phone to win
He
his
does.
Mobile Legends battles.
He kind of needs help.
Because he doesn't have any phone.
And you need all the help you can get.
Yep.
Especially a phone.
See? On the camera, onto the audience, RSG going back on stage. Man, it's so fun to be back here with all the crowd right in SMX right now.
I miss all of this. Every time I walked out there, I saw someone who I've seen at one point or another in one of the seasons of MPL. And normally before the pandemic, MPL Philippines playoffs is normally like the place where all your friends who play Mobile Legends, you know what? I'm from the northern part. You're from the southern part. We're friends. Let's meet up here in the middle.
The north.
That's normally what we do here. And we're getting a little bit of semblance of that here. So I'm so happy personally to see that happen here again. And hopefully we get a bigger scale. Hopefully we get a bigger venue. We're allowed a bigger venue soon. Because we're trying to keep it low scale, obviously, which we try to get people in, but not everyone. You still have to control.
Yeah.
There is still a pandemic a little bit going out there. So.
You know what? After COVID, I want to see an MPL arena.
Oh, wow.
Come on.
Let's do it.
Give it to us.
We can do it. Oh.
Santi.
Gang.
Oh, was that? Oh, it's me.
Oh,
what?
It's you.
What?
Oh, my goodness. What are you doing, OSX?
That's the guy who, I think that's the guy who made
that's
the rap
battle. Yeah, the rap battle.
Oh.
Yeah, for sure.
I think that name is Ire. Santi.
Yeah.
Oh, look at this.
Santi's one of our Filipino shoutcasters. If you guys aren't familiar, he's very awesome. He's very young. He's one of our youngest shoutcasters here. And he has a gang. It's called the Santi Gang.
Yeah.
He has a gang.
That's the name of the GC, by the way.
It needs to be emphasized. Like, he has a
His
gang.
He has a gang.
It is Santi Gang.
Santi Gang.
Yeah,
There you
totally.
go.
Well, look at that.
Oh, look at that big, beefy boy.
I believe I saw Ghost Wrecker here.
Yeah, we saw him a little bit earlier.
Is this still here?
I hope so.
I hope so. Somewhere
His
there in the
team's
crowd.
his team's kind of killing it, you know?
Yeah, look at that. The guy, I think, this couple has been doing a lot of photo shoots, courtesy of Waltz with Manjeet.
Oh, yeah.
Yesterday. So,
he's graced by his holiness.
Yeah,
His kind,
totally.
his kingliness.
Yeah.
Mr. Manjeet Faldas.
His faceness.
The faceness.
The faceness.
There you go.
Gracious.
All right. RSG.
Players are going back, but I just want to check out on Onyx here. What going through the mind of game number 2? They're just look calm and just laughing around. What could we see here for the adjustments of Onyx Philippines?
Well, to be fair, Onyx does have a huge arsenal of strategies behind their pockets.
Yeah.
But I do think that it is time for them to address the elephant in the room, the X-Plane battle. It has to be fixed. I'm not saying that Delarski is a player that needs to step up, but I just feel like Nuts has always been a problem if you're up against RSG. Even if you win the lane against them, actually it's hard to win the lane against Nuts. It either ends up him winning or it's just a 50-50, but the rotations favor Nuts. So I think Onyx Philippines needs to address the X-Plane battle, either just completely shut him down or have a trade-off. Like if the lane comes down to a 50-50 result, then just completely shut down the gold lane on the opposite side. Because on game number 1, they had the right idea to shut down Nuts, but he was able to still make a lot of things happen on the map. But they didn't really have the opportunity to shut down the 1-1 because of Light. So I think you need to cover yourself for Onyx Philippines. You need to pick heroes that are really aggressive in the early game for you to have a decent chance come the mid game.
So wait a second. What you're saying is like Delarski should kind of go back to where he works, like with the Uranuses, and make it a 50-50 instead? Is that what you're trying to say?
Like an X-Plane matchup?
I mean, that's a way, but I think if you're Onyx Philippines, you need to just pick a lane and then run it down.
So like kind of just stop
playing Onyx.
Stop playing around. Well, yeah, I see what you mean, man.
The thing about Onyx Philippines is that they always try to trade. And sometimes those trades are not going to be favorable for you. But at the end of the day, it's a trade. But against RSG, you need to pick a lane. You need to pick one choice and just focus on it.
Yeah.
If need be, leave Delar alone because he's the general. He's a tank. He has his own army. Actually, he is an army. Delarmy.
Hello, normally a one-man army when he's in the Uranus.
Army. So I feel like Onyx Philippines needs to have an opening in the early game, whether it be the X-Plane or the gold lane. They need to win one.
That's true. I love that point.
So we could expect that 1-1 could be bad?
I think so.
With that game?
That's step one. That's step one. Because 1-1 in the current patch, again, as I mentioned earlier in the draft, it's hard to shut down a 1-1 unless you have a Farsa.
Yeah, crossbow tank
or Sicilian.
Crossbow tank is a little weaker,
but
it's so much easier to proc.
Yeah.
They're always in the air.
Yep, and kiting is going to be an issue with these tanks in the current meta. Now, I've mentioned that the Sicilian is a good choice against 1-1, but the main problem is that they were not even matched in the lane. Marky was playing a different hero. He was not using the Sicilian, because Sicilian against 1-1 is actually pretty good.
Yeah, the catch,
But Onyx PH placed him in the mid lane, which is the usual normal routine for a lot of the teams. But for Onyx Philippines, again, if it's an issue, just to remove the 1-1 from the game.
Oh, look at that. It's just true, Midnight. It's always about shutting down and not taking fight for 1-1. Look at that.
That's intense.
I love the audience energy right here. Who is this? Any of you guys recall that?
I think...
I don't know. I have no idea.
I think it's Arvin.
Oh.
Is it?
I think so.
That's a pretty far. Anyway.
I just love the crowd, man. You're so creative.
I love it. I miss this. So, here we go. We are starting to get into the draft soon.
Yeah.
So, what I was making a point before I blundered up the sponsor spiel is what if we saw the Natalia coming a little bit later? Would that have changed that matchup?
Natalia?
Wasn't it like a big show?
Was it too soon?
On second pick?
Yeah.
Was it maybe too soon for Onyx?
I would say no, because they really wanted to shut down the 1-1 lane.
Yeah.
But the main problem was that they had nothing against the Franco. Like the Kimi was really scared whenever Light showed himself in the lane, and even if the Natalia was there, they were not able to fight into Eman, because again Light was just constantly trying to save his friend on the gold lane. So I think the main issue was there's no full commitment from Onyx Philippines to go down the gold lane. Whatever we see, we just try to take down. Light was the #1 target. I mean, 1-1, as much as possible, you want to take out the 1-1.
Yeah.
But if you're not going to be able to take out the 1-1 because of Franco, you try to delete the Franco first.
The Franco, Light is always, rotation, team plays, execution. Light And to go back on how RSG started, these two guys bonded so well that Coach Panda said they have their own bonding time, you know?
Yeah.
In their own commercials. Light and Eman has their own, so
Here we
it's
go.
called the Philippines Beba time or something.
I love your
Yeah.
pronunciations, my friend.
We
You
need-
really bring the Pinoy flavor to the international
Hey.
stage.
That's their content.
Hey, no pauses again. This
Oh,
time around.
oh, yeah.
No
What
pause
is
at all.
up today?
We're gonna finish early.
This is amazing. Oh,
Great! If
Thank
Onyx
you.
Oh, no.
goes game 5, it's a possibility.
Are you calling it?
come on, OSX. Why
No.
are you doing this?
Well, no, what I mean was we're not gonna reach maybe midnight this time. We're not gonna reach midnight.
We're not gonna reach
That's what I
2
meant.
a.m. We're not gonna reach doggy.
Doggy time.
Yeah,
doggy time.
it's hard.
2 a.m. is always doggy
2
time.
a.m.
Yeah.
Now 1-1
There you go.
is out.
Again.
Onyx Philippines decided to ban the hero, and Fanny, again, the respect from RSG, they removed the Kyrie hero, but Grok is also out of the the window here for both teams. Now Valentina is something that RSG might just ban out or give to Onyx. That's an option, because if they ban the if they don't ban the Valentina, Onyx might be pressured to pick it up themselves, and RSG get 2 heroes immediately for the strong opener.
That's true. I really like that point.
Never mind. Okay, they
Valentina.
banned Valentina.
Oh man,
With-
It's a huge risk.
they know it. They know it.
It's a
That's
huge risk.
like any team kind of has to always respect that, and that's a red side ban. That's a red side housekeeping rule. I think for most teams.
Yeah, that's true.
Like,
And
you always have to ban the Valentina at least.
always, it's staple ban for RSG and all teams. But midnight, I saw you there. How you reacted
You
on
gotta
the
wince
sling.
a little bit.
Kyrie.
Dude, it's Kyrie Ling. Come
Yeah.
on, it's Kyrie,
Kyrie
Ling.
Ling,
Now
man.
RSG, I think the proper choice here is the Karina and Cho. Cho for Light is really good with that hero, and he is, he knows the Ling well. He knows the Ling players in MPL-PH so well, to the point that whenever he uses Cho, it feels like the Ling is always running away from Light. But RSG, they go for the Beatrix and Eve route so that it limits the other options here for Onyx, especially against the hero pool of Baloyski and Marky. They get the shotgun ni Eman.
Back again.
Shotgun.
Yep. Call back to OSX rap battle.
Shotgun.
The shotgun of
Eman.
Eman.
Yeah.
Shotgun.
It's back. Oh, okay.
So happy.
What leaves it? I'm so happy right now.
I'm just
seeing
so happy
that.
with that, seeing that. Like we're gonna be able to use that
But-
again.
Oh, this time it's Amasha for Onyx. Since they're taking a Beatrix, will they go for a Clint?
I think
Interesting.
I think you go Masha Savior here for Onyx.
Oh, okay.
There you go.
That's it.
Wow, we
That's
are
it.
starting to spot out the classics here, Mr. Midnight.
The reason why I love the support pick, you get support pick here in for Onyx Philippines, because you don't want to reveal the position of Masha. It can still be flexed. It can go the X lane. We've seen Dilar use that against NXPE yesterday, and it can be used by Baloyski. So you want as much as possible to hide the possibility of revealing the position of Masha, and Savior was open. So that was an automatic pick for Onyx PH. Now RSG, they still can get the the option here to go for the jungler on the first pick on the second phase, because Onyx already has their own jungle, or they can they can flex the option for the first pick to get their hands on the hero of Light. Now Franco was removed by Onyx Philippines, and RSG, they need to go. They need to either choose: do we limit the hero pool of Baloy?
Is that LeBron? Yeah, that's
I think that's LeBron.
He's one of our old players here in the MPL.
Yeah, he played for Brand last season, right?
Yeah.
So good
Yeah,
stuff.
good stuff, and good
I didn't
point
meet
there.
him yet earlier. I should say hi to
Midnight.
Dilar.
They remove Karina on the side of Onyx Philippines, so that's one down on D1 Kites here, but Lancelot is still open, so I think that's still a possibility for RSG.
I think they will.
Yeah, they remove the Popol and Koopa, again removing gold laners against Marquee, but also they can't ban any tank heroes, because if they're gonna pick the Lancelot on the first pick, they might just lose out the tank hero pool battle against Beloyski. So RSG, they need to really be careful with the bans, with the last ban that they have. So it is gonna be a Paquito.
Okay.
I think this is up against Dilarski, so they're assuming that this can still be a Beloyski +5 Masha, so they just want to remove it on the hands of Dilar.
That was what I was gonna say, but will Baloyski actually tank? He's one of the most flexible mid lane support laners +5s that we have.
Have we seen Baloy on Masha?
Oh,
That's a good
interesting.
point.
That's a good point,
Very
Midnight.
good
That
point.
is so true. But this time, going to get their hands on this Savior. Probably onto Hatred. We've seen him perform in this. The global. Actually, it's all about the global response and reach here for Ling and Savior. Well, looking at the side of RSG, it's burst and as well as late game advantage as well. But let's see how Light picks up this ban, or pick rather.
Again, Cho is up for the thing. Actually, the Jawhead as well.
They love that. They love that.
It's still open.
You go either Jawhead, Cho, Ruby, Kufra.
Oh,
by the way, is still open for Light.
Exactly.
Light just has so much.
Yeah,
oh my
he has a big hero pool.
Really big hero pool. So, you know what I love about RSG right now? That Eve's such a good win rate so far.
Yeah.
They really do have like the fundamentals locked in. Again, big props to our sniper cameraman.
Wait, Demon Kite Barats.
Wait, what is this?
Wait.
What?
Wait. Okay.
Interesting.
Very familiar lineup we have here, guys.
But we saw this yesterday.
Onyx did this.
Yep, Onyx did this, and NXP just won a game with the Ling. Ling versus Barats doesn't really feel good for the Barats because the Ling is just gonna split push and farm and out farm you all day.
Yeah.
But RSG, they have a good lineup to just group up and push down a lane. And Onyx Philippines, they have no answer yet with the sustain of RSG. They go back to the Natalia of Paloy, but then again, you ask yourself the question, do you have enough damage once RSG decides to group up?
Yeah, basically.
okay.
There you go.
This is a greedy lineup, honestly.
Oh, I knew it! I knew it! I knew it! I called it. Will Paloy tech? Not really. No, I don't think so.
Okay, Rafaela, Estes, Jawhead is open for RSG. These three heroes are amazing, but if they want to switch things up, they can go for the aggressive route with the Kufra.
Please, Rafa.
With the Kufra and also the Ruby.
Yeah.
So these are, the Cho as well. So these are the options here for Light. Actually, any tank here at the RSG picks here is really suitable for Light. But again, it is going to be the Cho. This is a scary, strong lineup in the early stages of the game.
Wow.
Again, I understand the Cho because this has historically been so good with Light. Like, I've never seen Light go Rafa. So, I've never seen Light go Rafaela, so I don't blame him.
No. So he might not take the chance now.
Probably
in the
won't
playoffs.
take it right here on upper bracket.
Is that Lusty? Oh, never mind, it's not.
It looked a little bit like a combo between Lusty and Kiluash. My eyes are playing tricks on me.
The meta. Well, just to go back on how Midnight plays that aggressive lineup from Onyx Philippines. So now
2 in a row.
Yeah.
2 in a row. Really, really scary lines for Onyx. What do you guys think about that?
Are they pushing RSG right now to go on defensive early game?
Honestly, I would say RSG had they have their own idea of how to play this game, and right now with this current draft, I feel like this looks like a blacklist gameplay. You get your first items, you get the you get the first turtle, and then you just group up. And that is going to be really scary for Onyx Philippines because the thing is, they have a Natalia, they have a Claude, and they have a Ling. These three heroes will never see each other.
Good point. Like, literally and figuratively.
I love how Midnight is saying trivia right here, ladies and gentlemen. It's now Light, disturbing Kyrie.
Oh, Light got too small.
Oh boy, that's not good.
Oh,
Jungle
no.
creep.
That is
Early
not
disturbance from Light, shining down upon Kyrie right now.
Yeah, that basically messes up Kyrie's experience movement. So.
That delays everything. Well, let's see how they respond. Light is just doing the things, rotating, and just primarily delaying Kyrie.
Yeah, but Loiski's not as proactive as we usually know him to be. That's a bit of a change up for me. They're playing defensive even with the glass can lineup.
Oh, not.
Early visits here. RSG backing down. It's out for the defense.
Yeah,
but
just want to say hi, man. Come on.
Say hi.
These are friends. You guys are friends, you know?
I know, right? I know how they bond. They buy this resin toys together, man. Yeah, they have this good bond.
All right, so really passive, really slow.
Going back, going in low. First blood goes to Aqua. Going down deep there, Baloyski, high and dry. Well, we can't blame him. He has the emblem on early game, so why not make it? But it was also 3. They're rotating in 3, midnight.
Yeah, this is really frustrating for Onyx. Baloyski is trying really hard to shut down the the jungler of RSG, but Light has always been keen on looking at where the Natalia is, and right now Demon Kite is on par when it comes to the amount of neutral jungle creeps that they have. Ling is level 4, Demon Kite is level 4, and Turtle is just about to respawn.
Yeah,
spawn.
That strategy for RSG sounds very familiar.
Yeah,
It feels like we just saw it.
They're besties, bro.
They really are besties.
This time. Baloyski, time for the back. That's the ultimate, trying to cage in. Baloyski will not secure the deal. Delarski got his back, but it was too late. Nats with a sticker, securing that kill up top for RSG.
Yeah, that power of the Esmeralda to just bypass shields is insane.
Yeah.
He's doing
Kyrie.
so much damage.
Oh, Kyrie was attempting to steal that.
Oh, Light!
Oh, okay.
I thought he kicked the Ling.
Yeah.
With the reflexes, midnight reflexes. Light
Look at
here,
this.
Baloyski sees the Light. Delarski, that's 2 brothers right into Light. Aqua and Naz as well. They're on point with the reinforcement here for RSG, but they're not. They're trying to be cautious this time for Onyx.
Yeah, the protection that you get just with the presence of the Eve, there's always a threat of that real-world manipulation. You don't want to mess around with it.
AoE. Yep. Baloyski, Demon Kite, and Aqua rotating together. This makes sense on how Demon Kite, he's not going to be aggressive, but rather defensively supplementing vision and rotating in 3s.
But you know what? I will level with Onyx because, again, the Savior doesn't really do much.
Come on, the shot
Oh,
gone.
my good.
Oh, the proper kick from Light. Would you look at that? Right on cue and time. Light. Oh, the kick.
Picture perfect.
Secures the deal. What?
Unbelievable.
No words can explain what just happened, ladies and gentlemen. I am laughing because RSG just outplayed Onyx by sheer mechanics alone.
It was too close.
That was nothing fancy
The
too.
HP bar of Eman. It was too close.
It was just sexy to watch.
Oh.
So sexy. That's all that you can say about that. You can't analyze that much.
Clean
It's
execution.
nothing to analyze because Demon Kite, Demon Kite, the thing to analyze is that Demon Kite has been getting the jungle creeps of Onyx Philippines for the past minute. He was always sitting on the the opposite side of the jungle, while Kyrie, of course, the smart player that he is, he went to the opposite as well. So he got the orange buff with Demon Kite, but Demon Kite was was near the vicinity of where the team fight started, or the skirmish rather, but he wasn't even needed because Light just outplayed Baloyski on that specific situation, and Eman was able to dodge away the Dawning Light from the Savior. Just complete mechanics, man.
Wow. RSG, they know their cues and possible traps. Second turtle in. Now it's Demon Kite starting to ring the turtle. No reaction for Onyx here, but Kyrie steals down 1 purple, and also Turtle secures that way for RSG. The trade was in the objectives. Oh, stun, follow up. That's the Dawning Light misses Demon Kite. Oh.
Again, Demon Kite just sticking true to what his statement was in the regular season.
Yeah.
He really does idolize Wise, and he has been embodying Wise heroes and movements all throughout the season, even here in the playoffs.
Inspiration is everything.
But you have to commend the movement of Kyrie. He's been constantly trading the farm against RSG. He is level 7, although Demon Kite's level 8. At the very least, he's able to get his purple buff on the opposite side. His Demon Kite, after taking down the turtle, he immediately rushed towards the purple buff area of the Ling and was able to snatch it away. Delarski stuck on the top lane against Nats. Again, Nats with a 1 level advantage over Delarski. Man, Nats has been really consistent over winning these XP lane matchups, even against the veteran, which is Delarski.
Oh, the 2 generals. But this time they're going to be in trouble. It's going to be Nats.
Oh!
Kyrie secures the kill, follow from Demon Kite back in. And that is Kyrie going with the trade, but Baloyski here trapped into, will he escape? He won't turn invisible, but that's slow. And that is 1 secure kill, but action is not happening or stopping here. Marky is safe from that, supposedly another attacker trade.
Yeah, by the way, again, Blacklist, 5 years bottom lane for RSG.
Straight in.
Basically.
Straight in.
This is how Blacklist used to play. Although, Delarski was able to get a tower on top lane. Again, this is the identity of Onyx Philippines. They will always find a trade. But this is what I was talking about earlier. But the RSG is doing it against Onyx, you just choose a lane and then push it down, run it down, and RSG now has amassed a 2,000 gold lead against Onyx Philippines. This is a lineup that is really, really greedy, and RSG, they can continue with this momentum.
If momentum is with you, RSG, you take it. But for Onyx here, they need to be disciplined, be cautious on the next steps. As Midnight says it, they need to make the combo work. Kyrie with the steal. Classic Kyrie looking good, but that Dawning Light supplements the CC down on Demon Kite and Aqua. Buying time for Kyrie. Going for the escape. We jump in for the wall, but Demon Kite and Dilarski is still on point with the reinforcement, but up top tower is down for RSG.
I really like the hustle here from Onyx. They're making sure they get something.
That's the bite. That is Dilarski, but man, he is also tough. Fall up there from Hatred, but it's the ultimate of Kyrie. Raining down on Eman. Going for the escape. He's using the shotgun. Oh no! That is off-cam kill. Marky going down to the hands of Nats.
I don't know, man.
Nats is like maximum effort.
I don't know. Nats is just a walking win condition, honestly. He's just the guy that you don't have to be worried about, because no matter what, he's going to find plays. He's going to find something to kill, something to tank.
And even our observers can't predict it.
Good dodge there from Kyrie. Nats was about to jump right there. Going back to your thoughts there, boys, but that is almost Kyrie falling down the hands of Nats, but Eman taking down the turret. Mid lane turret. This is going to be difficult for Kyrie to go around for the objectives as RSG is putting them off guard. Conceal play in light. Nobody sees Baloyski as usual, but Kyrie successfully steals again a purple.
Yeah, it's very frustrating for Baloyski that he can't catch anyone, but at least he is giving vision, giving info to his team.
He's a live radar.
Somehow he is doing the job that you have as an Natalia.
Yeah, that's the stun. Follow up for Aqua. Peeling him for the trades. Light. Will he going for the kick? But Baloyski, nobody sees Baloyski again. It's always the background reconnaissance for Baloyski, checking in and out. But Onyx is seeing the little things that can help them supplement.
No, Kyrie, that's nuts.
Oh,
you don't want to be fighting against Nats.
No, man.
Please don't.
Back off,
Save
back
yourself.
off. It's not.
Don't give them an opportunity to outplay you.
No, it's not yet time.
It's not worth it, honestly. It's not worth it.
So there is an Onyx time that we're looking for, right?
Oh, yeah.
There is a timer in this game.
Ooh, look at the damage from Eman. Sniper connecting and peeling off one from Onyx Philippines, giving way.
Yep.
I would say Onyx Philippines is doing a fantastic job of controlling the pacing of the map, especially when it comes to the equilibrium of the minion waves on both the side lanes. RSG, they find it hard to really just keep on pushing, but Onyx Philippines, they want to fight.
There's the ambush. That's a follow-up from Hatred! Good aim there, but it's Baloyski going for the trap and the ultimate Demon Kite, but Kyrie here coming from the back lines. Will he make it? Ultimate dropping down, but Light. Will he make it? Conceal play, follow up. Dilarski, I am here. I can swing, but the kick of Light ultimate connects, but Kyrie escapes. Back in, but Nats!
What? Why are you
Nice.
doing that?
Wait! You're making us
Does he
nuts!
get another kill?
Why is this happening? Why is this possible?
I can't even. How is he doing this?
I don't know anymore. I'm lost for words. Nuts. You monster.
You know what he's doing? He's trying to steal the show.
Yeah.
You know, the camera's not on me. Put it on me. That's what he's trying to
Acknowledge
do.
me, everybody.
There's a separate MPL when it comes to nuts.
There is battle coming in here from the first Lord Baloyski. No entrance.
Insane.
Light seals the entrance, but Eman taking down that first Lord. No contest for Onyx or what so. My gosh, the peel and the trades of damage. Off-cam action right here, Midnight.
My goodness. Nuts. It's just a constant problem for MPL-PH. Even though we see a lot of moments of brilliance for the boys in yellow, RSG just finds something off the map. Even if they lose the fight, even if they lose the turtle, somebody on the opposite side of the map just dies to the Esmeralda.
Yeah. It's just an equation for a mid to late game, man.
It's an unsolvable problem at this point.
Yeah.
Who can actually deal straight up with the Esmeralda, right?
Yeah.
That is the biggest problem that Onyx has.
Backline entrance from Dilarski, boxing out one, but RSU will be in trouble. Kyrie going from the back, ultimate dropping down, but Demon Kite taking down one, but Dilarski taking on Eman as well, but Kyrie also Aqua No water flowing for RSG. That's 2 trades to 1. But this time, it's gonna be Delarski. Oh, no.
Delarski's impact on this game is really diminishing for some reason.
Yeah.
Which normally we would see the Mashas kind of just wreak havoc on the map.
Yeah, but the thing is, RSG, even though they won a team fight, Onyx was able to find the kill onto the Beatrix, and that is going to allow this game to extend to the point where Onyx-PH shines, which comes the late game. Demon Kite is gonna be a walking punching bag for the Claude and the Ling in the later stages of the game. But for now, they need to repel RSG's push for quite some time.
I love how you put it, a walking punching bag.
Yeah, because we do have Onyx timers here.
Yep. Yeah.
The moment that maybe we hit 20 minutes, it's gonna look a really different story.
Yeah, that's true, Rockar. That is very true. They are wary of what could happen for RSG. It could mean damage and devastation, but Boloyski and Delarski knock up there from Light.
Thinking about it.
Will they engage? Marky and Kyrie as well, but Boloyski.
Risky plays, man.
Here comes Nats. Here comes Nats.
Where is Nats?
Yeah, I saw
somebody take one camera in for Nats.
Yeah, we need a dedicated Nats cam.
Onyx was like, hey guys, we're gonna fight this. Oops, here comes the Esmeralda. Guys, just get away from the Esmeralda.
We need to have
get out. Mayday, mayday, Nats incoming.
They need to look after that second torpedo from RSG.
Do we have a picture-in-picture here for Nats, just on the lower right? Maybe?
Yeah.
Thank you.
A dedicated like for Yin. Yeah, for Yin's ultimate.
Like a Yin cam.
Oh.
By the way, we haven't seen Yin yet.
Yeah.
I have been waiting.
Yeah, exactly.
My hair is turning white from waiting for Yin.
Kyrie securing himself a purple buff, but Delarski
going to get some punch there for Eman, but the kick coming in from Light, that's 4. Taking down Delarski. Boloyski.
Yeah. That's
here.
worth it. That's concealable's kick.
That's it. They are draining resources here for RSG. Buy time is the answer for Onyx Philippines.
It's all about time.
It's all about time. They, going back to the entrance of Onyx, pointing out to the watch, the wrist, watch, signature poses, but Onyx here. Boloyski taking third. That's a good trade there. But now it's Demon Kite. Starting in the first Luminous Lord.
Kyrie, he sees this.
Will he make the entrance? We need to breathe here. Kyrie, will he make it? Will he? By Kyrie! One way, that is the Dawning Light connects to Nats. Taking down one. What a good trade for Onyx Philippines.
I mean, he just stole Lord against 4 people.
What?
He just walked straight up.
Honestly, I would say the ultimate was quite early because the Lord was sitting at 8,000 HP. But after 2 blades and then Retribution, he was like, Demon Kite, I'm supposed to be your idol.
Wow.
Okay. It's a Retribution battle, and Ling wins over the Barat if Ling comes from the wall. Because the second skill into Retribution deals a lot of damage. But Kyrie was like, I can use my blades to deal damage as well. Plus the Retribution, I can get the Lord.
That's
and
a bigger
RSG,
number. Yeah.
right now, they are losing time. Onyx Philippines, they are now feeling the heat. They have the items, they have the timers, they are the late game, and for the first time in this game, they have the gold lead.
There you go.
Finally,
push.
We got Onyx back on the game here, and it is starting to look like a slow roll. So we're just waiting.
Look at this.
See how far as we can defend.
That is true. Look at the items. Now it's going to be Onyx raining or praying down on RSG. Guys, you're on borrowed time. Make sure you make it work.
Oh, Kyrie, look at the damage from the Ling with the Berserker's Fury, the Malefic Roar, and the DHS deal so much damage. Even the Barats will fall.
Oh my gosh! Serves blinding Dawning Light, and Kyrie says, let me finish this. Good call for Kyrie right there, just to secure that kill. This gives them everything. The buy time is worth it. There you go, Onyx getting with the trick, but Delarski here trapped in 2, trapped in 4. Taking in the meanwhile, Kyrie is on purple. That's the Dawning Light to kill him once again, but Demon Kite gonna be in trouble. Kyrie with the killing spree again. Feed him more. He's now looking good. Kyrie, where are you at?
I mean, the Delarski right now is starting to look unkillable, so you know what? RG is really busy with him.
There you go.
And he is buying so much time for the Onyx.
Oh, that's nuts. That's nuts. Go away. Go away.
Okay. All right.
Everybody chill.
Yeah. You can't be too overeager.
No.
Your late game. You
Everybody
have to go
forget
deep.
about Nats. Forget about Nats.
This is Onyx versus RSG. Again, not considered.
He's like on a different team.
Yeah.
Onyx
A third team's playing
versus
here.
RSG.
Versus
Nats is
Nats.
off.
Plus Nats.
Out there somewhere.
Yeah, but this way of Onyx dealing on 16 minutes on how they wanted to push RSG, Kyrie was like, okay, distract them. I'm going to take the purple right here. And objectives. The little things really mattered now for Onyx. Now, 17-minute Lord
It's also
now
important-
showing up.
It's also important for them to have that Barrett as a little thing as well.
Yeah.
So seeing
Yeah.
the Barrett's little is a good sign for Onyx.
Oh my goodness. Onyx Philippines again on the late game timers. Brought to you by Kyrie with the Lord Steal.
Kyrie
of
looking
this
good.
game. RSG, they are the ones who are going to be waiting for the perfect opportunity. And Onyx Philippines, they can just split push for the entire day. And there is the XP battle between the Masha and Esmeralda in the bottom lane, but I don't think anybody would die there. But Boloyski, he is a threat against this Beatrix as well as the Masha every single time. Even yesterday, whenever the Masha sees the Beatrix, it is an automatic usage of the Thunderclap. You just want to remove the Beatrix from the equation here for RSG, so that the 4 heroes can be dealt, can be taken care of by just the Claude in the league alone.
There you go.
You're looking for
Boloyski's
it.
calling it out. Make it ring. Second Luminous Lord, rather.
Yep.
For this game.
8
They're
minute
making
Lord.
it ring.
Oh boy.
They're making it ring, but nobody
18
attempts
minutes. It's gonna be hot.
I would
to put in
say
the trap.
I would say for Onyx, you don't want to give this Lord to RSG, because come the base push, Eve procs a lot of the Lord passives.
Oh, that's dangerous.
Correct the move.
Looking dangerous for Onyx Philippines if they don't secure this turtle. But RSG rotating as one. Delarski doing his own things on bottom.
He's actually doing Nats things.
Nats
He's being really
things.
annoying on one part of the map.
Yeah, taking out Nats. Oh, look at that. Look at the peel off. The damage from Hatred. Making you go home back to base. Setting up this second Luminous Lord. Who's going to take it? Now for Light. Immortality is ready, but Baloyski still doing it. He's distracting.
This is good positioning from Baloy.
There you go. He is becoming a sonar bait here.
He sees a backline, he sees Eman. Delarski might find the perfect opportunity to go on Eman. The Lord fight. This is where the crucial things happen.
There you go.
Get
Marky.
here. Oh boy.
Marky, that's a jump from Nats. Donning Light from
Light.
Hatred, but Light, no follow. But that now is the Immortality popping out for your safety. But that ultimate receiving down from Kyrie. No blades, but Marky going in for the BMI.
Marky!
But now they secured. Will they secure it? The Demon Kite is down. Baloyski as well. The trade of 1-1 now focus on this first Lord. Nats trapped in. Nats disconnect. Nats!
What?
It's the reset though. That's gonna be a 2 for free. And for the meantime, small
Beatrix is alive. RSG,
Wow.
they can maximize the opportunity given to them by the Esmeralda. Again, as we've said before, the walking playmaking machine, the Esmeralda. That's some good play from Marky. Was able to take out the main jungler of RSG, but Nuts was left in the kitchen. He
Look
was
at
in
this
front
guy.
of Onyx Philippines. He took out the Claude, was able to take Marky out alongside Kyrie. My goodness.
he even dodges the Dawning Light.
Oh, yeah. It didn't even connect. And what RSG is doing, or clearly doing right now, is baiting Onyx to take this Luminous Lord. They're baiting them in. They're waiting on who's going to make the first
Light
move.
with
But
the kick.
Light, the kick. It's on to 4. Delarski. He's all up there by Demon Kite. But
locked
Delarski
in.
receiving dash from Ammon. He's down. -1 for Onyx.
Baloy,
Philippines,
Baloy.
But Baloyski
Yo,
will get the
yo,
save.
yo, Baloy.
It's out. It's out.
Dude, the prediction from Nuts
The prediction!
with the falling star moon.
Who's that? How do you do that against an invisible bee? How do you know where to put that big falling star?
Star moon, yeah.
He's
Kyrie.
Charles Xavier.
It's all up to Kyrie at this point, but Nuts in the front line. Look at this once again. He might survive. Kyrie falling really low.
Look at Nats regen.
Oh,
With the
He's back
regen. 5 still complete from RSG.
This is not fair.
This is insane. It's not fair. Yeah, it's not fair. Absolutely.
Good wordplay there,
Yo, ban
Midnight.
this guy out. Ban this guy out. here.
Esmeralda.
Just do it. This is too much.
I don't know. Again, I'm at a loss for words. I don't know how this is possible, but Nuts is making it work for RSG. The Onyx timers have just disappeared. The Lord is in there for RSG. Again, this is going to become a problem because Aqua will be able to proc a lot of the Lord passives inside the base of Onyx Philippines with the real-world manipulation. Let's see if Aqua will make the play.
Okay, let's breathe here, ladies and gentlemen. Onyx and RSG, what are the win conditions? 22 minutes in, Midnight and Rockhart. Possibility, do they need to split it now? Look at the damage.
I think it's time. I think
Where's
it's
the
time
real
to do
world?
that.
Where's the real world? We're
Come on,
still waiting for it.
Baloyski.
Still not there. They're waiting.
No.
They're holding it.
They're holding it. They're keeping it together. Baloyski going for the back lines.
There's a potential of Baloyski diving here, so Aqua's like, yeah, I'm gonna wait for you. No, you wait for me. It's a really big mind game right now.
Wow, RSG. They want to secure this game against Onyx Philippines, but Baloyski is still on point on who's to target for RSG.
Honestly, this is a breathtaking game. Baloyski just constantly trying to find Eman on the back line, but Nuts is sitting in the front line like, Baloy, what are you gonna do, bro? You sit on the back line, I deal with your entire teammates. And Onyx Philippines, again, the long-standing problem, the Esmeralda of Nuts.
Look at this. Look at the item of Eman as well. He's fully locked. He has a Wind Talker, BOD,
and
all in, and Marky as well.
Should be like that kind of threat, but Eman is just on a different level right now, even though they are both fully itemized.
Yeah.
Honestly, it doesn't feel like the Claude is a problem for RSG because the front line is what Onyx Philippines has been dealing with for the past few skirmishes, because Nuts has just been sitting on that front line for a long time, and he's able to do that because he does reflect a ton of the damage back to Onyx Philippines, and he gets a ton of the regen from the Oracle.
Onyx Philippines, they're now being caged into defense.
Grouping, and they are being more defensive than I've ever seen them so far.
Yes. They will be busy on these lanes to be cleared up, but there are 5 members of RSG. If you take a wrong peek here...
They're waiting in the wing.
They're waiting in the brushes.
But Nuts needs to be really careful because Onyx Philippines, they did just pick up 2 Sea Halberds on their
Finally.
lineup.
Yeah.
So anti-heals are complete for Onyx Philippines. But still, the play-making capability of Nuts is still something that Onyx Philippines needs to be worried about.
They need to split them out. Will Banana
They gotta win by split.
They gotta win by split.
Win by split.
It's the thing. It's an Onyx classic move. If they can pull this off, we've seen Kyrie cleaning up bottom lane for the push.
And Masha's actually one of the best heroes to do that with, just because of the move speed that you get with everything, your cool kit.
Nuts. He sees the Masha. He sees the Claude. He sees the Ling. Oh, he sees the Ling without a purple buff.
There's a lot of vision.
Let's do some miracles here, he says.
They're doing the same thing. RSG is using the objectives as bait. Baloyski taking damage there. From two. Ultimates bursted down. Baloyski. No vision for Onyx Philippines. Taking one essential member. Delarski trying to hold up damage, knock up, and the kick fall up from Light. Will he sustain the damage? 3 going for the enforcer, but he's going in for the hide. But Hatred is going for the move for the defense. Ultimate drops down. Onyx Light connects. Hatred with the mega kill, but that's Hatred and Marky trying to take down Nats, but Delarski from the back. Will they sustain? Damage is out.
Look at this!
Oh my
no
God.
way!
Delarski will still make it. 2 bars HP left. RSG using the trap card in reverse.
This looks like it is it. Delarski, try as he may, the general himself will not be able to stop the onslaught of RSG.
Raiders still online. Look at the smile there from Demon Kite, man.
He was getting kicked in the butt all game long, by the way. So
you played it as a walking punching bag.
He was.
He was. But come on, Nuts. What? There's no analysis for nuts. There's nothing to say.
There's nuts.
They're not
There's nothing to say. But oh my goodness, it was Nuts versus Onyx Philippines. I'm not exaggerating this. It's a huge loss for Onyx Philippines because Nuts was present for RSG.
Wow.
The walk and win condition. That is him right there.
Look at the confidence of RSG Raiders live and alive in venue in watch parties. But this is build-up confidence and momentum for RSG, getting their hands on their comfort. Look at the ends of Naz Olden. He's coming in from the back always. He's the last one. Just okay. I'm just gonna be here, but not the first one to make the move. But for Onyx, it's going to be one chance to tie this game. They're resetting,
yeah,
and RSG fans here on venue, present, waving the banner.
They're gonna need a lot of reset. They're gonna need a whole recalibration.
For sure, it left us speechless. I'm pretty sure Onyx Philippines is shaken right now. I don't know how you bounce back from this because you just got outplayed. The game was snatched away from you by a single player, the Esmeralda. And the thing is, they've tried to absolutely deal with the Esmeralda. They bought the Sea Halberds. They tried to go for the back line. They had the Dominance Ice. They tried to shift their focus away from the Esmeralda. They tried everything possible in this earth. But Nuts was still able to make his own movements and provide a huge problem to Onyx Philippines.
So in fairness to Onyx here, they were doing the steps needed, right? They were holding out until their prime item spike, their power spike. And they reached that power spike, guys. They were able to get there. But what stopped them was just that Nats X factor, right? Like
the Nats factor.
Let me say this, okay? We were talking about how Onyx PH were the late game lineup.
Supposedly.
But for the most part, they were trading. They were getting the trades that they want. They were duking it out against RSG for every objectives that they take. But the trade gets traded because Esmeralda just finds something out of the map.
Wait, oh, look at that.
Huge shout out to the best analyst in the world.
Woo!
There you go. Reptar.
Look at those handsome boys.
Wolf and also Santi.
Absolutely insane.
Look at that, it's Wolf. That's a Reptar.
That's my expression with how RSG won this game. Like,
and that's your expression, like a few years ago.
Look at how young Midnight is, but
he's a pretty young kid.
Yeah.
Young kid, man.
Okay.
Pretty boy.
But
he is a handsome young kid.
So distracting.
What a guy.
So where were we?
Going back to Onyx Philippines right now.
They got the win conditions. They got the spikes. They got the time.
Yeah.
But where was it lost?
Was it too late?
It's not even too late because again, it's Onyx PH's time. It was just outplays after outplays because there's the thing is, if you want to say to Onyx Philippines that you're not supposed to fight Esmeralda, that's not possible because Nuts was always in front of Onyx Philippines.
Exactly.
There's no
always
other
in
way.
your face.
There's no other way this game could have gone on because Nuts just knew the windows, the opportunities, and the perfect timing to just go in. He was waiting for the skills to be thrown out by Onyx Philippines, and he knew that Onyx needed to go in the front line to take out the Barats, to try and take out the Beatrix on the back line, but Nuts was on the back line of Onyx Philippines. He was waving his hands to hatred, like they left you. You're 1v1ing me. After 1v1 you, I'm gonna 1v3 them.
Let's 1v1 Midnight next after this game. I love how you do this.
Let's do it. Let's play. Come on.
That was the main storyline. Like Hatred was trying to save himself from the Esmeralda. If he goes out, Nuts is gonna say to Onyx Philippines, okay, he went out. You three are left alone there. I can't fight against three of you.
And the moment that he keeps on using those chances, RSG always drains up the resources as well. The ultimates, the jumps, it's always about the traps for RSG.
Yeah,
it's the mind games that they do.
I feel like they just use up way too much of their resources to deal with a singular issue on the opposite side, which, again, right after that, it becomes a problem for the rest of your team. Like, we are out of bullets in our gun here.
You have to understand that the ideology of the Team Fight for Onyx Philippines was try to take out the Barats, because it is a huge problem during these objective takes, because the Barats, if you cannot take him down with the Guardian's helmet, he can just fully reset. The HPs will be back, and you've just exhausted your skill. So if you are committing on the Barats, he needs to be taken out. He needs to be killed. So that's the game plan for Onyx Philippines. But
And they were doing it.
They were doing it, but for the most part, not. Was just, you've used Blazing Do It, all right. Hatred is alone here.
My turn.
And
my turn.
I can take out the Ling, I can take out the Claude, no problem. And we saw that during the Lord fight. Demon Kai was out. We thought that RSG was done for, but not save the day.
You know, I think we have to do something here. I think we have to go and throw it over to Mara Aquino. He's got some things to say, and this should be very interesting because, man, we got to take a breather there. I'll be honest, I could not breathe. We're going to be back in a bit, but let's throw and hear it from Mara Aquino.
It's 2-0 for RSG Philippines. Pagkatapos nila manalo, they gave each other high fives. Lahat sila masaya. Silipin natin ang kanilang players area. So, private access, hindi pala ata natin papakita to. Katok lang tayo. Ayan. Take a look. So, bawal muna tayo pumasok sa loob para hindi marinig ang kanilang strategy. Oh, okay. Mag-break lang siya. Saglit lang. Ayan. So, we're gonna close the door. Si Coach Panda, hinayaan ni Coach Panda na mag-appear sila, saglit na nag-celebrate, then back to being very serious. Si Coach Panda laging may hawak na book. Eto, okay. Oh. Hindi si Wrecker. Wrecker! Okay, oh, okay. Mukhang busy si Wrecker. Ano ba yan? Draft ba to? Ano ba nangyayari dito? Ano pinipilang mo?
Yung mananalo ng tig 1,000.
Wow, wait, ano yun? Narinig ko 1,000.
Yung mga nanonood dyan sa labas, kapag nanalo yung RSG, may mimigay ako 100,000, tig 1,000 isang tao.
Wow, okay, wait. Let me get this straight. Pag nanalo ang RSG Philippines ngayong araw na ito,
Yes.
pipili ka ng 100 na tao, na fans.
Ibigyan ko tig 1,000.
Tigi 1,000, so total ng 100,000 pesos.
Yes, 100,000 pesos.
Wait, okay, kailangan nandito sila sa venue or pwede ba yung mga nasa online? Paano to?
50% sa venue, 50% online.
Oh my gosh, wait a minute. Okay, how? Alam ko maraming nanonood ngayon. Paano sila makikisali? Lahat ng mga nanonood online, for sure, gusto nila manalo ng 100,000 pesos. Tigwa 1,000. Paano to?
Okay, yung mga nanonood sa live, para manalo kayo, tag nyo yung NXP tsaka si Doggy. Hindi, joke lang. Hindi, share nyo lang yung live ng MPL Philippines sa tas lagyan nyo ng pinakamalupit na caption tungkol sa RSG. Tas lagyan nyo ng hashtag, Nuts, magja-Jollibee tayo!
Paano naman yung mga nandito? Paano mo pipiliin yung mga fans dito?
Dito, si Boss Joy kasi magbibigay.
Wow!
Ng 50K.
Ba't mo ito naisip? Ang generous mo naman. Ba't mo ito naisip? Ayun ako na to, 1K. Oh, di ba?
Dito yung rin, syempre mag-share din sila ng live.
Share, okay. Kailangan nyo mag-share ng live. Kailangan may magandang message sa RSG. May hashtag ba para madaling hanapin?
Yun na lang, RSG, magja-Jollibee tayo.
RSG magja-Jollibee.
Yun lang.
RSG magja-Jollibee tayo. Oh, okay, no? Si Leo, gusto daw. Okay, ito, nabanggit mo nga si Doggy. Okay, si Doggy, eliminated na. Si Zapnu, nasa lower bracket. Tatlo kayo, lagi kayo nagbabantay sa social media. Ikaw ngayon yung pinakamataas. Ano ba sinasabi mo sa kanila ngayon?
Kay Zapnu, pwede ka pang manalo. Para kay Doggy, matulog ka na. Pagod ka na eh. Oo, pagod na. Pero ayun lang, good luck sa Omega. Sana RSG versus Omega.
RSG and Omega ang gusto mo para kayong dalawa ni Zapnu?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Ano yung latest usapan nyo?
Latest na usapan, wala pa. Wala pa naman. Pero sana Omega para masaya.
Ito, may balita ako. Kasi right after nung before na playoffs, right after the regular season, sabi nila, nadadali mo daw sila sa Boracay pag top sila, top 2. Nag-top 1. Tapos narinig ko, hindi mo sila din ng Boracay. Ano nangyari doon?
Dadaling ko sana.
Okay.
Kaso mas gusto raw nilang mag-champion. So hindi na muna natuloy.
So ayaw nilang mag-vacation.
Ayaw nila magbakasyon. Gusto nila, may mission talaga sila, mag-champion.
No vacation, go for the mission.
Yes. So,
Okay.
ayun, sa mga nanonood dyan, alam nyo na, champion na to!
Oh, wow! Okay. Pakita natin, ano yan? Anong dance na to? Wrecker! Oh my goodness! 100,000 para sa lahat ng ating mga manonood dyan. 1,000 each to 100 people. Ang kailangan nyo lang gawin, maglagay ng magandang message para sa RSG at ilagay ang hashtag GGRSG. GGRSG. Uy! Narinig nyo yan? Yan ang kanilang kalaban. Yan ang kanilang kalaban. Let's take a peek. Let's take a peek. Yung Onyx Philippines, they're strategizing very serious right now, while RSG is also planning how to sweep their opponent. At ngayon, malapit na magbalik tayo sa ating Game 3, kaya let's throw it over to our casters for more discussions.
At the moment, I am, hold on.
Are you sharing?
I am sharing.
Oh.
I want.
I shared.
Yeah, me too.
You already did. You guys are fast.
I did.
So, welcome back to the Casters Desk here. Rockhard, OSX, and Midnight. Obviously, done sharing the stream.
Yeah.
If you haven't, and if you didn't kind of understand what we just heard there from Ghost Wrecker, one of the
Biggest.
the biggest
One of the biggest.
MLBB casters or streamers
Personalities.
that we have. He said he's giving away 100,000 pesos.
That's why I shared.
Half here on the live, half online. All you have to do is like share the stream from MPL Philippines with a caption about RSG and hashtag GGRSG. So
You're in for a treat, guys.
I had to do it for them. Maybe they want to win. I don't know. I don't know how it's gonna happen, but you know what? Generous. I don't know. They're rich. I don't know. So we are gonna load up into the game real quick. Sorry, we're gonna go load up into the draft later on. But first, let's look at the highlights from that last match.
I'm pretty sure this is gonna be nuts cam. Although the first
highlight cam.
The first few highlights for the Esmeralda weren't really caught on the camera, but for the most part, again, RSG were really setting the pace up against Onyx Philippines. But it started falling off after this clash when they picked off Eman for the third time, and this is where we saw Onyx Philippines pull away with the gold lead because they have immense map control in terms of not the bush, not the area control, but with the minion wave control, because there's a lot of split pushers on their lineup. They have the Ling and they also have the Claude, but Nuts was just fantastic in taking these trades up against Onyx Philippines, and this is what we were talking about earlier, the Nuts showcase. He was able to take out the Claude alongside Kyrie on this specific clash.
Look at the region.
It's just really good, right? This Esmeralda is a little bit insane. And normally Esmeraldas would have died a bit quicker there, but with a little bit more mechanical prowess. Nats was able to withstand that. And again, play after play. Demon Kite is usually the punching bag, but the follow back, the blowback here is usually just really good here for RSG. Even though, again, Onyx was hitting their prime, hitting their power spikes.
Yeah.
Look at that. It's just the difference
I just
maker.
want to check on the highlight on the Nats cam there. We've seen Nats just waiting around the chance of holding out Marky. When he's doing the entrance, he's doing the ways that he can burst down one. He's becoming like the border bouncer controller of RSG, and even Onyx we're really put to the neck on how to break up RSG's formation. But now Midnight, I know you ain't a rapper, but break it down.
I ain't a rapper, but guess what? RSG just wrapped up this game against Onyx Philippines on the back of an amazing performance from the Esmeralda. The item has always been the same since week number 1. Enchanted Talisman, Oracle, Dominance Eyes, Ice Queen 1, and then his favorite against Marksman, the Blade Armor. That's the reason why Onyx Philippines cannot really fight against the Esmeralda, because the amount of regen is just too much, and then you're also dealing damage to yourself. So Onyx Philippines, come the late game, they bought the Sea Halberds, but RSG, the gameplay was if they're gonna try to burst down Demon Kite, Nuts is always on the back line doing his thing against Hatred. Hatred was not able to participate on the last team fight, mind you, because he was zoned out completely by the Esmeralda. Demon Kite fully committed against, Kyrie, fully committed against Demon Kite. But Light, with the last knockup, he was not able to take out the Barats, and he was killed by RSG. So again, these mechanics from the players of RSG are just too much to deal with. And when it comes to the macro gameplay of Onyx Philippines, you also have to worry about not just getting the trade here in the map. Look at the amount of damage taken and soaked by the Esmeralda. 212,000 compared to the 247 of Dilar. But mind you, Onyx, for the most part, were just trying to delay the game up until the late game. Come the late game, they were the ones who were putting the pressure against RSG, and it was turned around against them. RSG took so much of the resources of Onyx Philippines in the early game, but they were able to come back, and Marky was able to find an opening to take out the Demon Kite on the Lord fight against RSG. So again, for the most part, they were already in control in the late game, but the main problem was still not on the Esmeralda. There's nothing that can be said further for RSG because it was just sheer confidence of this guy to pull off this game-saving, playstyle on the Esmeralda. KDA of 8-1, kill participation of 47% because for the most part he was always away from RSG. GPM is 666, but again, it's not about the stats. It's about the gameplay. It's about how he fought against Onyx.
That's intangible thing, right? That you can't really, you can't explain, but it's just there.
Yeah, we sound too biased.
Raw talent.
We sound so focused, laser focused on the Esmeralda, but that is the storyline. That was what happened. It was Nuts versus Onyx PH.
Honestly, if it didn't show Esmeralda as Nuts as MVP, I would have broken this monitor. So I know what you mean.
Relax, rock hard.
I'm mad. Just kidding, obviously.
But now let's go into Onyx. Let's go through their minds right now of how are they going to adjust the drafting power. Look at that, Coach Chev with the piece. His calm, his relaxed. Look at that, the boys in yellow, still with the smiles.
Speaking of laser focus, they still know.
Delarmies, where you at? Kyrie Natix, come on in the comment section. Comment down. They need your support right now to take on one more game for RSG to take away and bring Onyx down to the lower bracket.
I actually have a theory why Onyx always like this.
What?
I feel like Coach Sheb just says, you know what, guys? No one ever won a game by frowning.
Just smile.
No matter how bad it looks.
Just be happy.
Just smile and just
smile and wave.
Keep light, and maybe you'll get a win. If you lose, if you lose, you lose. I'm just thinking. I'm just like spitballing.
Well, actually, you're right. It's an unspoken rule between coaches and teams. The most important thing, if you're playing a high-stakes game, a high-pressure game, is to just have fun. Whenever you're having fun, you're playing the best of your abilities. You're able to think more clearly. And Onyx PH, again, we've talked about this earlier, that it's hard to come back from that time of game. But for Onyx PH, they have so much experience. They have played a lot of breathtaking games, and I feel like this is not a type of game that they cannot recover from. Onyx PH has been, historically speaking, experiencing a lot of insane games from season 4, where the famous line of Manjin came from, the one hit na lang. I think Onyx PH has just so much experience with that kind of games, to the point where if it happens again, it's a normal day for them.
Just one hit.
Just one hit. The one hit na lang.
One hit only.
One more chance. Look at the fans of Onyx. That's
obviously,
the buffs.
See, even the fans are like super duper positive still.
Still smiling. Oh, he's pointing at the watch.
There's still some time. That's like saying, you know what? There is still some time for Onyx to get back here.
That's the hashtag, following up the instructions of Ghost Wrecker.
You know what? I think the theory is, it's not time yet. It's not time yet for Onyx.
It's not time yet.
It's not time yet. Now that it's,
there you go.
9:25. We're nearing probably the Onyx time, because this was the time that they played game number 2 yesterday.
Game 2.
Yeah,
when I was watching match 2 yesterday, I was like, Onyx just turning classic after classic. There's always a new El Clasico, and Onyx always part of it. And they just do that from the most random times.
Okay.
So we can't count Onyx out just yet.
It's not. But let's talk about the comebacks of Onyx Philippines right now, Midnight. So will the drafting be the answer for Onyx this time on who to ban, respect bans? What do we expect?
Honestly, it's not more of the drafting, but more of the comp. Well,
Okay.
it's drafting, so. But the idea is they need to have a better comp against RSG, because the thing is, they've tried Ling. Kyrie with Ling is pure confidence. This is the embodiment of confidence. Whenever we see Kyrie utilize the Ling, it feels like it's the, it's the creator of Ling who is playing Ling.
Creator of Ling.
Creator of Ling.
That's
both
fair.
of them, H2,
Agree.
H2, Kyrie, Carl TZ, whenever they get their hands on Ling, it feels like Ling is what he's made of.
Are we done with the Natalia though? That's my question.
That's one thing that I want to address.
Did you remove it?
You stop playing the Natalia because RSG has been grouping up ever since minute 1. They want to be able to play around Baloyski to the point where Baloyski finds it really hard to get pickoffs on the backline. So I feel like they need to change things up. If they want to fight against RSG, you might need to copy some strategies from other teams. Like, again, Blacklist.
yesterday?
You might want to pull out an Estes in this game. But, of course,
regen,
you
yeah.
also have to address your counters like the Akais, the Kufras, the Claudes even, because Eman plays a scary Claude. And in terms of GPM, he is better compared to Marky in terms of the farming department. So I kind of feel like it has to be a well-rounded draft. These heroes need to gel together for them to have a fair chance against RSG.
And the OSX, that's basically why drafting is just like such a big art, right? Like,
It's art and
so
science.
difficult to do that.
And this how checks up the way to come back for Onyx. We can't count them up yet because it's the same time last night when it's going to be, or do you wanted to reverse a game up against the first bracket of the playoffs. So now, going through the minds of Onyx, we can say that they're not pressured at all. Still the smiles. Look at the fans pointing out the pictures. Shout out Mega G.
Is this an inception? Because it looks like they're showing a picture of them being on the bench. So I don't know if that was that's what it looked like. I don't know. So yeah,
Look at that.
Baloyski getting
Baloyski.
some really awesome head pats from Mr. Coach
Yeb.
Didn't know
The
that
captain
that is still a thing.
of Onyx Philippines, but for RSG, still on the momentum. 2 scores in. Maybe we could see a new change up for the picks here of Onyx Philippines.
Oh, looks familiar. I don't know. Looks kind of like Delarski when he was a young kid. I don't know.
Is it?
I think so. Yeah,
I think it is.
I think that's a family of Dilar.
Oh, hello.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, it is.
There you go.
I
There you go.
knew it.
It is the
It
family.
looked
Delarmies,
like it.
where are you at? Comment down below.
So he's been wearing a headset since he was a kid. And right now, flash forward to the present.
Speaking about Dilarski, all right, I just have to highlight this. Where are the Esmeraldas? Where are the Uranus's? Where are the Yuzongs? These are the type of heroes where we see Dilarski in full control of games that they've won on Onyx Philippines. I want to see more aggressive heroes and more controlling heroes when it comes to team fights for Dilarski. I think it's the end of the era where Dilarski just plays passive. Even though the Masha is a really good playmaker, I don't feel like it's the proper kit to utilize against RSG, because for the most part, you try to trade against RSG, but you also have to commit. So I think team fighting is going to be really crucial for this game number 3.
So let's go and pick up a team fighting team is what Midnight's saying for Onyx. Will they do it though? Let's find out. Coming up on the draft here for game number 3.
We could see an eternal battle in the XP lane. Midnight pointed out a good statement right there on the Yuzongs. We've seen him use this. Spectacular use of this hero. So maybe now it's for the XP lane, but no ban still.
Yeah.
For an Esmeralda.
Quick
They're
input.
Onyx Philippines.
An EU Zong is a European Zong. I just heard it. You said it. I'm just saying. What
Are
you?
said.
It's EU Zong.
I'm trying to recover.
So there's Yuzong, there's also Mizong.
Oh.
There's Weezong.
There's
their Zong.
This is a very good lesson in English language.
Yeah, I don't know if
I am
don't know
impressed.
if we still have viewers left. But all right, okay.
We bid you adieu.
Demon Kite,
On the
picks up
Karina.
the Karina, Onyx Philippines. The Lancelot is still open, but they go for the Baloyski Franco. Interesting.
Huh.
Beloyski.
Oh, well, we went with the change-up, finally.
Now,
No
we're
more
expecting
Natalia.
changes.
No more Natalia.
For Onyx Philippines,
Oh.
Beloyski, really good on this hero. Made a lot of plays for Onyx Philippines as well.
Esmeralda.
Instead, could this be an XP lane? Dyroth?
I think
Why is
it
Demon
can
Kite
be-
laughing that hard? Sorry.
I don't know.
He's just happy.
He's so happy. I don't know.
I think with the Diroth for Onyx, you can flex it to the jungle and XP role.
Oh.
And it is also here that deals with the the Esmeralda really well. But we've seen Nuts take a 1v1 against Diroth and win.
Oh, yeah.
I think that is going to be an issue in this game.
Oh, okay.
So for RSG, there's still the potential for them to pick up Esmeralda in his face.
Oh!
I
the
see where you're
Sam
going.
is back.
I see.
Another pick. Classic Naths on
This-
the Thams.
Miracle players.
This is MPL-PH being conditioned. For the 2 games that we've played in the series, Esmeralda's been a problem. So that's the reason why, that may be the reason why they picked up the Diroth. And now RSG just found the matchup that wins against the Diroth.
So, in short, they kind of fell for a trap here, you think?
They
Oh,
kind
no.
of fell for the trap.
Yeah. Interesting.
No wonder why they didn't ban that Esmeralda yet. Or maybe it's out because they have taken Dart as well. But the Baksha for Kyrie. We've seen him do this, so it's going to be a sustained jungler as well. Or could be, or still a flex.
Yeah. RSG, I think they have to protect the the Beatrix in this game. Even though MPL-PH will most likely not pick up the Masha, I think it's still worth the ban on their side because you don't even know the role of the Diroth yet. It can be a gold lane, and it might be a Baksha jungle, and then suddenly Dilarski could still play the Masha XP. So I think you still need to protect the Beatrix when it comes down to his matchups. And Pop and Koopa is one way to go because MPL-PH does play a mean Pop and Koopa, and Baksha with Pop and Koopa is insanely powerful in the early stages of the game.
Really is. Even with the Diroth counter, though, I feel like Onyx can still kind of round this up, right? They can still kind of go for some really massive scale. Because I think their early game's kind of okay with Franco here.
Yeah.
So maybe they can pick up a really good mage, maybe a savior. Sorry, it's banned out. Kagura, stuff like that.
Selena is open.
Selena, oh my goodness.
It could
We have not-
return a really good comfort, a good history with Beloyski, Selena.
Oh, I think this is going to be a battle of Lilias. Onyx
So
and RSG.
tricky.
Onyx and RSG
It's the mind
might
games.
be thinking,
Zup, Mr. M2 World Champ.
Huge shoutouts to Flap TZ and Frame. What's his IGN?
I
Brand
forgot.
Sixman before.
Yeah.
Oh,
sorry.
I only
man.
know him by his name.
You guys are the vets
Ephraim
here.
Sembrano is all I know. Man. He barely, yeah, but he's one of our Lods.
Yep, lots.
OGs.
He's an OG.
Will we see Onyx
Let's-
pick up the Lilia though?
Yeah, the reset, but the Grok instead.
Oh,
there you
Lilia sounds really good for Aqua, honestly. It's either the Lilia or the Kagura.
It's probably gonna be Lilia, right? Then Onyx might pick Kagura.
Or Lunox, honestly. Lunox sounds good.
We can expect
For RSG.
Ruby DDs, yeah. That
Can do
could
some
mean
Swamperinos.
a good option. for
Honestly,
Lunox.
I would say Lilia Ruby is a good threat for if RSG picks it up. It's a good threat against Onyx Philippines. Provides huge team fights and skirmishing capability, especially with the Karina.
No, none of the above.
None of the above. They go for a more greedier setup on the late game, but they do have huge potentials with this lineup. The Atlas can set up against Onyx Philippines because the thing is, 4 heroes are melee on their
Yes.
side.
They kind of need to group up if they want to get some kills done.
It's
and
combo
RSG
based.
says, you know what? I dare you to group up.
Wow! Okay.
We're back.
I was about to say that MPL-PH is lacking magic damage, but now that they've picked up the Nathan, I think it compensates for the lack of sustained DPS. But I kind of feel like this is still going to be a huge problem for Onyx Philippines, the team fighting aspect of the Atlas, because Marky will be forced to be rocking that Purify battle spell, and you're not going to have any flickers. Against Beatrix, against Karina, that's a necessity. So in terms of skirmishing, RSG should have the upper hand.
Yeah, lock in your Purifies, boys, if you're Onyx, and for RSG. Man, I feel like they gotta watch out for that late game because I think, despite the Cecilia on the left, I feel like Onyx still has a better late game scale here.
They're trying to secure off the last options. If ever all else fails from beginning or to the middle. But we've seen Onyx perform with this hero and Nathan a staple as well. And I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, did Beloyski use this back in Season 8? Opening the season, so it's also a staple signature pick for Onyx Philippines. But looking at their picks here, just to focus on Onyx, there are three rather, that can sustain damage.
Nathan TP'd away, by the way.
Nathan is in conceal.
Yeah, he's on conceal.
He's on conceal.
He's there. Don't worry.
He uses his ultimate and went inside the game already. He's
super
farming
position.
now. He's farming
He's
now.
already on.
Why are you too advanced?
You went
He's
ahead?
taking his minions.
Can you even do that?
I mean,
Just
he's not here.
imagine how advanced Marky is.
Or maybe he's getting his makeup done. You never know.
Oh, yeah.
He's
Well, we don't know yet if this was really a Nathan pick. This could still be a redraft. We don't know.
Well, I just remember EJ is just basically EJ.
Oh, yeah.
Nice one. Okay.
All right,
Could this be a sure lineup for Onyx Philippines? But RSG, I think they're all locked in.
Yeah.
Yeah. This
So
time.
I'm actually quite happy with the selection that they have here. Overall, there is more room for error, I would say, for RSG. Because a mismanaged Fatal Links, then you're going to have to wait for a long cooldown. It really hurts a lot of teams.
And in contrast, there's no room for error for Onyx Philippines. You have to scale towards the late game.
Same thing.
And you cannot fail a single team fight. And the thing about RSG's lineup is that they don't even like team fighting. They just want constant pressure against Onyx Philippines, which is going to be a big problem because if you look at the lineup of Onyx PH, they don't deal with pressure that well. If the Baksha cannot invade the enemy jungler, suddenly it is just a farming hero. And then DeFranco has no partner when it comes to taking down heroes. No pick-off is easy for Onyx PH. If you hook somebody, you need to throw everything at it.
So we can say that Onyx Philippines right now, they need to make it count from beginning to end. They need to make it straight. Now Nathan is back from his ultimate.
See, I told you, he had to get that magnificent hair done.
Look at that, man.
Beautiful.
He needs to have his hair floating in the air.
Yeah. We are loading up on the game number 3, folks. And if you just joined us, it's a 2-0 so far for RSG. So Onyx basically trying to see if they can stop that sweep from happening.
Okay.
And it is a very tall order.
For the first time in playoffs, we don't have any sprints.
Oh, yeah, good point.
No marathon here, both for RSG and Onyx.
Because Marky was rocking the Purify emblem. I thought this was going to be a sprint, Nathan. But again, you have to be worried about the Atlas.
It's only Marky with a Purify.
They need the last
Interesting.
resort. Yeah.
That's risky, isn't it? To have 3 flickers and 1 Purify against an Atlas.
Grok does have CC immunity. Beloyski, I don't think you're going to be rocking your Purify emblem, battle spell on the Franco.
Oh, you need it on the
Larski, on the other hand, is a different, different conversation.
Now,
that's true.
On just what happened here, ladies and gentlemen, Onyx Philippines, Beloyski, and Hatred, right? They were trying to protect the borders of Kyrie to get on the buffs or the objectives in, but that was important as well. It's always for Onyx. Now we are seeing more of the movement, rotations around the map, not to be stolen by objectives. But looking on the Demon Kite, he's faster on this emblem as well, and it clears with objectives.
It's super fun watching Nats play on the X lane because every single time that the camera shifts to his lane, it's always him zoning out the enemy X lane.
So aggressive, man.
I don't know how he's been able to do that for all X laners out there. Even he's doing it against Delar.
This is like
the general.
The general, yeah, exactly. It's not a mean feat. It's not an easy feat.
He gets level 4 first. This is going to be a problem for Onyx PH because RSG can position themselves in this area, but Hated and Baloy is already running towards the Turtle Pit. Actually, Demon Kite is level 3.
Nat's popping in, man.
First turtle, who's going to secure it? It's Kyrie. Cleanly secured, but Demon Kite is going to be in trouble.
Oh, the hook
from the Loyski could fall off there, but Aqua's going to be in trouble here. That's 3. That's 1. But Light has been catch up by Beloyski. Freely escapes right on the path of the objective.
And that, ladies and gents, is a 2 for none right there for Onyx. What a great start for the Black and Yellow.
Man.
Great start indeed. Demon Kite was not even level 4 when the turtle happened. I'm quite surprised that Beloyski was able to delay Demon Kite such a huge fashion. He's super delayed in this game. And now MPL-PH, again, we talked about this. They need to scale, and right now they have control of the early game.
This is a massive, this is a massive boost to MPL because right now they are supposed to be the team that's kind of a little bit behind on the early game. And so far they are getting a very healthy 1K gold lead at least for the first 3 minutes of the game.
Items in for RSG and Onyx. Pride on boots as well, but it is Hatred and Baloyski duo trying to pressure down Demon Kite and Light since they knew it's a combo-based art for RSG. They responded in 3s and in 2s, but objectives now is on with Onyx, but Baloyski being trapped. Frigid Breath with the pull. Baloyski being trapped down with a wild charge for all 3-man knock up. Kyrie, no follow, but it's going to be Baloyski. Demon Kite not extending. He's burning, but now it's Onyx Philippines just rescuing and peeling them back off for safety.
Yep, not extending. He's burning just like Nats right now against the
Look at Nats, man.
Such an aggro player. I love it.
Tough.
So action-packed. And that's exactly what you want to see in a team. That you want to be proactive in your lanes. You want to try to use that that intangible aura you have of just eking out an advantage.
Baloyski catches one. Demon Kite going to be in trouble, but responding in for Aqua. But that Aqua securing down, taking down Baloyski, but Hatred taking down Demon Kite. No jungler, but Hatred on 3. But Kyrie rolling in down. Hatred receiving damage, but Kyrie from the back. That is 2 against 1. Sustaining damage, but Light going to be in trouble. And Nats going in up front, but they will secure this turtle. Second. With a push back out, RSG gonna have a chance.
So right now, Eman is free hitting, or was free hitting there, but the problem was his damage is not quite there yet. No matter how good your position is, this is not the time for a Beatrix to fight.
Yep, Onyx Philippines, they now have, again, the early game advantage, and this is going to be favorable, especially for Marky, able to take gold from the shields in the middle lane. He now has Windtalker, interestingly. And I think after that, he buys the Scarlet Phantom, which has been a current trend in the gold lane rank games, because you do walk fast, super fast, and you deal a lot of damage after the crits have popped out from the Windtalker because of the added attack speed from the passive.
You just want to get that right.
Onyx Philippines onto position. RSG and Eman onto the bush. They know, but this is dangerous as well. They're rotating in 4s. They know Baloyski could be in any bushes for hooks. But this time, they're putting RSG to respond on who's going to make the first. But Dilarski and Nath's battle up, down bottom. Similar things.
Dilarski forced to flicker out. This is going to be a key factor for RSG. Once the turtle has spawned, Dilarski will not have the
Here we go again.
potential.
Will he jump?
The Nats difference is just so apparent. And you're right on the draft earlier. This pick absolutely demolishes the Daraf.
Conceal play. Defensive move there for Baloyski and Hatred.
Light.
The duo, Light, uses Conceal. Hook misses out. They know what's coming. But Marky, they're giving space for Marky. The trade of the tower right there, Midnight.
Scarlet Phantom is already locked in for Marky as well. He is almost primed and ready to go. I think he's battle ready.
It'll be interesting how RSG deals with the turtle fight, especially being under-leveled on their own jungler. There's 2-level advantage on Kari over Demon Kite, so I don't think RSG is really happy when it comes to the neutral objectives at this point. They need to find something on the map. They need to find a team fight. They need to have Light set up a good clash for RSG.
And clashing is exactly what Onyx wants right now. They're controlling that turtle. That's a third that they got consecutively. And you know what? Onyx is on the road to recovery here.
Yeah, 2.5 goal advance there. Eternal battle down bottom. Here's Kyrie reinforced. 2 against 1. Nats will be able to sustain this. It's 2 against 1, but Nats taken down by Kyrie. Baloyski being chased by 3, but Marky here, don't forget about Marky. That's the opposite way, but Demon Kai taken down Baloyski. Marky goes out, Hatred right in the middle. Kyrie defending it in the jump. That is Light going down. No setups for RSG. It's straights. 4 trades.
A lot of trades coming in here.
Thing is, Onyx Philippines, they're the ones who are happy with the trades that is happening right now. Because again, they still have the Nathan, which could be really scary on the late game. Towers will melt, and I think Marky, with the itemization that he has here, is going to be really crucial in terms of picking off heroes for RSG. Because if your RSG, Light needs to find a setup against this Nathan.
That was really good effort for RSG to go for a trade, but again, Kyrie's just so mobile on that Baksha. He can get to the fight a lot quicker, and he is tanky. So there's not really much RSG could do, especially since they already used a lot of their skills to get that trade.
So we're seeing possibly or probably a slow-paced game, being cautious and prepared on the objectives. They're not committing now. Onyx now is trying to get map coverage against RSG, putting them into burning out resources. Down lane, bottom push from Dilarski. Ooh. Baloyski here,
he's in
taken
trouble,
him by
man.
Aqua. Okay.
All right, small misstep, and that might be leading
Top lane,
into
though.
bigger problems, and Marky might be more vulnerable here.
Look at how fast the Nathan just pushes the tower. And this is where Onyx Philippines will feel the advantage. They take the objectives much faster compared to RSG. But they need to be concerned about the positioning of Light in these circumstances. Because again, you still need to respect the damage output of the Beatrix and the Sicilian. But right now, Onyx Philippines, again, they have full control of the early. Now that it's mid-game, it'll be really, really scary for RSG to fight into the Lord area. Marky has completed the DHS. So this is a full attacks with DPS on the Nathan, which is going to melt through the HP bars of RSG.
Yeah, I think one of the biggest problems we're seeing here is that no one from RSG can actually reach the Nathan.
Yeah.
If he
It's
goes
a challenge.
super...
Marky being bursted down by Aqua.
Almost hit with the sniper. Eman, this crucial moment, missed the shot against Marky. The Nathan almost fell down, but again, a tower was secured in the middle lane, which is going to allow Kyrie to have full access to the jungle of Demon Kite.
Yeah, a little bit of a boo-boo, but not something that you can't really, not recover from. So we're still in pretty much good shape for both teams. RSG definitely on the back foot.
Okay, so RSG now is taking objectives safely. 4-man rotation, while Onyx here is splitting and multitasking on what needs to be done. No tower downs taken from Onyx Philippines, and this clears up laning and also to engage. But now it's a slow-paced game, okay?
And that's exactly how Onyx wants it. They can better protect Marky because of that.
They need to be sure.
On the other hand, Sicilian is getting a lot of stacks.
Scaling.
He only died once. So Onyx Philippines still needs to worry about the positioning of Aqua. It's the same thing with Marky. RSG needs to find a way to close the gap against the Nathan, but also Onyx Philippines, they need to find a way to catch the Sicilian on the backline because he is going to deal a lot of damage to these frontliners.
Yep, and RSG is just going to become that scary death ball, right? When they group up together and Sicilian on the back,
yep,
it's a really scary comp if you think about it.
Look at how rich Marky is. 9,000 gold. And the highest on the side of RSG is Eman, sitting at 7,200. This is such a huge lead for Onyx Philippines, and this is just how the Nathan works. When he was back when during he was still a jungler, Nathan was the fastest jungler in the game, and now that he is in the gold lane, he is the fastest gold laner in the game because he just deals so much damage. He takes objectives way faster compared to any other gold laners, with the sole exception, of course, of Papa the Koopa. But Marky on this Nathan just wants to secure his item to make sure that come the late game, they're going to be able to fight into RSG.
Yeah, real-time win
That is
rate.
real true. 64%. Look
Pretty
at how
big.
Onyx manages to take this territory of control for RSG, forcing them into a spot, like 4 of them right in that orange buff. And it's Onyx, 5 of them, like having control over the river. Oh,
interesting.
7.2k gold lead. It's the push. It's the mistakes that RSG can commit. No tower still being taken down. They're ready, but 12-minute Lord is up.
It's looking like another trap here, folks, and Onyx got all of the bushes covered. Full vision and knowledge, rather, that they don't really need to concern themselves too much. There's no big threats. And now all Onyx waiting for, I think, is time.
It's always time. Look at how fast Marky clears that Lord.
Wait, Hunter
No
strike?
attempt?
Hunter strike on the Grok? That's interesting. More movement speed, I guess, after the initial hit to proc the passer. But again, Onyx Philippines, they do get the Lord. There's a huge gold lead on their side. 9K at 13 minutes in. RSG, they need to find a way to defend this push against Onyx Philippines. They still have the Sicilian, but look at the Nathan. He's just stacked at this point.
He's just walking, like a walk in the park. But let's talk about RSG here. How are they going to come back? Or how will they make
Has to
this
be light. They need to have a good setup on the Atlas. But the thing is, Marky still has to purify.
Oh yeah, that one factor just can clearly release everything but Beloy.
Where is Beloyski right now? He is kind of just around the area, exactly where RSG won't expect it.
Will Light make a play? One has been stopped. Three has been caught up in the hands of Lice. Here comes RSG. Will they make a follow-up? That's only one casualty. It's Marky. It's the timing. It's one more down. Beloyski is down. The momentum.
Bro.
Oh, the surprise. There you go. You've been waiting for that setup. That is Light. Let's go back from what just happened there.
It was a Doctor Strange 1 in 14 million moment. That was all that was.
Honestly, it came down to timing. Marky did not expect that at all. Because you know what? The perfect match was gone. Nobody would expect the Atlas to go in after the initial sanguine clause from the Sicilian. Let's look at the replay. All right, Marky was caught off guard, and it pulled the ultimate away such that Light found the perfect opportunity, the perfect moment, and the Purify was delayed. The sanguine clause canceled the ultimate of the Nathan and RSG. They got what they wanted.
This is looking scary.
He also
a good play.
He also found Delarski at the end of his jump.
Yeah.
So there was no escape mechanism. They were all panicked. That was so scary.
I am now looking at the chances. This is getting dangerous for Onyx Philippines. Light, he just became a total spotlight, just shine in front of you, and you're shocked right away. Yeah. Element of surprise.
Flash my eyes. My eyes.
That's exactly how you paint it.
Honestly, I would say you have to give it to Aqua.
Yeah.
That claw pulled off the string. You know, the ultimate of the Nathan was cancelled, and Marky thought he was safe, but Light blinked in. And he was delayed in casting the Purify. That's why RSG got the damage from the sniper. Eman is now starting to hurt.
It's building up.
And I have to say, this shotgun would matter for RSG. This Beatrix, the amount of burst damage that he can deal during the Adas ultimate is going to be worrisome for Onyx PH.
Yeah.
Conceal play from RSG. Will they make the first move here? Beloyski flickered out. Aqua activated. Hatred trying to secure areas for Onyx Philippines. Conceal is out for RSG Philippines.
They can go back in.
Luminous Lord is important. Stun, that's the hook. Light can't move, being suppressed down. Knock up from Kyrie as well. Ultimate! Kyrie has been caught up. Eman receives the kill. 4 members. Hatred on the killing speed. Nats is down. One more hook.
Yeah, no jungler.
No jungler, no retribution. Who secures it? Demon secures the Lord. Hatred, 4-man from Onyx, going back out for defense.
It was the right idea. Onyx Philippines wanted to fight the Atlas before they can take out the Lord, because they need Light out or they want to force out the ulti. But the thing is, Kyrie, the HP bars aren't enough, because the Sicilian was there, and after the initial lockdown, after the initial ult, the claws and the bats were enough for them to secure the kill onto Kyrie and RSG. Again, proving that this lineup is really hard to fight into.
It's not the highlight moment for me in that last one. It was the fact that Nats actually was really dedicated in hunting down Marky.
Yeah.
Marky could not
target.
Mark couldn't really pull off what he needed to do there.
Yeah, again, same old Nuts doing the backline job. He is basically the walking win condition here for RSG. And the main condition was that for RSG to fight against Onyx, somebody needs to zone out this Nathan. And he was on the backline. He was sitting near the Lord. And Marky was forced to commit and taking down the Thams, but that was in trade of the backshot of Onyx Philippines.
Look at that. Economy has been advanced from RSG. They're just saying patience is a virtue. No, don't mind the turrets down. It's moment. It's the combo making it all work for RSG. Setups from Light, the grabs from Aqua. There's too much to contain for RSG, and it's always the perfect moment that you want to execute.
Ooh, look at this. 3 heroes and the push for RSG. All right, Hatred sees the setup here, but there's already the immortality for the Atlas. There's going to be 2 rounds of lives for Light. So Baloyski, he will find it really hard for him to focus the Atlas, because even if he does so, setup is still going to be there for the second life of the Atlas.
Onyx slowing down, is that a good sign though? Because earlier they were like
dangerous.
Fast and the Furious.
I think that's the pressure going inside your head.
I think we are getting to a big tipping point here, as you can see, guys. Very
Light.
even on the cards.
Will he grab? Will he grab more? Okay.
The bait. Oh, the bite. The bite.
Press time down. Light is going to be out. Hatred as well. But the trade is 1-1. Aqua with the mega kill.
No, it's a 1 for none.
It's a 1 for
Light's
none.
still alive.
Yeah, this is the immortality effect for RSG.
Look at that.
He was baiting the Purify of Marky.
Oh my gosh. Like,
now it's harder for Marky to stay alive.
Even me, I was flashed by the light stand corrected. No trade. It was all about the drain of resources.
All right, here's the thing. Hatred will most likely be here once the Lord is up. And RSG, they don't have the immortality on Light, and they don't have the flicker. So if you're on a PH, you might be happy with the current trade, but still, you have to be worried about the damage output of the Sicilian. We saw Aqua just take out the Grok completely by himself.
Wow.
That was a big tempo swing if I've ever seen one.
This a game of chess plus Jedi mind tricks and all the things that you can think about.
Yeah, exactly.
Honestly, if
don't blink.
Honestly, that would have been better for RSG if Light did commit the ultimate against the Nathan, because now the next Lord fight, the Nathan will not have Purify. Onyx PH should be really happy because Marky still has the Purify, so they have a fail-safe option for the Nathan. They don't need to worry about him. They just need to worry about covering the Atlas and making sure that the Baksha is not being zoned out either by the Thams or being taken down by the Sicilian.
I want to point out that trade that we saw before that, though.
Yeah.
That was absolutely worth. I think because of that trade, immortality for a kill, that just snowballed into something so much bigger.
Yeah, but
they're baiting them out.
The thing is, this is going to be a Lord fight between the two teams.
That's what's coming next.
Yeah, again, kills, they do matter when it comes down to the proper situation. If Hatred is sitting at 40 seconds respawn time, this might be big for RSG. But the Lord is going to respawn in 15 seconds and Hatred is up in 20. And I don't think RSG has enough damage to take the Lord down and fight, considering that they also need to control the positions of Onyx PH.
But I think they do have enough to buy time, though, right? I mean, it's just a man down.
I think if they want to win in the next couple of seconds, they need to fight Onyx PH.
They gotta do it.
They gotta do it.
Yeah.
They need to.
They gotta force things out. They have to force the Purify from the Nathan. They have to they have to use the hand-winning card, which is Mats on the Thams.
Oh, this game is Nats.
We're going Nats this time for game number 3. Back into the game. 19-minute Luminous Lord. They're ringing the bell. Baloyski.
They're fully committing.
Trying to get vision.
They're
Nats starting up the fight, but Light. Will he grab it? That was stray! That was stray from RSG! But the response in. They were patient. But that part kill. Demon Kite is out. Follow from Nats. Hatred is trying to burst down one. Hold it down! Aqua now unstoppable. That is RSG.
We just talked about this RSG.
Just right now.
The Lord was a bait. Guys, we're not doing Lord. We're fighting you. Yes, Demon Kite did die, but the main hero of this game is the Beatrix, the Atlas, and of course, the Sicilian.
That's 2 out for Onyx Philippines. This is very crucial. 2 minions pushing in mid in the base of Onyx Philippines right now. Look at how they're doing it. Zoning out, conceal Baloyski. Light is catching up. Just to zone out Baloyski. Luminous Lord secures in by Aqua.
Oh, the flicker
out!
Oh, my still alive!
They're still making it work. Sanguine Claws and to Kyrie. Nats Forcing ultimate out.
Doing that Sphinx.
Oh.
You know what?
We all need to breathe here.
Onyx PH, Kyrie still had the retribution, and RSG did not have Demon Kite. But Kyrie cannot contest RSG. You know why? Nats was sitting in front of him. He was like, hey, it's a winning condition right there. I'm not going to fight you.
I'm here.
Look at me. Look at me.
Acknowledge me.
Now.
Said by Nats. That's a nice line, by the way.
If you walk near this area, you provide me with a winning condition.
Oh.
And they did.
Oh, look at
that. They did.
5-man TPs.
I mean, if someone walked into there, that would have been the win, maybe.
Honestly, that would have been disastrous because if they walked into the Atlas, that would have been disaster for Onyx.
Oh, we need to take a breather here. I don't know if we can even breathe, but RSG.
Calm before the storm.
Will they properly end this game, or will Onyx Philippines still hold the clock?
All right, this is the power of the Nathan. This is the power of the Nathan during base defense. He clears the waves so fast, and he just completely destroys the Lord.
But
RSG still has minion waves coming inside of his.
One hatred has been trapped. Still escaping. Onyx is still breathing. Regen in. He's still sustaining the damage.
They can clear.
Okay.
Take a breath. Take a breath.
All right,
Okay,
so
all
take a
calm
breath.
down.
Breathe.
All calm.
Okay.
Baloy!
Baloy.
On this next one, guys, say it with me. We're just like the crows or the seagulls in Finding Nemo. Light. Watch out. Keep your eyes on the prize.
Oh, that's a good line.
I'm losing words. I'm losing my breath.
Dropped in one. Marky. Oh my gosh. A hatred.
I don't know. Every single time that I speak, something happens in this game. Oh my goodness.
No
RSG.
towers. No towers left for Onyx Philippines.
Oh,
Knocking
hatred.
out one.
Oh boy.
Will this be enough? Will this be enough?
No wild charge.
Oh, two has been caught from Onyx Philippines as RSG going wild. Responding in. Onyx Philippines trying hard to defend, but Eman as well. Taking down Marky. But now they're calling in the last one. Kyrie Dilarski. Can he still hold on? But RSG, the Raiders. Raiders are calling it. They are calling it. Ladies and gentlemen, Raiders. RSG.
And there you go. It is a 3-0 for RSG. They are top seed, boys, and they are still roaring here in the playoffs.
You know what? This reminds me of what happened yesterday. This is the exact replica of Echo versus Smart Omega. Onyx PH had full control of the early game, but it came down to a single play by RSG. That claw from the Sicilian allowed Light to set up things for RSG, and that last fight after the Atlas ult, the Sanguine Claw secured the game for RSG. There was no running away from the King Slayers.
You know, when I think about it, a Sanguine Claw is like a bit of a mini Fatal Links.
Yeah.
A group of multiple people. I just thought about that right now.
This is what you call Fatal Links.
It really was a fatal connection between these. Actually, the Holy Trinity here is like, you mentioned it. Atlas in the front, Beatrix on the left, Cillian on the right.
Yeah.
You're going to get blown up, grouped up, and smothered. Exactly what we saw here in this game.
My oh my.
RSG was so patient from minute one. Not taking any steps of objectives, man. Don't worry, we have an activation switch. And this points out Onyx is going down to the lower bracket.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure RSG made a lot of the viewers into Raiders today with that display against Onyx PH.
Yeah.
This is really something amazing to witness, especially live in the playoffs.
Yeah, Demon Kite can
Look at
barely contain himself.
He's been smiling.
He's been smiling all
since
day long.
the first game. Look at the confidence. And man, correct me if I'm wrong, is this the first time that he played live in playoffs?
Yeah. For
Yeah.
RSG,
Yeah.
this is the first time. Again, no jitters whatsoever. Calm, cool, calm, and collected. And especially Nuts. He was literally just comfortable with the heroes that he's given, and he has displayed in this game that he is something that you have to be scared of.
Even for the non-rookies, this is actually their first time hearing a crowd behind them or in front of them cheering. And they
Energizes.
still played perfectly.
Everybody on their side is the first time. This is the first time for everyone on RSG.
Normally we'd say that for rookies, but no, they're not rookies. They have been playing online in the MPL for the past seasons as well.
Yeah.
Wow.
I'm speechless, honestly.
I am too.
With the way they played. Oh my goodness, that that cancel on the Nathan's ult, you can't put that blame on the Nathan because he just wanted to push the towers faster. But he fell into the trap when he casted that ultimate. The Sanguine Claws were already there, and after that, cut. There's no more ultimate for you, and then flicker in light with the ultimate. Perfect match was already over, but what mattered was the fatal links to catch Marky off guard. And again, he was slightly late with the Purify because he did not expect that jump from Light at all.
I mean, who would have predicted?
Who would have?
Perfect match results already.
Nobody.
What are you doing?
It's the element of surprise for Light and everybody in RSG. It's all about the momentum they're trying to break against Onyx the whole time.
So I think we found our MVP.
Forcing everybody to use the resources, and boom.
I'm trying to find the proper call for Light on that specific instance, but I'm imagining when that happened, he might have been like, raid, raid.
I was like
waiting on Q to take in the first jump.
and Onyx was like, light.
By the way, that was the first crucial fatal links.
It is.
It was
Connecting 3.
Usually it was just like one man.
2.
Right.
Wow.
Unbelievable here. So as close as that was, as is the closest that we've seen so far in the series, few X factors were just so easy to pull out. So right now, obviously, before we end the series and before we break it down, we just like to thank our sponsor. It is Samsung still. Awesome speed with ultra fast 5G performance. Take awesome game to the next level with fast 5G connectivity because this is amazing. Again, for Gen Z gamers, man.
Like you.
Just like me. Enjoy the most reliable connection available and the fastest game experience anytime, anywhere. Even right now, I could play and I would not get disconnected probably.
Oh yeah.
As long as I have 5G.
5G is thank you, Smart, for this connection.
Amazing performance here for RSG. I mean, some people were
Kingslayers.
saying maybe it was just regular season. A lot of people do say that. But you know what? They showed up here today, and it was near flawless.
Oh my gosh.
So any last thoughts? How was that?
I'll save it for later.
Save it for later. And we'll show it, and maybe Mara has stuff to say. Let's find out from Mara. I'm Rockhart, OSX, and Midnight.
Raiders, RSG Philippines, sweeping their opponent. Congratulations. Kasama natin dito, Light and Nats. First of all, in-expect niyo ba na mas-sweep niyo ang Onyx?
Di ko po alam, malakas po sila. Di ko po expect, pero alam ko mananalo kami. Parang ramdam ko malakas talaga kami.
Oo nga, alam nyo, sabi nga pati sa backstage, alam namin magaling kayo, top 1 kayo eh. Pero sabi nila, wow, mas lumakas ang RSG. Ano nangyari during the 2-week break?
Onti lang po yung pahinga namin nun eh. Tapos bumalik na rin kami agad. Tapos tuto kami lahat ng mistake namin, nire-review namin. Then sasabihin sa amin ni Coach para maayos namin. Tapos yun, kami saan.
You were doing great with your Atlas. Napaka-crucial nung ult. Pinipick off mo kung sino yung dapat ma-pick off. How do you decide on that?
Siguro po, nagde-decide po kasi ako as a team kung saan mahirapan yung teammates ko. So kung sino na po yung kailangan yun po yung talagang hinuhuli ko. Yun.
Hindi ka nga greedy dun eh. Ikaw naman, Nats. Grabe yung Esmeralda mo. And parang naging pang-inis ka dun sa kalaban. Hinahunt mo kung ano yung dapat at sino dapat i-hunt. Sino ba yung nag-decide na ikaw yung mag-target kay Marky? Kasi lagi mo siyang nahanap eh.
Sarili ko po.
Oh, nice. So you guys just trust each other with your own decision-making. Malapit na, actually nasa upper bracket finals na kayo. Now, kung mapakapunta kayo sa ating grand finals, meron ba kayong choice of team na gusto nyong makaharap?
Onyx or TNC po?
Onyx or TNC? Onyx, natalo nyo ngayon or TNC, bakit?
Sila po yung para sa akin na talagang matitindi ngayong season eh.
Ikaw naman, like...
Siguro, yung tatlo TNC, Onyx, or Omega yun. Kasi,
Okay.
sarap sila kalaban Parang,
Sino, kung pipili ka ng isa lang?
siguro Onyx.
Onyx ulit. What is it about Onyx na gusto niyo silang palaging harapin?
Ang sarap po nila kalaban pag mga clash po. Talagang bakbakan ng bakbakan.
Alam nyo kanina rin napansin namin, Coach Panda also, yes, after ng game 2, nag-cheer kayo a little bit, masaya kayo, tapos game face on. Ano yung mga piece of advice na Coach Panda has been trying to enforce sa inyo para seryosohin itong larong to, para lumakas kayo at para makuha nyo ang panalo?
Positive vibes.
Positive vibes, good vibes.
Yun, positive vibe. Tapos pag in-game focus,
Kitang-kita nga yun kanina. Okay, I have to ask, kasi ikaw ang MVP of the season. Sabi mo nga dun sa isang interview pagkatapos ng ating post-game na hindi mo na-expect na ikaw ang isa sa mga contenders. Ngayon, ikaw na ang nakakuha ng trophy. The whole Philippines now sees you as the the most valuable player of MPL Philippines Season 9. Nung na-announce that you got to win, ano yung unang reaction mo?
siyempre po, yun nga, sinabi ko, parang hindi ko expect nga kasi marami namang malalakas dyan Pero, yun, sobrang saya ko kasi nare-recognize nila ako kahit sobrang low-key ko lang.
What's so special about the season para sa'yo?
Siguro po yung mga teammates ko, po kami, nagsising po kami, parang isa po kami nang iniisip, parang kaya namin. Tsaka hindi po kami negative pag lugi na talagang po kami. Bawi kung bawi hanggat may laro.
Paano kayo nag-celebrate nung nag-MVP siya, MVP of the season? Paano kayo nag-celebrate the whole team?
Asar ko lang po siya. Nice. Parang MVP
Galing, di ba? Sabi nga ni Wrecker kanina, nakausap ko si Wrecker, hindi daw kayo pumunta ng Boracay kasi mas gusto niyo daw focus on the mission instead of vacation. But kung mag-champion daw kayo, diretso kayo sa Boracay. Now, everybody's watching. Si Wrecker kanina nagbigay or magbibigay ng 100,000 pesos para sa mga fans ng RSG Philippines. Alam niyo ba yon? Go ahead, shout them out. Send your message sa lahat ng ating Raiders. Nats.
Shoutout sa Raiders sa pamilya ko. Tsaka shoutout kay Rio Luis, tapos kay... yun lang pala. Sa mama ko, kuya ko, ate ko, lahat ng pamilya ko. Shoutout sa inyo lahat. Mabuhay kayong lahat.
Mabuhay silang lahat. Ikaw naman, Light.
Shoutout sa mami ko, tsaka sa daddy ko, tsaka sa kuya ko nanonood. Tsaka sa buong family ko sumusuporta. Yung mga girlfriends ng mga naglaro kong teammates, shoutout sa inyo. Thank you sa support. Thank you rin sa Raiders and sa staff ng RSG, sa mga teammates kong malalakas, sobrang lupit nyo. Thank you. Yun lang. Shoutout. Mabuhay kayo.
Congratulations, Raiders! Give them another round of applause! RSG, what a nice game. Sweeping their opponent. They're moving on to the upper bracket finals. Let's go over to our casters. Pasok.
Pretty sure that we saw a lot of converted Raiders today.
Yeah.
Not just from Ghost Striker, but from the performance of our top 1 seed from the regular season. Welcome back here to the Casters. That's some Rockhart alongside OSX and Midnight. We'll try to break that down even further.
RSG, no vacation, focus on the mission. And we go back to the highlights on how that turned out.
Again, for the most part, it was MPL-PH that dominated the entire early game pacing of this game. Demon Kite was shut down from the get-go, and Kyrie was sitting at 2 to 3 levels ahead for the first 8 minutes for the entire Turtle era. RSG, again, it came down to a single moment for them against Onyx Philippines, and after that, it was just RSG dictating the pressure of who gets to initiate first in these team fights. And this is the most important Sanguine's claw of the Sicilian's life, cutting the ultimate of Marky and Light. Again, the synergy between the players of RSG, that was split second. After it was cut, after the superposition was cut, it was immediate. That's why Marky could not react at all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
These are the team fights, guys, on how they wanted to punish down Onyx Philippines and taking the objective. It's always the bait. The bait of the objective of RSG. You want objective, come ahead and take it. The specific line, fight rather. They just keep peeling off Onyx to go back to the base.
It's never about the full commit. It's always a trap.
Oh,
There's
look at that.
always something happening. And again, whenever Light gets a good target, even if it's just a singular target, it always works out for them.
Yeah,
and that's something I have to commend to him. He doesn't need that full 5-man stack.
Exactly.
Just needs to get the targets that he needs.
This bait from RSG after Light has already gone out the base of Onyx Philippines. He went back. He was like, surprise, I'm here again, and I get 2 heroes on your base. And after that, they just get the game. RSG, what a masterclass. What a display of sheer mechanics and psychological outplays against Onyx Philippines.
I mean, it's just all of the factors that make a team really, really good. It's knowing your opponent, right? Countering the draft very well. They kind of had their own win condition. They didn't need to rely so much on their position. That's what made them such a good team here.
Again, looking at the draft of RSG, it's quite the greedy lineup, although the pacing is still okay, considering that they have a Thams and a Karina. The thing is, there's nobody to babysit the 2 cores that they have, which is Eman and Demon Kite. But Eman, for the most part, was playing super safe. He didn't even die at all in this game, and he was a huge threat against Onyx Philippines come the late game. The damage department, however, on the early game, were still very dependent on their usage of skills. But the main problem was that their positioning was always threatened by Kyrie and Baloyski. But come the late game, again, the items, once it starts coming out, the BODs, the DHS, the Demon Hunter Sword, and even the Maleficor, and even the Hasclaw for Eman really did prove a lot for RSG. And of course, Aqua on the Sicilian, the amount of stacks allowed him to deal so much damage against Onyx Philippines, to the point that even if the HP bars is quite high, the amount of peels and shreds that RSG has is insanely high, to the point where Onyx PH cannot really stand toe-to-toe against RSG. Because if they try to sustain the fight, they're going to be just melted by the Beatrix and the Sicilian. And then there's also the threat of the Atlas just going in and using the Fatal Links on these heroes. Again, 4 melee heroes on the side of Onyx Philippines. So that really is something that they can't, they had no answer. Because the way they fight is that they close the gap against RSG, but the main problem is, come the late game, the damage output is going to be there, and also the team fight aspect was also present for RSG. Looking at his stats, Eman really did just farm in this game. Not saying that he didn't do anything, but the main job of the Beatrix was for the most part farm, because they knew that they didn't have the control on the early game. That's why he was always trying to look for a farm. He was playing super safe, and he did amass a lot of gold on his side. And come the late game, Onyx PH didn't really have any answer to that area. And the MVP of the game is going to be 2 players, the Sicilian and Aqua, and Light with the Atlas, but primarily Light with the insane execution of team fights. 0-13 on KDA, but everything that mattered was that, that initiation from the Atlas. That's why the kill participation for this guy was 92%. You know why? Because again, early game, they didn't even stand a chance. They were waiting for Onyx PH to make a mistake, and that's why the kill participation is so high, because every kill that RSG made was after that one team fight that Light caught Onyx PH.
And that's exactly how, you should play an Atlas. Like, you don't need to wait for the 5-man Fatal Links to make a difference.
Exactly.
All you need to do is exactly what Light said earlier on that interview, which is to just do what your team needs, and you guys are Gucci. It was a really fun game for you guys to cast for sure.
I totally enjoyed the game.
It's an awesome series, honestly.
It's an awesome series, and putting Onyx in the lower bracket challenge is up for time for Onyx Philippines.
Final thoughts, Midnight?
Again, it's going to be a lot of Raiders for today.
Yeah, we'll see if we can see that on Stock Mid. This is Midnight OSX. I'm Rockhart, and we're going to have a little fun. We had an early night, surprisingly. And for you guys, you didn't get a lot of those, those downtimes, which I'm sure all of you are ready. But, it's going to be a longer day tomorrow.
Oh, yeah.
So I think we needed
What time
this.
do we start?
What time is it?
Oh, we need to check the time.
Not yet. So, yeah, we'll talk to you later. And let's throw it over to Mara Aquino.
Great job, casters! Mabilis tinapos ng ating koponan ang dalawang serye ngayong araw na to. 2 teams have moved on to the upper bracket, habang dalawa moving on to the lower bracket. Let's take a look at the updated playoffs bracket. TNC and RSG Philippines will go face-to-face tomorrow in the upper bracket final starting at 7 p.m. Habang ang natalo sa dalawang seryeng ito, Omega Kings of Southeast Asia, haharapin ang ating M3 representatives, Onyx Philippines, sa isang magandang best-of-5 series to open the Game 4 tomorrow at 4 p.m. Kung sino man ang mananalo sa TNC at RSG, guaranteed sa ating top 3 spot. At ayan, makakapunta sila sa Grand Finals for the best of 7 series. Malalaman natin kung sino nga ba ang magiging representatives ng Pilipinas para sa MSC. Silipin natin kung sino nga ba ang maglalaban para bukas. Ito ang ating schedule. Be sure to watch tomorrow's action starting at 4 p.m. followed by our second series right at 7 p.m. Siguraduhin nyo na suportahan ng inyong paboritong koponan. Give them your best support para ma-energize sila. Pumunta rin kayo dito sa ating live venue or at Essence Cinemas. Don't forget to purchase your tickets. Once again, for tomorrow's game, RSG will be facing TNC. But before that, it will be Smart Omega versus Onyx Philippines. So make sure to put your comments on the comment section to show your support. Thank you guys for watching. Great job to all of our casters and our production. Maraming salamat din sa lahat ng nagpakita ng suporta. Bukas, kita-kits ulit tayo. MPL Philippines Season 9 is presented by Smart, the Philippines' fastest 5G mobile network, based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q1, Q2, 2021. Ookla trademarks use under license with permission. Our official sponsors, Samsung, speed up your awesome. Paymaya, too good to be number 2. Our official content partner, TikTok, and our partners in esports, Secret Lab, SM Supermall, Gillette, Alexana FR, Enervon Active, JNT Express, and Everest Appliances. This tournament is under the supervision and regulation of the Games and Amusement Board of the Philippines. Sobrang paganda ng paganda ang bakbakan ngayong playoffs. Don't miss Day 3's action tomorrow right at 4 p.m. See you guys. My name is Mara Aquino, and you've been watching MPL Philippines Season 9 Playoffs. Keep it good vibes, everybody. Have a great night.
Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas, kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas, face the golden sun and ribbon for the 3 stars. Look at us to the top, no ifs, no buts, winning any game. Para to sa PINAS. Di mo matitinag aming boses on your level. Nasa kalye man o mobile, you know I become a legend. Open fire, we unite, we winners. Built with pressure, like diamonds are made of. Switching a lane na parang gera, HP racing, may reset up. Built tagatang buhat ni Hilda, full load SS parang Lyra. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama pataas, tagumpay natin to, dahil tayo'y Tiyak malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi to aatras. Kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Hold on. Yeah, wala ka sa Pinas. Laging MVP, no surrender, no retreat. Pag nagsama-sama, just imagine what we can achieve. Laging MVP, no surrender, no retreat. Giving 100 all my all, cause we just can't